once he gets one or two components of that halberd, maybe just the full Sange, maybe the full halberd, he's going to start participating in the fights. But as of now, he's completely chill to be doing what he's doing, and without that Maelstrom, this just wouldn't be efficient.
Yeah, it certainly speeds up that pickup of the next time, and we're seeing a 12 minutes 5K, full 5K lead for RNG. They're 3 cores at the top of the net worth as they move around the map, just taking objective after objective, just the 4 of them, all the space in the world for the Lifestealer to be wherever he wants to. Another tier 1 tower taken. RNG, I mean, I'm seeing exactly what you sort of said to expect to at the start there. They have a clear ways to make moves. You can see what this lineup wants to do, and 12 minutes in there, they're doing everything that they wanted to.
To simply put this draft in the way that I view it, like without all the details, Omni Knight good hero, Legion not good hero. Like that's how I feel about the current patch right now. I've hardly played Omni Knight any in the past, and I've picked him up for 4 or 5 games this patch, and I've only lost 1, and that was because I messed up. And I'm like, wow, if I had played this hero optimally, I think we would have won this game. And sometimes, for whatever reason, you pick heroes, and they just seem to naturally fit with the way the game wants to be played, and he's one of them currently this patch. And I also like that they picked Rubik in the second round, because Rubik's so good against Omni. He usually becomes like a better Omni, so they almost like covered the counters for Omni Knight as well. The Venge gives you an extra save, making it so the Omni Knight is not as nearly a juicy target. They are making a move to bottom, pretty much what you have to do when you're down by 6,000. Possibly looking for this Rubik with the coil. It snaps, but he's already got the Venge behind him, and they might even be looking to turn this, TPing in Setsu. Meanwhile, Lifestealer just farming up the mid lane. But he's just going to TP out.
Oh, he's not going to be able to get away. Telekinesis will find him. September able to slam down.
Monet's quite strong, level 12.
Oh, he's ready to go, and he's found Raven, moves in immediately with the Rage, so there's no chance for the Gust to silence him for now. Raven still able to back off. He has enough of those early stat items to walk away. The same cannot be said, though, for Dubu, taken out by a couple of razors from Setsu. RNG still get a kill. It's not the Drow, but at this moment in time, it doesn't really matter. Any sort of kill, and RNG has more than enough space to just continue to take down further objectives.
The map control movement, right? Like, look at what Geek Fam's forced to do. They're forced to leave this area. You get the tower. They're going to like try to trade in terms of lane pressure top, but Drow's really your only hero that hits towers, and Drow was the one getting bullied away there. So in knowing that Drow's the vulnerable hero to get picked on, and assuming she's going to be in that ancient triangle area, just a really smart map movement by RNG. I really like the way they're playing this out. If you have this type of advantage, these are the games where it's supposed to, this is what these games are supposed to look like when you have this 7K, 8K net worth advantage. Thinking about what the enemy heroes do to come back, in this case, Drow farming the Ancient Triangle, and just exploiting that. Because you have such an advantage, they can't really do anything about it.
Very smart item progression from RNG as a whole. You know, you can see Omni's getting the pipe online. I believe Venge was picking up the helm, so getting these auras together. And that BKB for SF, I think Setsu, he's pretty much got it done. So at that point, when this BKB SF is moving down the lanes with the backup, they've not been able to do anything before these items are out. Once they're out, they're just going to look helpless, Geek Fam.
Yeah, trying to make a little bit of space in the mid lane is the Pug, but that's just a 4-position Pug.
Under attack. That force field leads me to believe the Giants just fortified their structure. Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Try harder.
Oh, Dire's courier got killed. Are you kidding me? Weak.
Oh, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Oh, man.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is under attack. I wonder what they're gonna build where Dire's top tower used to
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is done for.
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dominating, I guess.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top barracks are really taking a whipping. Dire's top barracks have been completely cut down to size, as in they're gone. Ooh, Dire's top barracks are getting hit.
Stupendous! All wands will break.
Dire's middle tower's under attack.
A prize.
Huh. Dire's middle tower is gone.
No sorceries avail. I'm over here.
Whoa! They just killed Radiant's courier.
Pudding pop.
Dire's bottom tower's under attack.
Not heresy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like Dire's structures are fortified. Those little rascals are hitting Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
great. Dire's bottom tower just got destroyed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They lost half a Rag's top. Can they do anything to put a stop to this one? K's going to go for the zip 4. Multi-shots pop, but immediately the GA's there from Monet. September, he's still alive. Finally, they will be able to take a kill. A buyback from September. He knows that his team's still very strong to fight. He wants to be here for potentially the finishing push. A swap from Super trying to set up, but it costs Super his life. So a second kill here for Geek Pam as they start to break down a little bit of RNG, but the 3 cores are the ones that they cannot seem to touch at the moment. Another jump from Zephyr Setsu pots the BKB. A second some buyback from RNG, continuing to want to commit everything into this push. K does find September. That's actually a dieback on the Rubik. Great moves from K as he picks apart the heroes he can. Cuckoo looks for the setup with the duel. K's on top. Flywin will fall as well. Geek Fam, they've found another. They're doing it slowly but surely, winning this fight. Monet goes for the raise TP and will make it out. But Geek Fam do hold on to the racks and are able to, for the sort of the first time in 23 minutes, not let RNG get away with whatever they wanted.
Yeah, that was really well played. Storm caught the Rubik by himself trying to return to the fight. Really smart, knowing that the Rubik had to TP most likely to the mid lane because that is the closest tower to then run to the bottom racks. Really good prediction move there. Cap was saying if they're together on the side of RNG, they're stronger, but Geek Fam managed to pick them apart a bit there.
Yeah,
and
very impressive.
That was really well.
The situation and how hard it is for K to sort of find those opportunities, but he does, and he keeps his game. It continues to be clean. 1-0-5. The Bloodstone charges. He starts to build up a few of them.
That is step one to them winning this game, and that's what fights have to look like in order for Geek Fam to take them. And recognizing that's easy, but accomplishing it is not so easy, and they did it there. So very impressed with their play overall in that fight. Daedalus now on SF, even more difficult in fights to be elusive because this is a high-range right-clicker that right-clicks for 100 or 296 damage without that DD rune popped, which he does have bottled. Critting for 700 already. Going on the Omni Knight, who has the full pipe, maybe looking to duel him up there, but it's just these two. I don't think they have enough damage.
They want to try and commit. They're not going to for now. Yeah, Cuckoo knows that a duel will not warrant a kill there. He'll stay back, get himself away. RNG starting to group up once more. The four of them going down mid.
Telescope for the Drow lineup. That's a pretty useful item.
Do nicely.
Giving 4 of their 5 heroes longer attack range.
Yeah, that reach of the multi-shot's going to be pretty devastating, so Raven can sit in a very safe position, which he needs to.
He used the shovel before putting the quickening charm into his inventory.
Oh, the efficiency, right.
Be disappointed.
Missing out on that 13% cooldown reduction on his shovel.
Yeah, since nobody buys Midas anymore, we have to replace the Midas efficiency with the shovel efficiency. Yeah. Because it kind of gives money, you know. 16 out of 100 times it gives money.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's
so he does complete the full Mjolnir on Lifestealer. Blink Dagger on Rubik is getting caught by the puck with the Stormsphere balling in. This should be another Bloodstone charge. Will they be able to punish this on the side of RNG? They are super low mana on the Storm, but he has a ward to scout out the Omni running at him, so he just TPs right out. And you were saying they have very few stuns for this Storm, and if they continue to be able to split this apart, Storm Spirit suddenly looking much more potent, pops the DD on SF. I think you have to be able to force them to come to you on RNG, because catching them is just not realistic. You do have the Blink Dagger on Rubik, but you don't really have that great a follow-up. Yeah, you have Infest, but Lifestealer just doesn't really play that way anymore.
Mid lane, they're going to try for the Zippin on Flywin. Omni Knight starting to fall down. Can they bring him out? He's not really got the health. At the same time, Monet's going to be going on top. Geek Fam making multiple plays here across the map. Monet will not be brought down though. Still too tanky for the heroes here to deal with him. As even with that grip, not enough control or time to do the damage required. RNG coming in with these TPs. They're ready to try and chase and punish. Dubu goes for the South Nightmare as he truly is stuck in one. Surrounded by RNG. Dubu will fall. RNG returns to taking objectives. Get this shrine off the map.
Radiant's middle tower.
But you've got, honestly, like, K's play on the Storm, it's as I say, the pressure is on him. But finding these little sort of kills every single time, getting the Rubik, getting these free pickoffs, it's going to help him slowly ramp up that damage output with the boosted spell amplification that those Bloodstone charges will give him. He needs a lot of them, but it's definitely the start of potentially something from Geek Fam, despite sort of having their backs pushed against the walls for the entire opening 20 minutes of this game.
Dude, Shadowfiend is just so yoked, man. He's 4,000. Like, I look at this game and the way it's being played, and I'm almost ready to look at the net worths and be like, wow, Storm's #1 net worth, playing super efficiently around the map, getting pickoffs, cutting waves. But SF's just raid boss central. Yeah. He kind of just does whatever the hell he wants on this game in this game. And I actually like the Shadowblade a lot because he's allowing himself to be like invisible scouting for his Rubik, who's then going to blink in, and he now offers the follow-up. So it is his way of getting into the fight without buying a blink, which isn't really an item you want to buy on right-click SF. As you see here, they just need to be able to catch people. Bane kind of continuously feeding as Banes usually do at this stage, waiting for Roche. It is going to be a late spawn, but this is all RNG looking to force objectives. Meanwhile, Geek Fam playing cat and mouse, and so far they're doing a good job. They have the Ags come out on a puck, which is super potent against the BKB stuff as well as the Lifestealer Rage. They do have Heavenly Grace to remove it, but by no means does that make it bad. They do need it still against the magic immunity coming out from RNG.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
This
attack.
SF's just so scary, man. That first hit goes for like 450 damage with the minus armor, ignoring the crit. Craggy Coat on Legion. That's actually a nice item if he wants to hold on to that, even though he is a right-clicking hero. Titan Sliver on Lifestealer. That's also a good item.
And yeah, pretty much completed Basher. It's going to be coming out the way of Monet. Just 100 gold or so short of the belt of strength. So there's a little bit of that extra little control that's going to be required against the Storm. You know, suddenly this potential catch from the lift into the magic missile, about a bash or two, and that could set up a pretty reliable kill.
He's going for a second Halberd on Omni. Halberd just a super good item on strength heroes now. It used to give damage, but now it gives healing amplification. And so all these like Timber Saws, Bristlebacks, Omni Knights, these off-laners that debatably build Halberd before, now they really feel good about it because they all rely on sustain and healing and not as much on the damage that it used to give. Lifestealer also likes it just because it amps up his Feast lifesteal.
You know, still, I feel you do have to give credit to the fact that Geek Fam, they're holding on as they are. And is another support def, but you look at the fact that this sort of 5-7k lead, it's been there for a while. You know, RNG, definitely easier for them to head high ground, take a racks, but if they do mess up sort of as they did on the bottom lane, start to lose a couple of kills, Geek Fam can begin to swing this. Obviously, it's so hard because of how big this Shadow Fiend is.
I just love the way RNG's itemizing. When you are playing against this type of lineup of Geek Fam, eventually they're able to fight you, which they saw. Now you have to itemize to actually pick them off, which is what RNG did. First they itemized to group up and just walk down buildings, and now they itemized to actually catch people, which they're now able to do.
Okay.
Rubik getting caught in the back.
He tries to go for it. The GA is going to be popped. It's not going to do enough, of course, to save September. He has to get away. The damage from Setsu just tears him apart. K will fall. He has got buyback on the Storm Spirit, but the middle racks are gone. RNG will take another. Let's jump in. Silence onto all of them. Buyback from K. He's looking to zip in half for the cleanup. He's onto Super. Super's going to be the focus. Requiem will be popped, but K gets himself out of range. We'll keep the distance. Setsu falling a little low. Still has the Aegis and the BKB to rely on. They'll burst him once. Can they do it again? Silence on Monet. Immediately removed as he'll turn. Rage up. Push them back. Can't quite get the kills. Geek Fam as RNG able to step in. Only lose an Aegis. And now begin to retreat. And they can reset, look to sort of rinse and repeat this down on the bottom lane as they do continue to keep this game firmly under control.
I just love these games to be opportunities of learning for people at home watching. Games like this really do follow a script, you know, and this has actually been a very high-level game for both teams. I think both teams are doing what their lineups needed to do. RNG, I just think, had an easier lineup in the early game, so they accrued a natural lead, so Geek Fam's kind of been on the defensive the whole game. But like I said, they group up, they take that first racks, but then they have that little bit of slip up where Geek Fam's suddenly been playing efficiently enough to fight you, and you're like, okay, it's not enough to just walk down lanes anymore. We can't just keep buying team items. We have to buy items that allow us to threaten these split pushing heroes. So they go the Blink Dagger on Rubik, the Shadow Blade SF to follow up, and suddenly you have to be scared on the side of Geek Fam. You're not playing efficiently anymore. Now this net worth lead's turning into 11k because you're forced to buy back on the Storm Sphere, 12k even, and you've taken 2 lanes of racks at this point. Just this very, very methodical, well understood section of the Geek Fam draft by RNG here. But as you've said, I think Geek Fam's played their draft rather well past like the 15-minute mark. They've done what they needed to do, but RNG looking to put the nail in the coffin here with a 3-man smoke. Anyone that catches a crucial kill, even the supports at this point, because fighting 4v5 on Geek Fam's side is not going to feel good.
I mean, what do you think is going to be the big takeaway for Geek Fam in regards to Drow from this game? Is it going to be that we're okay, guys, we cannot first pick Drow against this team? Or
I think you might have to ban Omni Knight against RNG. I think they rely way too much on this hero. Like, I don't mean they only are good at this hero, but they are like clearly very good with this hero. And if you're going to pick Drow, you can't give them Omni.
On the front lines, Cuckoo. It's going to be saved. K trying to jump into the back lines. The multi-shot doing quite a lot. September's falling. There's be triple silence here. AMFS will be there to keep him a bit safe. Cuckoo tries for a very ambitious duel. Does end in disaster for him as he'll lose the fight, lose the battle. And as it looks to be, Geek Fam maybe just losing the war right here as this bottom racks is taken away from them. RNG just cleaning up the base of Geek Fam. 14-8, 13k lead, and a lead that they have held the entirety of this match. Another zip in, looking for September, but the Ghost Scepter, he's fine. Super won't quite be quite as fine. They do stop the Venge. But the other 4 of RNG, they can still fight on with a man down. They are just that far ahead right now. Jumping again. They'll try for another bit of a poke. Silence onto Monet and Flywin. But they won't get any other kill other than the Venge. All Rex are now gone, and the Mega Creeps are out in favor for RNG.
Yeah, that's Legion Commander in 7.23 for you. How much duel damage did he have? Like,
I think he won 1 duel,
yeah,
but I think he also lost 1 duel.
Yeah, it's like you blink in, the opponent has way more farm than you because they've been grouping up and you have too. But oh yeah, Omni Knight has 18 duel damage, as you said. This halberd just super value, the status resistance, the disarm on these ranged heroes lasting longer than it does on melee heroes. I mean, they're trying, man. They're trying.
Do you manage to silence the 2 of them? Lift up a K. Just, he cannot withstand this right click coming out for Setsu. But Raven Cat, he turns, shoots him down. That's a pretty big kill if they can get away from this Geek Fam. Turning on to September. September's Ghost Scepter keeps the 5 out. Zephyr looking to lead it. Cuckoo. He gets the jewel on the Rubik. September falls. 3 dead at the moment on RNG with the Dream Core down. They're going to try and look for another. Monet jumps in with the Infest. He's running away from the creep. They don't have any way to control it. The creep will manage to get Monet back to safety. But, so, I mean, Mega Creeps are against them. But, you know, you got to give it to them. They're fighting on, Geek Fam. This is not a team that's going to back down.
Yeah, they are fighting till their last breath, and it is not over till the fat lady sings. And as far as I know at this tournament, there haven't been any fat ladies yet, so nobody's singing. We sang though.
We did.
Debatably.
I was going to say, you're really cool. Right.
Yeah, I like to think we tried.
Well, we got 99% win probability according to Dota Plus right now, and
what's the 1%?
I mean, the 1% is plays like that, right? Setsu dying in a game where you don't expect him to die because of how massive he is.
Being a part of the 1% yourself, though, and you got to help us out on the expertise of winning as the 1%. What do you do here? What's the process? How does a Geek Fan pull it back?
I think you might need to sort of step over and kick out some of the cables of RNG's PC. I don't think you're ready to do that 1%. I don't think that's a 1%
so
in game. You've got to do some real world activity.
For the 1% to be successful, you have to kick out the base foundation of the 99%. I'm just kidding. Okay, back to the game. Storm Spirit
becomes very technical, Brian.
I'm putting Kyle on you right now. Dude who does go down, does have buyback though. Might have to take one last fight here. Can't let Raven go down.
Oh, nice slide down to the low ground. Can he run away from this, Raven? He'll try his best. Cuckoo is there by his side, trying to keep him safe. He's into the trees, he's trying to hide. Silence is out, he'll tell him with a gust. Does manage to get himself over the trees, but Monet's on top of him. Raven will fall.
Oh, they see him nice, the lift instantly when he's TPing. Cuckoo can go down as well.
Cuckoo does have buyback. They have all got buybacks. Raven's already used it. Geek Fam, they'll have one more fight in them.
This Omni Knight's got 26 armor and a pipe and a halberd, man. And if you don't kill him, how do you kill anyone else? That's my concern.
Yeah, Dubu didn't need to use his buyback. You know, silver linings.
True.
They've got 2 lives on the bait. But Cuckoo. They're going in on a K, go up the back, let's put the BKB, they'll take September out of the fight immediately. That's 1 down. Dubu does fall behind. K, he will fall though, bashed up and controlled. The Storm is out for 80 seconds. Cuckoo trying to slide away, will be able to get away from the reaches of Setsu. And that's a G, and that's the second one there. GG is called. Geek Fam will finally tap out of this game as RNG take the victory. Geek Fam tried as hard as they could to hold on, but the lead that RNG had, the size that Setsu grew to, it was too much for them to deal with. RNG ahead the whole game, and they'll take this win pretty, you know, that was 1%. That was the 1%, that was it.
Yeah, RNG's lineup just came online much earlier.
Yeah.
They had much more innate damage, the Venge, the SF. The Omni Knight much more willing to group up early, as we were talking about during the game. And everyone in the game, every core had a pretty decent start. And when the team that comes online faster and everyone has a good start, generally that team's just going to set the pace of the game. Credit to RNG for really just never messing up. Like, yeah, they kind of messed up going high ground that one time, but one overextension is not too crazy. They kind of reset, did what they needed to do, resumed the game plan, and I will say Geek Fan fought it out though.
They did. They stuck it out. They certainly tried the best. I mean, what do you do about the SF? Because Setsu, right? He had that free game mid. His farming patterns were
here. You can have an infinite.
From the panel. Hopefully there'll be a stroke of genius coming in from Furia to get themselves back into this game. A good Morphling is what the panel's looking for.
Yeah, I love the stubbornness from Furia. They picked their blade twice in series against Gambit. Now they picked 3 out of 5 same heroes, but it's a free Huskar game. You also have Omni Knight to back him up. This Night Stalker will need to do miracles. I gotta say, I loved how the way Night Stalker played in the previous game. He achieved so much, but Disruptor. Not having buyback in the previous game, he needs to be careful about his positioning. And this game is going to be even harder. You have these 2 cores who love to run at you, especially with the Omni Knight sitting behind.
And take the early damage miracle. Heiko wants to say hi. I'll even burn all of the mana for it. Well, we get to see how, so this is what we wanted, right? This is what we wanted to talk about. The breakdown of the lanes. We only need our triple lane kind of view at the moment. So, NS Disrupted together versus Miracle safe. The mid lane's going to be a lot of fun as well. Down on bottom lane. I'm almost sad we didn't get what we wanted.
What did you want?
Well,
you wanted tri-lane, you wanted to see...
I wanted to see...
with 0 CS 5-minute mark?
No, it's not what I want to see. It's just what I thought we were going to see. Where Weehar doesn't have to, battle against the Magnus. If so much pressure is on the Morphling to have a good game, it would make sense to actually put the Huskar down against him. Kuro, a lot of trouble. That's a lot of early damage, and it will be NSR who's able to get the first blood up here. Hi, Kuro!
Well, once Night Stalker gets first blood during the daytime at minute 1, you know you messed up.
Well, your lanes aren't perfect. So Kuro back up to top.
Bottom lane, they will need to play passive Venge and Morphling, not too much kill potential, especially against Rubik, who's reducing your damage.
Oh boy! Murdoch's actually really close. Not a very fire at the very end. It doesn't matter if he's dead. He still gets the experience as a level 3 mag now. Just under 2 minutes into it.
He's not even dead. He wants to suicide before he comes. All right. Nicely done by Mag.
And he'll return to the lane no matter what, so that's fine. 8-1 CS versus the 7-2. That's still pretty damn good, and you get the kill.
That should not happen. He's manning up. He sees that the Mag has Fairy Fire in his inventory.
Weehar just pushing the limits. We saw him really try and do that in the first series of Nigma today. And it kind of didn't pay off in that one. Murdoch. You're talking Empower being nerfed up. Is it still enough to give Murdoch the confidence in this lane against Wii? Because he seems to be getting a lot of spill damage, at least into the Huskar.
It's going to become harder as he gets levels, so he might need to run back to jungle, make some stacks for him, and he can come back. It's a Mag with an Empower.
He's actually on it right now. He's actually farming the jungle, and he's protected by the Radiant Ops too.
He wants to kill it before 3-minute mark. Also uses Healing Salve. A lot of stacks on the Slark already.
She seems like good efficiency when you get to do that. It's oh, I'm not quite at the damage threshold, but I can move away from the Huskar. Salve up, farm up, then get back into Weehar's face. And Weehar will bring his own. Do you actually, when you hit 6... Oh, okay, well, trouble, RDO. I say, it's trouble. It's a Morphling. It's gonna be a long stun time, but that's because he's straight Morphing up.
Yeah, if he doesn't mess up on the bottom lane, there's no way they kill him. He can just keep morphing, and there's no real burst damage coming out from these two.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Is it like, how do you attack if you're the Huskar once you're at level 6? Like, do you want to ever look for that early life break jump just because of the risk that Skewer could provide?
Depends if Mag is level 6. If he's full HP, you do not want to go on him. Like, you just want to keep harassing, get as much CS denies as possible. You do not want to heavily commit, especially during the daytime. Night Stalker can easily rotate TP, skewer back into RP, into the tower. It's kind of guaranteed kill on you.
That's why I'm kind of like wondering, like, where does the action really come from? Like from Nigma? Like, is it a Rubik rotate? It's definitely not a Lich rotate. Or is it just this? Man moding down the lane, get up in your face, and just continue the chip battle.
Rubik is definitely the one that needs to be rotating. There's no kill potential on this Omni Knight whatsoever, so he can do whatever he wants on Rubik. A bit limited on the mana, has one Mango to work with.
Don't want it. And Slark's getting very aggressive up on top too. Dropping very low as NS Art getting up in his face. Heiko just trying to be a bit of a pain in the butt, attacking into Kuro, but this buys some time for Miracle to salve up too. Like, they both do it.
Hello, Bandicoot Gaming.
But there's a contest on the bottom for it. I think Duster was having his own little battle, and actually they're TPing out, so Duster able to survive from mind control. Kuro in a lot of trouble, as we are feeling the survivability of Kuro. He just shields himself, and Fury is like, hell no.
I think it's survivability thanks to neutral creeps. 2 stacks. They started attacking Night Stalker plus the shield from Lich. He does not want to heavily commit. Has 1 flask to pop right now, so they can start playing more aggressive on that lane. Bottom lane, not much kill potential, so they're just reacting to whatever Nigma is doing. You can see Magnus being in the jungle, doesn't have his level 6 yet.
Courier got it. Easy work from GH. Now he'll look for Duster as well. Fairy Fire committed. Duster still got 2 stick charges available, and GH, we got into the tree lines, Duster.
But sometimes it's better not to kill a hero. They still have 1 minute until the first shrine.
Oof. Keep away. It's at full health Magnus, right? RP is up.
Dire's middle tower's under attack.
Well, now he needs to be careful.
Look at like Courier sniping on all fronts. Now Miracle loses his Courier. Not something he wants to have happen. Rodeo always seems to be living his life on the edge, but that's the life of a Morphling. Let's make sure he's far enough away from any kind of range burst.
Magnus is such a tough kill to get, but
and
top
it's real trouble again, but it's Miracle. He's always so low. I feel like this would be so much more heavily punished once Slark is 6. If he's able to escape, he just regenerates and goes again.
He's nowhere close level 6.
No. Well, they have to hug the lane, right? You need to have the support in the lane, leeching experience too. That's his survivability. This mid lane is nowhere near as one-sided as I really thought it was going to be.
It's 56.
Obviously,
CS,
like network.
It's a lot of neutral creeps. Here comes the first item. Let's see what it is. Royal Jelly. You love that one, Toby.
Hell yeah. And correction, trifle is not a cake. It is just a dessert. It just includes cake.
Thanks for that.
Hey, I'm here, man, because some guy called me out, and I'm a trifle aficionado. I did not mean to call it a cake. It's like blasphemy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, so the network does look good for the Huskar. Still, next top 3, yeah. It's all in Furious side.
Have omniscience.
Oh god, mind control. I'm gonna break the trees. Looking for the kill on Duster, and there is enough burst damage. Rubik's got the levels with the Fade Bolt to do the work.
Yeah, once you get close to Omni Knight, who has 1 point in Legion Aura plus Orb of Venom, there's no way you're escaping.
They want to go on mid lane. Heiko is preparing himself. You can glimpse him back into the mag. You've even got the Vengeful Spirit rotating in. Wall is up. Weeha. Oh, RP just holds him in position. Magic Missile follow-up. And that is a good kill. Should be a good kill. Is a good kill on Weeha. GH's TP took just a little too long, so they didn't have extra help.
I expected a faster rotation. Nicely done by Furia. Even though there was an Observer Ward, they still manage to get him. Now that Slark is level 6, and chip damage does not matter. Night Stalker still no points in the silence, so no real kill potential unless Miracle decides to overextend.
Good glimpse, but it doesn't have enough time. Heiko trying to get into the trees, hiding his way out, but Kuro has enough physical damage, and SR now going to work here as the skewer runs himself forward. Kuro be enough physical damage, actually using the shockwave to get the kill as Miracle begins his run. And SR, you know, there's not much point chipping away at Miracle because Miracle will just regen, and he loves these long drawn-out fights.
Beautiful.
With support movement, now mind control, just force a little bit off the bottom lane. And we look to see the positioning coming up for the next 45 seconds. That movement towards the side outposts.
Nigma does not have the best heroes to rotate with. The only one who can do stuff pretty much pre-10-minute mark is GH. Like, even after mind control, he wants to counter-react to whatever Furia is doing. Or when Lich gets level 6, then kill potential really multiplies.
They're going to need more help on bottom lane. If Fury want to contest that outpost. Because you know, up on top, Slark will contest the Magnus. I mean, contest the Night Stalker for it. Actually, no, he's not. He's just backing off. Well, I don't know it. I'm wrong.
First time hearing that, Toby.
That is a lie.
And we all know it.
I admit I'm not a Cinder and I'm not always right. Oh, skewer. Ooh, a little bit off target, but we are still alive for the moment.
Middle tower's under attack.
And Duster, Magic Missile is nowhere near enough. In fact, Kuro, does he have a pullback? Is he looking for Duster? He's got no mana. Murdoch's not too happy about this either. He'll put the shields, looking for this slow, but not enough follow-up. Coming in from Nigma, they'll put the ball up. We have 9 deny it. Oh, well, it's still going to be denied off thanks to the attack, but a life break forward from Weehart going over towards Duster. Magnus was farming up the mid lane, so he's not there to really help out. Duster's doing the best he can. Finally, the Night Stalker has begun his TP over as the VS illusion. That's going to burn to death.
Middle tower's under attack.
V is going all in on the items. Magic Wand plus 3 bracers. They don't have the best heroes to jungle with. Like, the only one who clears it fast is Slark, Omni Knight to one extent, but he does not want to be in jungle right now, so no neutral items for them.
I think Slark's going to be looking at something other than neutrals. Sure, the items will be nice, but he wants that diffuser blade. He wants to start hunting the supports, dropping their mana out, being the full combat fighter, which means a good game, because Miracle will then get to be very active moving around the map. As the pressure continues to be applied on the bottom lane, Adaptive Strike stolen by GH. That's Rodeo. Well, that doesn't hurt at all. But Mind Control is going to try and make Duster hurt. Chain Frost.
You better pick your hero. 5 seconds.
Dire team ban.
It didn't truly work out.
Yeah, it seemed like they had this idea of like having really good high ground defense and being able to play off of the. So we've seen Drow Rangers do that a lot lately. It's a little bit slower hero. It will oftentimes lose its lane. It needs to default to jungle, but you get to a point where, as a high ground defender, you are super scary. Then they have the Storm Spirit as well, and they're like, okay, maybe we just draw out the timer against.
I also
a team
think
like
that GeekFam's first two picks were completely reactionary, right? They gave away the Vengeful. First, let's forget about the bans. The Vengeful went through. Instantly, as an answer to that Vengeful being picked, they get the Drow to prevent them from, to counter them from picking that, right? Because it's such a strong combo. And then everything after that is just reactionary to GeekFam. While GeekFam, sorry, to RNG. There we go. While RNG had a more stable plan, I believe if you are GeekFam, you need to go back to the basics, go back to what you're good at, what made you work yesterday.
Quick random fact.
You got 10 seconds
Question
left.
first, if you guys know the fact, perhaps.
Dire team pick.
How fast is your finger moving when you snap your fingers?
65 miles an hour. Or 90 kilometers.
Definitely not.
I don't even know if that's the right conversion.
It is actually 45 kilometers an hour. I have no idea what that is in miles.
I just multiplied it by two because I have two, like you have both the finger and the thumb, so I was thinking about the speed of both of them moving
I
away
see you
from
move
each
it.
other.
Which finger do you snap?
Middle.
I snap ring finger.
It gives
the middle one.
It gives the best snap. Because your middle finger is
you should
bigger.
probably
I can't do it with my middle finger.
Well, that's why you're not able to make a whole lot of noise. Hear this?
It's the best when you do it with the middle finger.
Man, I hope that wasn't too loud for people.
Hopefully.
I could do a couple fingers. I can do the other ones too if I don't have sweaty hands, which I do right now. So.
We have a wisp.
Vengeful Spirit
we wanted it.
Still out there.
Yes,
as
and
well.
I picked a nice Drow band at least.
But I really like to. I really am looking forward at seeing who's the partner. Who goes with this wisp, because the Tiny has been banned out.
Was it GeekFam drafted Gyro and RNG drafted PL?
Yes.
So those have been the two other partners outside of Tiny that we've seen from these two teams.
So Gyro is definitely one of the options. Abaddon for RNG instantly. You get that sustain, you follow it up with a Rubik.
Yeah, I think that
you don't give away a lot with this as well.
I think I usually prefer Omni Knight as an offlaner in just an open scenario, but I actually like Abaddon a lot more if it's Gyrocopter.
Really?
Yes, I
thought this is like a bait for Gyro. I thought that this is like, we're picking an Abaddon, we know that they're going to pick a Gyro now, 100% because of that, because he works well versus you.
I've heard a lot of people say like, oh, Gyrocopter is good versus Abaddon.
Yeah,
I feel like very strongly about this. The fact that he has this uncontrollable damage, right? Rocket Barrage, you have your ultimate as well, then that works into Abaddon's favor. On top of that, the type of sustain that you offer is better versus Gyrocopter because it's not, you don't have, like, Omni's more dependent on Guardian Angel, where Gyrocopter puts out all this magic damage. So Abaddon works a little bit more. He soaks up the damage from the Gyrocopter going into the mid game. I think for laning phase it's hard, but as an overall play into the mid game, I think
later on, yeah, I agree with you. But in the laning stage, Abaddon can definitely suffer versus a good Gyro.
And that's where you need a really good support to play with you. And they've got Rubik, whose Fate Bolt wins a lot of lanes for you.
I love the Morphling ban as well by GeekFam. I think it's one of the heroes that definitely can make this Gyro pick work against you. He just turns into you and flags everyone else.
Yeah.
Also, E-Blade is such a good pick as Wisp and Gyro. You can blow them up.
And because RNG have one of those two offlaners that's susceptible to OD, they're going to make sure that isn't an available pick for GeekFam. Plus, the way you want to play with Gyrocopter right now, it's still a little carry style, but I'm not sure if you want it as your only carry.
Yeah, and OD also gives you that pick-off potential. You can imprison someone, relocate in. You have two saves now to work with. Yeah, save for the Wisp. It's just a good ban.
Yeah, the openings were super fast from both teams. I feel like they kind of, they had a plan, they prepared. This is what you go for if this is banned. These bans on the second phase, they're taking a lot longer. We see it a lot with other teams as well. This is the time where you really define your plan. This
is also when you give away a lot.
Yes.
Like with these next two bans, you're pretty much giving away what your plan is for your draft, right? And RNG, I believe they should be wary of that Huskar pick, because there was a very similar draft.
True, that is true. However, that Huskar was picked 10th into a TA. Like, are there other scenarios where
I think
the
that Huskar works. You can't counter that hero on the lane right now, especially when you have something like a Wisp to follow him up later on in the match, and perhaps if you have something like an Omni Knight as well, which isn't banned, which they could pick. It gives you sustain. It gives you that beast that will stand in front while Jaro gets his farm.
You better pick your hero.
It's definitely one option for them, not necessarily what they have to go for.
I want more catch out of RNG because they don't have an initiating style offlaner. I would like a support, or maybe they could go for like the core mid puck. That would offer you a lot of catch, but I think heroes like Disruptor,
Wyvern perhaps.
Wyvern's really good versus both Wisp lineups. You don't like it against Gyrocopter so much, but I think the idea is still there. You want something that is going to make sure you ensure the team fight and doesn't allow the mobility of Gyrocopter Wisp to run around. And
they banned the TA and picked the puck themselves, so this pretty much tells us that this puck should be mid.
Yes.
There's still an option for them to bait us with this TA ban and then put the puck as 4, Rubik is 5, but very unlikely.
How good is Huskar against puck, or how bad?
I was more thinking of Viper, actually, because I know that matchup is really bad for puck.
Oh, yeah, Viper isn't banned.
But
go for Grimstroke.
Grimstroke.
New hero. Haven't seen that one yet.
They don't really have any big combos with Soulbind right now. You have missiles, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Yet.
You have a silence that a ban can't remove with his Aphotic Shield, and you can't do anything about Soulbind either, which is really good at locking down heroes like Puck.
Yeah, exactly. It can mess the Puck up.
At the same time, Rubik can steal things, which are very good.
Rubik.
You can steal.
I love this pick versus Grimstroke. Rubik, basically, if you steal the Stroke of Fate, you literally have no cast time, right? And it's not the same. Like Grimstroke, he kind of fires it in an angle. It's curved.
It's from the right side, and then
Rubik just goes straight, deals so much damage.
Easier to use,
deals so much damage, and just lets you nuke teams. Also, you can just farm with it. This Rubik should be rich as long as he steals that a couple of times. No, I actually like
the Phantom's Embrace last longer. If you steal it, it should, right? Debuff duration.
Yeah, it should.
Which is kind of weird because then you don't get the proc of damage faster. I've never thought about that before. But Stroke of Fate is like so good.
It's easier to kill it because it's on you for longer duration.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
That's also. But you're silenced wonders.
Radiant team banned.
Dragon Knight.
Okay, I mean that's right up Carl's alley.
Right up.
It's one of his
Puck as well.
Yeah, it's great versus Puck. It's one of like their most picked heroes. Geek Fam are taking the opposite approach of last game. They're saying we're gonna have more team fight. We're gonna be taking team fights to you. We're gonna play pretty aggressive. They still scale okay because they have Gyrocopter.
But they're very stable. Like this lineup of theirs is so chill. Let us farm. Then when we get this dragon form, we're gonna play around dragon. And you can pretty much read them and say exactly what they will be doing in this game.
Yeah, with Puck and a ban, I think what's kind of cool about this is a ban gives you sustain for team fights, and it says like, okay, the longer the team fight goes, we might win it. But our Geek Fam have out-sustained them with both this DK pick and then already having the IO. And you picked up this Puck who's a lot more burst-oriented, right? So Geek Fam are just going to be like, we're going to tank up, we're going to out-sustain you through these team fights, and RNG is going to struggle to be able to actually win team fights by bursting heroes down fast enough. So now I feel like RNG is put into a corner where they have to go for the better late game hero.
And now this Legion Commander ban actually does make a lot of sense. It would be a good setup for the Wisp Relocate. Its double duel is pretty good with Soulbind too. You would get an additional save. Wisp plus Legion are really strong in the lane, but also Grimstroke plus Legion are incredibly strong. So I can definitely get behind that ban.
There's still the Omni Knight if you want a hero that allows people to break coil and then instantly dispel it. That is like one of the most common traits of team fights right now against Puck is you want to have something that allows people to just run out of it.
It would allow them to have so much sustain. They could be pretty aggressive Grimstroke plus Omni Knight. They can be aggressive on the lane too.
It
would be very all-in on with little catch, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you itemize. It's a great call. I love it. And it's so stable. like completely the opposite direction of that first draft that they had. Like the first draft was so crazy. You have this Storm jumping around, Legion trying to go for kills. It's just very chaotic. This lineup is just straightforward. We push, we win our lanes, we push, and that's pretty much it.
So, what do you think for... I feel more of a hard carry style. I don't think you can run an aggressive carry like your Bloodseekers or something. I don't think you could beat...
If you go for something like a Bloodseeker and then you fall off mid-game, it's...
Yeah, you're just screwed.
You're done.
I think you need a harder carry. What are some of the hard carries we've seen?
Oh, they can take Huskar themselves.
Oh.
No, yeah, they can.
Okay. So...
They can. How are they gonna lane that? Who's safe lane? Is Puck mid and then Huskar safe lane and a bad enough lane? I guess yes.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Huskar safe lane. Do we like that? I see frowny faces on my left here.
I've seen it work. Some
yeah, but can you beat Grimstroke Omni?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Yeah, Grimstroke Omni are going to wreck him, or should at least.
What do we, by the way, think about Lich? Because we have not yet talked about that hero. We saw it on NIP, and even though they lost, the Lich looked good.
The Lich is just your stable support right now. Gives you some shield, carries 9 mangoes in the lane so he can Frost Nova you forever.
Yeah. For the mango tree.
Yeah, exactly. You see him, you want to kill yourself when he comes to the lane.
Wow. It's a support
I don't want to talk about him.
It's a support that's okay for the laning phase because of you like do this Frost Blast builds where you just keep on spamming it on people. I don't know. I actually really like Geek Fam's lineup. I feel like it's very stable. I'm not convinced RNG is going to win the laning phase matchup either, which is really concerning. I don't think you beat Omni, or at least I think Omni is going to be one of the offlaners that can do okay with this. I think the mid matchup is DK Puck. Seen that plenty of times, and Gyrocopter with a Wisp. You know, I don't see him really having trouble.
Are you happy enough with the combinations of the Grimstroke? Basically, the only thing is the double homing missile and the double Dragon Tail?
I love Geek Fam's combinations with Grimstroke and their lineup in general, and I feel that draft is obviously based around their Huskar. It's usually when you have that Huskar, you have an additional core. Something can scale even more than the Husk, right?
And Puck doesn't scale as well as it used to, right?
And usually what you do with Huskar, you just drain all the attention to yourself while that second core farms and becomes big as well, and then they can't stop you. Literally, their strategy is we have Abaddon and Huskar, and we're going to shield the Huskar all the time, and he's going to go ham. But if that fails once or twice in the mid-game,
all right, well, we're going to find out. Sorry, Cap, no time for you to give your thoughts on this, but if I hear you correctly, you guys are thinking it's going to go to a game number 3. Let's find out what's going to happen in game 2 with Geek Fam and RNG, and also with Odie Pixel and Brian.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, so as we heard from the panel, definitely better hopes for Geek Fam here in this game too, in comparison to what we saw from them from game 1. Do you agree? A little happy with this draft this time around from Geek Fam?
Yeah, just a much simpler game plan. I also like their IO that I saw yesterday. So big fan of the IO DK. I think we've exclusively seen DK this patch against the Puck. It's a really good game matchup. You have an instant stun usually by a blink, so it's hard for Puck to play the game that she wants to play. And also Puck doesn't really do anything to you as the game goes on, and it's usually a good lane matchup. But they have thrown a curveball, picking Huskar into the DK. As far as I know, Huskar is very good against DK, but DK doesn't ruin DK. And what I'm really going to look for is Geek Fam's mid-game rotations to help this DK, to shut down the Huskar's momentum. And I have the same concern as Cap, that usually you have Huskar who's enabling somebody else because he applies so much pressure and strength in the mid-game, and you're enabling a Puck. And 5 days ago, I might have believed in that because Puck dished out some insane right-click, but they did heavily nerf the right-click Puck by putting the phase shift talent at level 15 and making the 15 damage talent now at level 10 be 30 damage instead of 90. So I am much favoring Geek Fam's draft this game, but by no means do I underestimate the possibility that Huskar will just run out of control.
Because he has the backup to do it, right?
And he has the Rubik.
Yeah, so he has not only the Lich and the Abaddon, but that sort of pseudo Omni Knight. Rubik's going to be able to get those steals. That's going to allow him to apply those extra buffs to the Huskar. And something very similar that we saw yesterday from Nitman. Had a Huskar, Lich, and an Omni. Here it's arguably even better for RNG. Obviously, the opposing side they're playing against is entirely different to what Nigma did. But this Huskar lineup, it can work, and a Huskar can be that hero that you brute force end the game with without the need of having any sort of backup carry. But that's the problem, right? As you said, there isn't that backup carry. Unless Setsu does something amazing on the puck, a hero that's been severely nerfed. Setsu, he still believes in it. We'll see what he does with it this game.
Yeah, I think if Rubik's able to get off some crucial steals from the Omni, such that his save just kind of puts RNG over the edge, as we were talking about, I think that's really their way to victory in these mid-game to late-game team fights. But I also think that you don't really have to focus this Huskar. You have like a lot of spread damage, a lot of just kind of heavy mid-game damage coming out from Geek Fam, and these heroes like the Lich as well as the Rubik, who are going to be heavily position-based. I don't know if they're going to be able to position the way they need to, and that's my main concern for their draft. Overall, I just like the balance of Geek Fam's draft this game compared to last game. They banned out the Drow themselves, interestingly enough, so even though they didn't want to play it again, they are apparently scared of RNG picking it up themselves.
And as the safe time puck, are you still going for the right build? Is that what you have to do, or do we see him sort of go for a magical variant? So even with the talent change, you can still go for a right-click build.
I'm going to be honest with you. I've been here since that patch came out. I actually have not played a Dota game. I don't know if people are going for the right-click build on in a situation like this on puck. I don't know if you're comfortable with having Huskar be your only right-clicker as the game goes on, because once they get BKBs, Huskar's right-click is very underwhelming. So if you only have him, the first initiation from Zephyr onto the Lich, getting a little bit caught out of position, looks to get a lot of damage onto Cuckoo, who might be going down in return. And not quite enough. It looks, the silence to get in range does break the salve, so at the very least we'll be forcing him back to base. That's actually not that bad, I'd say, for RNG, if not maybe even worth it, because the Omni Knight was forced to expend so much regen, and looks like he's pretty content not to go back to base, though. He's going to walk back to lane very low, maybe getting salved up by his Grimstroke. Looks like that is the case on his health bar at the top.
Mid lane has been, as expected, impossible for the DK to sort of stay in the lane. He's doing the smart thing, K. He's gone behind the tier 1 tower. He's dragging the creep waves around, so he's able to at least get something, but it's sort of playing out right as you imagine. Early levels, DK, he's still going to get heavily bullied out of the lane in that 1v1, so he's making amends, and he's doing the smart moves, K, so he's going to at least find something from this laning stage and not feed his life away.
I'm almost surprised he didn't lane level 1, though. Usually Huskar's level 1 Burning Spears is not enough to bully heroes like DK out of the lane, but he's elected to do this from level 1, and you're seeing Huskar absolutely free farming. That's why they picked it last, and this was the fear, the one concern I had for Geek Fam's lineup. RNG has done a great job of overall just their last pick being very hard to deal with whatever current heroes the opponent has. Like, sometimes you have a response pick and you can maybe deal with it with one hero, but Huskar looking to have quite a free game here, and if he hits that critical threshold, critical mass where he can just get Roche and he's unkillable, that is 100% their recognition for RNG, and so far he has geared up to do just that, going for what appears to be the double, maybe triple bracer build on the Huskar. Magic resistance no longer a part of his innate kit, so really nice to get that against the Grimstroke Gyro, even the DK in the mid game with the magic damage from Dual Breath or Dragon Breath.
We're seeing, already 4 minutes in, it's another early lead that RNG are able to get with the situation in these lanes, both the mid and the bottom being the ones where we're seeing the most one-sided affair, as Setsu taking down Cuckoo. The offlaner falls for Geek Fam.
Yeah, this is one of the first games that I've watched that the laning stage has gotten out of control this quickly. This is always a concern with any draft. Doesn't really matter what draft it is. Obviously, RNG did draft their last pick to do just this, so this was their game plan. I didn't expect it to go this poorly for them on the side of Geek Fam, but they are getting annihilated. in 2 of the 3 lanes, and the other lane is slightly in favor of RNG, so more like 2.5 lanes going in the favor of RNG. And with Huskar, that's exactly what you need. Is he just going to die here?
He's got the Fairy Fire.
Forced the Fairy Fire, and he's going to salve up, but...
It's not a happy life for K.
Yeah, I don't know. The problem is if you just have a bad lane mid...
Yeah, how do you catch up as a DK?
Well, the thing is you can kill the Huskar if your other lanes are going well enough that you make a quick rotation, alleviate some of the pressure, but this really concerns me when DK is not the only one struggling this early on in the game.
It's gonna, I mean, all eyes really were on Raven and Dubu to make plays when they hit their 6s, right?
Yeah, it really is. And Cuckoo being neutered as hard as he is as well, that's a big problem. Setsu absolutely free farming bottom. They're looking to make a move on Super, but the Huskar just poses too much of a threat for them to want to go on that. Setsu is getting low bottom, but he's chilling. He's against a melee hero like Omni Knight, who doesn't really have a way to close the gap. So even though he's this low health, there's really no threat on him.
He's feeling confident with the Fairy Fire and the wand. He's ready for the outplay if Cuckoo does try and get aggressive towards the tower. And even you can see, Setsu, he knows he can get in.
He saw him use Purify, so he's not afraid to just run at him right now. He also just got his bottle delivered.
He's going to be able to throw out another orb in a second.
He's got this, I think.
Cuckoo will run, doesn't manage to dodge the orb damage, and that will be another kill in the mid lane. Super actually getting taken down out behind the tower. Sort of, I don't know what he's doing there, a little bit deep from him.
I like that RNG's playing around the Huskar, and I like that Geek Fam's responding to it. Both of these very good.
And Raven alone momentarily. RNG's going to maybe try and punish this. They bring the Lich up to the top lane. Raven is going to allow himself to be silenced. He doesn't have any help coming in at all. He's pulled back by the Sinister Gaze. The Rocket Barrage does nothing to Flywin as he moves in, chasing down with a Frost Shield, and Raven for farming a little too confidently there. His entire team had done that move, as you say, going towards the mid lane to deal with the Huskar. Raven, he didn't get the memo. He sticks around and he dies for it.
Yeah, that's a honestly pretty rookie mistake for a carry player to make. When 3 of your heroes show in the mid lane, the other team knows how that IO got there. They know the IO TP'd mid. So they know that you're alone for the next 20 or so seconds as IO's off the map. And he's just playing way too aggressively. Gets ganked by a Lich. You know, that's not exactly the hero you envision ganking people this early on into the game. But yeah, just overstepping his bounds. Big death there because of how far behind they already are. Every little ounce of momentum that RNG adds to the equation is just that much more scary. Abaddon probably has another item coming out soonish. Both teams picking up an Iron Talon, going for the treads. Will we see the Deso, or will we see more of like the Veil, Blink, Yules, that kind of build?
Yeah, that is the question. Because they said we're here to learn and here to see what the sort of situation is with safe lane puck post nerf.
It's funny because before the nerf, I'd actually seen a decent amount of safe lane pucks, and they were all going the right click, and it was scary, man.
Oh, yeah, I mean, well, yeah, before the nerf, it was fantastic. Yeah, you get that Deso, and I mean, well, one of the reasons why there was that nerf, that hero was ridiculous.
Surprisingly, Mark is owning this Omni Knight. I honestly think that kill attempt on Lich that left him to leave the lane gave Puck such a nice advantage that now he's in a really rough spot. Chain Ring, super valuable item on any of the 3 Int heroes that RNG has, so he'll probably dish that one off. Gave it already to his Lich. Armlet almost complete on this Huskar. This is like when you see a storm warning on the news, you know, and you just know it hasn't hit you yet, but sometime in the next 5-10 minutes, you see the clouds brewing in the distance. This is inevitable what Geek Fam is about to face. Last game, they did a pretty good job of fighting up against a pretty tough wall to break through, but this one's coming even faster, I think, than the last one.
And I think it's that much harder for any sort of hopeful play to be made. You know, last game at least K was on like a Storm Spirit, he could AFK farm in the jungle, he got a Bloodstone, was able to make some plays, pick off the supports. I don't see him doing that as a Dragon Knight. That's suffered as much as he had in the laning stage with that smart pick of the Huskar and the way that it just destroyed him in the lane.
I think they underestimated how badly Omni would do against Puck bottom. I think it partially was a misplay with that kill attempt that left him in a rough spot, but just theory crafting in hindsight, maybe Geek Fam needed to do like an aggro tri-lane with the gyro, put the Omni Knight solo safe lane top, because my major issue with this draft so far is that none of your cores have the ideal start that they want to have. In this meta, it's usually not enough for just your carry to have a good start. You'd almost rather any of your other cores than your carry, because a lot of the carries like to spend time recovering, and when the weight's on your shoulders of your carry to farm and be aggressive, like because he's the only one with a good start, that does not feel good. But they do manage to secure 2 of the bounty runes as well as one of the outposts, despite being down by 4,000 gold. Monet making a really nice move to the top lane, playing around his defensive hero, forcing the IO to TP away. Almost level 10 already on this Huskar. Going for the treads into the BKB. Once he gets that BKB, he is not dying. Owen.
And Brian, what's this say to you? The Dragon Knight, he's queued up the item that I didn't even know was still in the game. It's a Hand of Midas.
Oh my god. Right when you said like Dragon Knight's queuing up an item, I was pretty sure I knew what you were gonna say. Is there a better item? That's my main question. Probably.
Down bottom, a bit of a team fight will ensue. Zephyr, he's going to be safe there, Dubu. Okay. Nice little relocate, taking him out to the side. Will manage to get Zephyr back to safety. RNG is going to still continue to try and chase, see if they can find anyone out of this, but doesn't look like they will. Maybe Dubu on the way back. He tries for a temp cross, but they'll be able to put a stop to it with a quick lift from September, as Dubu will pay. But did at least manage to save his Grimstroke.
I will say it's kind of funny with what I said about Gyro being like their carry and him having to be active and farm. Instead, they're just making it so the DK is farming. Yeah. And Gyro is now on 2 position duty. Is that the winning play? I don't know, but it sounds reasonable, like that they came to that conclusion. K getting the classic why you don't buy a Midas in competitive Dota in this patch. You're just getting ran at, and even if you have this efficiency item, you're not allowed to use it because you're just dead.
He was so close to
that as well. He might be paying the price on Zetsu though. Gets silenced up. That shield does not remove the bug from Grimstroke. He goes down.
The big catch. Can they get anything more? RNG, they will. They'll jump in on Zephyr, punish him. But killing the pot. Zetsu, he's been having a very good game so far. It's a high value kill, but unlikely Geek Fam's going to be able to do anything off the back of that kill.
Well, they're looking to fight mode. It's kind of low.
But he's out. You know, that's what he
DK has no Dragon Farm. I mean, DK, he has Dragon Farm. He has no items. So that's the problem with this DK playing the recovery game. I don't mind if you want to be more of a farmer, but the fact that you have Midas, you're basically not in the game right now. And I don't think this patch can be played that way. Huskar dunking in.
He's going to be fine, Cuckoo, with the back of the Dubu. There's tier 1 tower just about to be pushed over the edge, very, very close to falling. RNG will continue to push on. Nothing that scares them at the moment. They feel their lead at 6k advantage here, 12 minutes in. Starting to take over once again this game. The 2 cores, Monet and Setsu, quite that step ahead of anything that Geek Fam have on the map at the moment.
I underestimated the strength of the laning stage from RNG. It really is not just the Huskar, right? The main issue is all the other lanes of what happened. Got the whole smorgasbord of items coming out from the gyrocopter. I hope that's completed drums, because otherwise his item build makes no sense. Okay, it is a drum.
Middle tower is under attack.
Going for the Yules on Puck.
Oh boy, Tyre's bottom tower's getting hit.
Pretty much makes him unkillable, gives him a TP cancel as well as from his coil, but also the set for his team. His team has very limited mobility, so I feel like there's going to be a lot of that he catches heroes and his team won't be able to catch up to him yet. So maybe the Yules into coil will be a much more potent combo this game to allow his team to catch up. Vlad's on the Abaddon, looking to Roche most likely with that. Has the Quelling Blade plus Iron Talon, inefficiency there. I mean, I guess you have no replacements, but those 2 do not stack. You do get to cut more trees, though, Owen.
You do. Just looking at some of these level differences now, though, as well, you know, Monet, he's pretty much about to hit level 12. The best the Geek Fam have on their cores are they've just hit level 9. So Huskar having the game that was laid out for him. RNG, they're having this beautiful opening. They could go towards Roche. No real interest will be there from Geek Fam to do anything about this. They can't at the moment. They've got to let this one go. A freebie for RNG, just another piece of their plan coming together.
Yeah, when you look at this draft, you're thinking that storm's coming at like 4 p.m. in the afternoon, but it's noon and it's already hitting, man. It's so early, you're not ready for it. The problem is when you play against these kinds of lineups, you just need to make them take as long as possible to hit that timing, and effectively as of now, Geek Fam has not delayed that in the slightest. Huskar did TP bottom, so they can't go on Carl in the mid lane.
Yeah, he wants to finish off his item. I mean, once the BKB's done, there's nothing, right? He's invincible in this game at the moment.
Okay, Flywin doesn't activate his ult set to run away. Does do it a bit late. No Huskar for at least another 20 seconds, but they're going to be forced to back off. Being afraid of the potential, honestly, just a lot of nuke damage coming out from RNG at this stage in the game. Usually that's not a problem for the heroes that GeekFam has in the mid game, but since they all had a rough start, even the nukes from the supports can be quite scary. Even Lich maxing out the Frost Armor, sometimes you see the maxed out Frost Blast.
Setsu, he's going in. He finds Zephyr, who's hiding in the trees. Setsu knew that someone was around.
The force field leads me to believe that Dire
just diving in. I mean, Setsu, you know, he says what now? You know, he's playing the puck beautifully. It doesn't matter the talent's got changed. Setsu had a brilliant lane. His execution in both of these matches, his SF in the mid lane in game 1, and now his puck in the safe lane. You know, this guy, he's on fire so far this land.
Oh boy, Dire's bottom tower.
As this action, it just doesn't stop.
Now, if there's that Yules to help his teammates catch up. Oh, they steal the Heavenly Grace. You got your own Omni Knight now.
Those little rascals are hitting Dire's bottom tower.
Cuckoo was trying to turn and run down September. I mean, the Iron Gyro trying to make a go at this, but the Chain Frost is doing a lot against the GA's pop, but these Chain Frost bounces, maximum efficiency there from Super as he gets the full damage output amongst the heroes alone. Raven's going to be chased by Setsu and September, double kill for the safe lane puck. As Setsu continues to pull out play after play, Cuckoo will be run down by Super and Flywin as he seems to have no counterplay to the chase that's there. Setsu even sweeps by to pick up the glory for himself. 8-1 and 2 at 16 minutes in. The nerfs weren't enough, Brian.
I mean, RNG just looks sick, man. They are one-upping GeekFam, maybe like 7-upping them, you know, like the soda. I don't know, man. This is quite an insurmountable lead for GeekFam to overcome here. BKB already done on the Huskar. Even got the Vampire Fangs from the neutrals. Quite a nice item to have lifesteal for free on a hero like Huskar. Trying to clear as much as they can, but they have the Catapult. They have Heavenly Grace. They have Abaddon. As I was concerned in the draft for this Rubik becoming another Omni Knight for them. And I just didn't expect the lanes to go this poorly. I don't feel like I've ever been this... I'm as surprised as GeekFam, I think, about how quickly this game's gotten out of control.
And would you say sort of the biggest sort of error, it was that bottom lane? You don't think that should go as badly as it did for GeekFam?
I think that going as badly as it did made this game 100% look like it did, and sometimes one misstep can lead to that. But this crucial kill Abaddon, excuse me, if they can bring him down before his team gets there, they might pay the price for this. Oh my god.
He's gonna live, Brian. No. Mone's in with the BKB, jumps forward. The bounces of the Chain Frost doing wonders against Dubu and Cuckoo. It's another couple of easy kills for RNG, and not an easy kill at all for GeekFam. Unable to push Flywin over the edge as he walks away on a minimal HP.
Like I said, they just have this critical threshold where once you get over it and you can't kill anybody anymore, you just lose.
And I think, you know, if anything, this series, you know, RNG, you know, they're just sort of blowing us away here with this performance, because GeekFam, this is not a bad squad. These are some good players. They showed us yesterday. I think you can expect GeekFam to pick themselves up after being knocked down here. But the fact that RNG is showing us that they're that much better this series, I'm already looking at this game. I don't know who else here at this LAN is going to really challenge this team. RNG seem to be on another level at the moment.
Yeah, no, they just look solid. It's not, none of these games look like a fluke. Yeah, you could say Huskar's cheese, but Huskar's not an easy hero to cheese people with in competitive Dota. They are just, look at this, like they're playing so well around him, making sure you have to focus him. Nobody else is getting caught out of position. No other targets to get gone on. He's just right-clicking away. You're stunning this guy, but he's killing you much faster than you're killing him, and by killing him, I mean not at all. Triple kill already for Monet. Oh, man.
Oh, they're calling
rampage.
There it is. Monet closes up the game with a rampage. It's all over. GG has been called. RNG, man, these guys, they want to go to the major. Yeah, with these sort of plays, they are just tearing through any team that's been unfortunate enough to have to challenge them so far this minor. As GeekFam they're just tossed aside by them.
That's pretty demoralizing loss, I'd say, for GeekFam. The first game, glimpses of hope, and your lineup, I think they played it to its strengths. This game, it didn't even feel like they got to play their lineup. Their lineup never came online. There's just a bunch of boxes you have to check when you have a lineup, and getting out of
5 seconds, Morty. It'll be fine.
The energy, though, if everyone is chanting, that's great. A good crowd.
Yeah. All right.
Here, not only do you feel the energy, you can see someone flipping you off if you do something wrong. He's right behind the screen.
Let's quickly take a look at these stats. One that stands out: average KDA. That's a big difference.
That's true.
4.7, 6.1. Geek Fam with the more aggression, which is actually previous game definitely wasn't that way.
To be fair, it is Southeast Asia versus the North American region, and funny because we used to be all undisciplined and aggressive. Now it's a bit more stale. Southeast Asia, they're bloodthirsty.
They are, and I mean they should be also. It's for Geek Fam, and I guess in a way also for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's a region that they're coming out of a region that is quite tricky to make sure that you are making it to playoffs, making it to minors and majors. Yeah. And I think credit to Geek Fam. This is the second time they made it out of qualify. Sure, it's minor, not major, but it shows that they can, steadily make it. Good.
It's so difficult for them to get to a major qualifier, right? Like you have to go through TNC as well. There's so many good teams.
TNC, Fnatic, and then Signal Ultra actually came super close this rotation as well.
There's teams we're not even mentioning, like full of old legends, old players like Pilot Die's been in that region for a while. Fabian SKT, we're trying to get something going. There's like 343's got a stack. Mushi has a stack.
A lot of European players actually went there and tried to make a stack for them. European and CIS. It was like the last year that was very popular to go there, and most of them returned like super skills, such as Nico Baby as well. Now he plays in Alliance.
Yeah, I mean he showed what he got at TI, and hot commodity there. And of course NIP, same story in terms of struggling in their region a little bit. They struggled in Europe, moved to America for this time. They still managed to beat J Storm, but here they are. Let's see if they can stop struggling and force out a third game of this series. This is not elimination, but if you lose here, you will be in an elimination match tomorrow, and that could be very scary.
This
completely different opening.
Yeah, Treant though. This hero, what's the name of the item that lets you plant the GG trees?
Ironwood
so
branch.
Good. Ironwood.
Iron branch.
Yeah. It is the funniest thing because if you get it on tree,
it's the best item.
You plant your own forest. It's something I wish we could create in Hand Australia.
Minute 70, Woodland Striders.
Woodland Strider. I have never seen that.
Dude, I've seen that once.
You literally walk, and as you walk, tree line appears
but
behind.
it is so crazy. If you walk real fast, you can walk a circle around someone and just basically lock them up.
You can enroute someone pretty much.
It is actually hilarious. But you can also mess up your whole team because let's say you run into a fight and you create trees as you run into the fight. Nobody can move to the other side. So
I played a MOBA, right? I played Heroes of Newerth for a long time. Yes. Eventually, our designers left, and you know who took over? The beta testers. And Woodland Striders, I don't know who it is, but that's a beta tester move right there. So what is that?
I don't know. I have never seen it because it's a tier 5 item.
Yeah, I've only had one game.
I took it once in the lobby.
No. A teammate did though.
Really?
Gotta take
it. You've seen it.
Yeah. It was very, but we were just about to lose. So there's that.
But if you're just about to lose, you get Woodland Striders and you just go around your shoulder.
Didn't work. We had a Wind Ranger with the Woodland Striders, still lost. Even though you think you can run around in circles. Right?
Hear me out. I think we should change the way neutral items are distributed. Okay, especially in pubs. When it drops,
should roll for it, and you can roll need or greed. Okay.
Okay, but not World of Warcraft. Let's focus on the draft a little bit because last game we had Omni Knight and Disruptor and Razor and Treant all banned out. Omni Disruptor first phase and Treant as well, but Razor only last. But that doesn't mean they made it through.
Yeah, some different bans.
Interesting.
Though. And interesting,
Yes.
all those heroes that are nerfed in the latest balance patch, right? But they still work. Like Dome is still very strong in the lane. If he finds that Wolf or the Frost Mage, he just wins the lane for you. So he's banned out. Puck, like you can nerf his mana a little bit or movement speed or whatever, but he still has a built-in blink that he didn't have before.
And you still have a 30 damage talent at level 10. Yeah, sure, it's not 90, but 30 at 10 is still very significant. Still get the phase shift attack later on.
I think Razor here might also be an answer to the Omni Knight.
Yeah, for sure.
You can just link him and win that lane. You don't have to lane him there, but it's definitely a possibility.
Is Treant Protector still as good? Even like, I know he got nerfed, but his Nature's Grasp, or sorry, Nature's not Grasp. What is the thing? Don't be. What is it? What is his Q now?
Nature's Grasp.
No, it's not Grasp. Grasp is his ultimate. That's Overgrowth. No, it is Nature's Grasp.
You were right the whole time.
I was right the whole time. Didn't get nerfed. Still super strong. Does that mean they're still OP?
Look. The only thing that happened to Tree pretty much is you have to start with a mango right now.
Yes.
And that prevents you from going...
a mango tree?
5 seconds left now.
No, Kyle. With just a couple of mangoes for mana region. You don't need a tree instantly.
I was confused.
But mango tree is really great.
So you need a mango on tree.
You need a mango tree.
Ideally, you get a tree. Although they did fix being able to place them at the rope.
Welcome to 10 seconds ago.
All right. What? So we are thinking that what can't you do now that you have to buy a mango and Treant Protector?
Basically, mana is.
Yeah. So you buy a mango. What do you have to skip? Does it mean you can't buy an Orb of Venom anymore?
You still can get an Orb of Venom, but you can't combo it.
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Oh, I like this.
Look at him whip.
I like that.
It's great.
We're learning so much about our talents today, this morning.
5 seconds left now.
It started out as a cozy winter stream.
It didn't take us long.
Escalated quickly.
So,
don't worry, guys. You're not stuck with us the whole day.
if only.
If only. All right. So, what were you going to say?
Yeah, you just can't get Ring of Protection and Orb of Venom. You can only start with one of these items.
Yes. You still, the thing about Treant, you still hit harder than everybody else, so it's near impossible to trade. Love this pick. Very good against the Omni Knight as well.
Yeah. The Purge is great there. And really I actually have seen a couple of offlane Shadow Demons lately, which also worked pretty well. This might be your position 4 too.
Yep, I love the Geek Fam lineup so far, and I got it a tiny. I'm not liking it from NIP. To me, this is
Beaver did play well on it.
He did, but the problem is this is once again 2 support heroes that have very limited team fight. Shadow Demon, Treant. Very solid, and the save from an Omni is there, sure, but I like the utility that Geek Fam already has in their opening trio.
I think Disruptor is an amazing support. At the same time, I think Shadow Demon, not only for Omni Knight, is a good answer to the Disruptor. Why? Because Disruptors right now always get an Aghanims at some point, and there's literally no way to save your carry unless you have a hero such as Shadow Demon to just disrupt them. And after you come back, Disruptor ulti is gone, you can BKB, GG.
And it's another morph pick, hard carry for Gunner most likely, and I just feel like once again NIP is leaning on like their individual skill. It's like more of everyone kind of playing their own game but working together, whereas Geek Fam a lot more invested in the team fight and the ability to 5-man. And the way these games have looked so far, I think that once again they're going to have an edge. I had something, I lost it completely, guys.
Not uncommon.
You can turn into Razor, right? Morphling. You can take someone's damage. That's pretty decent.
You got to avoid the disrupt, though.
Yeah.
You don't want to give away morphs to your enemy.
Ooh, Radiant team ban.
I actually like this.
This is the morph counter, and the Omni Knight counter. I can't believe this is still in the pool. Isn't this hero broken?
He's so high. He's so. Why is he flying so high?
Don't tell anyone. Oh,
no,
yeah, definitely.
He's flying.
He's almost reaching the ceiling. All right.
They need to answer this right now.
They need to ban first, though. What are you going to remove?
I don't know. I just realized it's probably really distracting for the players to see like these dancing heroes in front.
Yeah, they definitely can see them.
Yeah, it's so distracting.
Nice.
But what about the crowd? Aren't they afraid of them? You know, like when a Razor is whipping you, don't you feel bad?
I would. Maybe they do.
Or good.
What if one would be cool when we get to the point where they're actually projected on screen, like the Tupac concerts, the holograms. We'll get there.
We'll get there eventually. I am I see Ninja Pajamas ban a lot of offline heroes.
Yep.
So I'm curious. We gave the MVP to Cuckoo's Abaddon previous game. What's he going to play this time around? Can Abaddon fit in again? Like, is that good enough? Or
I'd love something like an Underlord here. I think you just get something beefy to coordinate the rest of your lineup. You're still a little limited on catch, so maybe a playmaker would be preferred. It is. You like destroy Morphling.
Great here, actually.
Yeah, I actually don't like, especially with the tree lanes with him, like a tree Underlord. If you're not tri-laning, what do you do?
What about Shadow Demon? It's also good.
Yes, either one works. But I was gonna say I played against Disruptor the other day. I hadn't played against him since the patch, and I was trading hits, and I get queued. I'm like, I'm gonna just run away. It slows now.
It slows.
Like, oh god, and I died, and I fed, and my team lost the game.
Disruptor. Oh, that escalated very quickly. But Disruptor is definitely nice now.
Yeah, there's just no answer right now for the BKBs of Geek Fam. I look at this, I think, oh god, like OD Razor running forward, spell immune. What's your play?
You really gotta pick
what do you do? As
the one thing that I don't see from Geek Fam is objective taking capabilities, right? Absolutely none. Razor with tags, I suppose, at some point, but. Is there really what you want to get?
Is there an offlaner that can fix that? Like they
there
can have
is.
a little
Underlord would be great, obviously, but there are different ones. I believe Beastmaster is still in.
I wouldn't mind that either. Yeah,
it wouldn't be too bad. Yeah. They ban out the Brood Mother. All right.
You can see that, man. I need glasses.
Beastmaster was banned out previous game.
You can try it.
Thanks.
Be careful though. They're really bad. Can you see any?
Jesus.
All right, now I'm curious. Give me those glasses.
You really don't want. All right.
I'm gonna look very clever in it.
All right, I'm gonna go without glasses now. I can see.
I can see a little bit. It's just real trippy.
5 seconds left now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a headache.
I have astigmatism, so it's.
I don't know what that
really
is.
Not great. Yeah.
They look cool though. They made me look real smart for a second.
Yeah, maybe that's my. Maybe I need to get glasses.
Yeah, that will fix a lot.
That's my jam, man. I do.
All right, we got a Shaker and a Brood bans last. Now, we know that Geek Fam is looking for an offlaner. What are we thinking in terms of roles for Ninjas in Pajamas? Are we going to see Disruptor Tiny support combo?
I think so. Most probably. Yeah. You can still roll Tiny.
Wait, what did they last pick? On
they last ban Brood on the side of Geek Fam.
There's no last pick still, right? Oh,
they didn't last pick yet. No.
This isn't bad versus OD in the laning stage, right? It's all right. I think Shadow Fiend is overall.
Just they went Night Stalker. Good lord, I don't know, man. SF has to go absolutely ham.
SCA Night Stalker. Monk ass.
I love the Geek Fam lineup. As you said, their one issue, no objective taking. If you're NIP, you could abuse this, have a strong laning phase, play around your Shadow Fiend, Omni, Morph. Like you get towers early, then Morph gets space. But I just think Geek Fam looks so powerful right now. This is a cool draft.
You're assuming it's going to be 2-0 at this point.
Yes.
All right.
I agree with him in everything that he said. Like, there's no objective takings on a Geek Fam, though. That worries me a little bit because at some point, Morphling can get really out of control. But
dude,
I'll go with Geek Fam as well.
OD's drop the hammer.
Yeah,
this hero, even after the nerf, it's bonkers.
Blink Hex and Morph is just.
You just drop the hammer. That's it.
Is OD gonna be able to win the game by just dropping the hammer? We're going to find out. 2-0 or a tie. It is NIP and Geek Fam with BSJ and Cap.
That's right. Game 2, Geek Fam have a chance to be able to close out this series against Ninjas in Pajamas. A nice clean 2-0. And Brian, it sounds like you actually like their draft, much like our panel does.
I don't know if I like their draft as much as I don't like NIP's draft.
Oh, okay.
You said you were not a huge fan of the SF and a Night Stalker. I think any hero that's kind of vulnerable to just having somebody in your face doesn't really like Night Stalker that much. The one thing I like about Night Stalker a lot against the Omni Knight is you have the status resistance from Heavenly Grace. That doesn't affect the silence from Night Stalker because it's his own buff rather than putting the debuff onto you. So I just fear that if they, last game what NIP showed me was they're not able to play cleanly enough to separate the map, because we saw Geek Fam had kind of light catch, low mobility, superior 5-man, and I feel like it's similar this game, but now they have the Night Stalker, so they do have the vision game advantage. There's really no hero in Dota that outvisions the Night Stalker, and I think as with the Omni Knight against Razor, you have the Shadow Demon Disrupt and the OD Imprisonment, which counter the Glimpse. It didn't used to work that way, but if you are removed from the map, like by Yules or by Astral or by Disruption, you do not get glimpsed. So those, like the main tool of catch on the side of NIP is countered. So I can't really imagine them forcing fights the way they want to. And last game, when they had the ability to force fights, they just kind of threw on the side of NIP. And then you could tell when Geek Fam was allowed to force fights, they cleanly executed, they made use of that strength and just won the game in one swift motion. So I think Geek Fam, who was it on the panel saying that was it Kyle, that NIP was more relying on their individual skill than teamwork? For once, I do agree with Kyle that Geek Fam seems to be much more superior in that regard. So for me, watching this game, NIP has something to prove. When it comes out of the laning stage, it's very hard to kill this Morphling. So if he gets like 3-4 slotted, yeah, they have OD, but OD doesn't quite like one-shot people the way he used to. Now that they've, you like the Penguin there, Cap?
I do. I love the Penguin.
Okay, somebody was talking about pay to win. They're going to remove the Penguin soon. But you can actually send the Penguin up Fog, and if it comes back to you, that means there's a hero there. So how do you feel about that, Cap?
It's a little questionable, but you know, because the important thing is being able to get that high combo with the Penguin. That's the real important part. So you can see Gunnar playing around
really
with
stacking up the wombo.
Well, hitting trees and walls doesn't count. You have to pass between heroes.
Oh, okay. One time I accidentally did that during a block, and it got to like instantly 40 combo or whatever. And one of my teammates tipped me after that, so easy Dota plus points.
Well, he said there was going to be a lot that Ninjas of Pajamas is going to have to be afraid of, including the crippling fear of the Night Stalker, but I'm sure there's a fair amount of regret going into this game, particularly from, I mean, we would definitely say Gunnar, right? That was a subpar performance by him on the Slark. Maybe Peter as well, though much less so.
I think Gunnar knows that his performance last game was not a game-winning one.
Yeah, and that cannot be something like you're coming into this series like fresh onto the carry role. Your very first performance may have cost your team the game. Like that's definitely going to be hurting your confidence. So hopefully he's going to be able to bounce back from that. He does have
this is one of his best heroes. I think Morphling's one of Gunnar, if not Gunnar's best hero, because we were talking about off screen here that Gunnar is nuts. He does some crazy things, and his ability to like push limits on heroes, sometimes he takes it too far, but for whatever reason, his Morphling, I think he understands it just perfectly. Whenever I play against him in pubs, I do try to ban the Morphling because it is quite scary to play against.
After his time on Jitterbrus, he told me, I don't care deaths.
No cares death.
No cares deaths. But, you know, he's a carry player now, so he might have to carry about some deaths, but he does care about kills. And Gunnar picks up the first blood against Zephyr.
Yeah, support Tiny is just so scary.
Yeah.
Nice drag of the creep wave by Universe. Kind of left on his island here against Tree Razor. Sounds like my nightmare. Yours too, now that we're both.
Yes.
And this is our experience a lot of times in pubs.
The old Train Protector solo zoning you out and giving the safe lane. Oh, Razor. That's not a fun matchup for sure.
Luckily, Morphling's one of the few carries that's not absolutely hard countered by Razor. Because he does have innate mobility and he often has spell damage. You can build like the E-Blade.
But he is kind of countered by the OD, right? Even with the change of intelligence to mana, you still have issues.
It's not nearly as bad as it used to be, but it is still bad. Like if you're isolated and you're getting wailed on by the OD, you do not feel good. Like you do not feel good tanking through all of that damage to survive.
So are you turning into the OD as the Morphling in this game and like imprisoning people?
I genuinely don't know who he's supposed to turn into.
Okay. Well, that's concerning.
Yeah. There's no clear targets. I think Morphling is much less about his ultimate now. They buffed a lot of his other kit and then nerfed his ult, so people are less likely to pick Morphling purely based off like last patch where you picked it with a shaker. But at the same time, you do still have to make good use of it because it is not necessarily giving you the 2 health pools, but it is giving you the double set of abilities.
Well, last game we talked about the fresh recruit of Tanner having to
show up here on Ninja's Pajamas. I think a lot of people certainly got a good look of him. Well, Universe is going to be in some trouble here. He is just going to go for the quick TP out. That is something that this lane is lacking. It's got a ton of control. It's a terrible lane for Omni Knight to play against, or pretty much any offlaner, but they at least have no stuns.
Yeah, he does force the wave under tower, so when he comes back to lane, it will be pushed. But Astral already being used, so he can look for the toss back.
Look at that, Carl! He
juke.
managed to juke it out, and it's going to be the melee creep toss back to Tan.
Yeah, really smart move by OD there. Being aware, just like you were talking about last game against Gyro, playing around the creeps, that's important. And same thing against Tiny, just making sure you don't get tossed back. Doesn't really matter if he closes the gap on you. You just have to make sure you're not the primary toss target. And that's exactly what he does there.
16-2 CS, despite facing up against a tri-lane at the very start. Carl dodging another gank coming out.
We're making some good space here, though.
Yeah.
Making good use of his hero.
And that is something that I think it's a good test of forward positions when they have, they can't just default to dual lanes, right? What are you going to do? How are you going to impact the other two lanes? Because you can't go top against Tree Razor. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, if you're not going to be helpful in one of the lanes, just give it up, accept that, and do as much as you can in the others. And they are doing a good job of that. But the fact that you, as you mentioned, all three cores on Geek Fam having exactly the start that they want to have. He is applying a bit of pressure mid, but OD still winning by a slight margin right now.
Yeah, Seth. He was down in CS by quite a bit in the first 2 or 3 minutes, but as he's starting to gotten more souls, as well as, you know, the helping hand of Fiber, creating a lot of space for him, he has managed to make the comeback. Bottom lane getting harassed, but it is going to be 5 minutes quite soon. They're going to try and get a fast kill onto Zephyr, tossed over to Peter, and leaving Gunner to get it until the disruption comes out. Maybe they can body block him long enough. No, Peter will take it instead.
Yeah, they did not nerf this aspect of Tiny. I'm pretty sure the nerfs to Tiny this patch, the base attack speed, as well as the base movement speed loss when you have the tree, pretty much all targeting core Tiny. So at this point, Tiny's pretty much delegated to being an annoying toss target. Yeah, they did nerf the toss range, but I just don't think it's enough to make this not good.
Go in trouble. Level 3 disruption is going to save him from the immediate toss. Can Viber still get it though? Oh, okay, they could just waveform over.
Nice play.
Pretty easily execute the Night Stalker.
Keep securing your Morphling's game. Your Shadow Fiend's doing just fine. Your Omni Knight's one of the most impactful offlaners if his game's not good, but his other cores are good. So
yeah, similar to how Cuckoo had a really good game as a Baden. He did a lot in team fights despite having a terrible lane.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely these enabling offlaners are more so impact, like their impact on the game is based on how good of a game their other heroes have. OD queuing up the treads into Acceptor, looking for another toss by Biver, and just going to disrupt himself to protect himself, but he does not have, or disrupt the SF, excuse me, but he doesn't even have boots, but he's able to just walk away. Lots of disruptions this game. One of the more annoying lineups to play against when you have multiple saves. You have no clear target to go on. You have to be very careful of picking and choosing your fights. And if you overstep just once, they're going to turn the fight on you with one crucial save. A Razor, Tree, very counter-initiation heavy type heroes. Universe getting dove in the top lane, applying a lot of pressure with this catapult. And he does not have a TP this time around. So he's just going to get ran at. That does not draw tower aggro when Razor is attacking you through that static link. And forcing out a large reaction. Will they be able to bring him down though? The creeper did just die. Gets tossed back into his disruptor. And a bit of an overextension. That's a level 4 Omni Line, level 6 Razor. So that's a pretty crucial swing. Kind of similar to what we saw last game with the Huskar.
Yeah, that's a classic catapult overextension. Right?
Yeah.
You get in your head, oh, we don't want this offlaner to drag creep aggro. We want this catapult to do a lot bottom lane. Gunner been left alone, but he already had the strength morph off, so he should be fine here, even if he is blocked in. And going to take a lot of damage before he finally decides to waveform away.
Yeah, he can just go all the way down to agility after these poison stacks get removed. Stick, salve, he's good. He might save the stick even.
You see a lot of teams in general just try and do so much with the first 1 or 2 catapults to try and take those early towers, especially now, again, with the side lane towers meaning so much that sometimes they overextend, as they did in top lane.
Well, it's even more important. You said they have no objective taking on the side of Geek Fam. When you have no heroes that naturally kill towers, catapults are the only game mechanic that actually gives you a way to kill towers. Going on to Zephyr here, he does disrupt the Morphling, which means he's vulnerable to the Glimpse if PPD wants to have it, but he just saves it and allows the Morphling to get the last hit. Only 151 gold. Toss is on cooldown for another 4 seconds. They're chasing after Carl. Will he have disrupt in time? No, he actually chooses to banish the Shadow Fiend, and he's going to be super low. He's just dead coming out of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Great read by Carl, and Cuckoo making the rotation. Sadly, with no boots, is not able to catch Biber so easily.
Regen Rune bottom as well if OD sees it. Super value. Oh, PPD's trying to deny it. He knows how important it is.
He can't get there fast enough, though.
Oh, my God. That's disastrous. OD was down to like 100 health, and now he's just back up to full, not missing a beat.
Oh, top lane, Raven. They're able to get the kill on Universes. Once again, they try and put that pressure on that Omni Knight when he's left solo.
Eventually, with these heroes like Tiny and Disruptor, if you fall behind, your only strength is when you're chasing after them, and they're not going to be getting chased after on the side of Geek Fam. They're going to be running at you, looking to punish Cuckoo again. No ultimate yet to get out. Biber giving him the good old reach around. Misses the avalanche, though. And that might be enough. That might be the damage they needed to get this kill. Nice glimpse onto Razor.
Ooh, they do manage to get it.
God.
Oh, God, he was full utility.
No.
Oh, what a disaster. An easy double kill for Carl, and he's probably going to get the triple here, as I'm not sure if Biber can really juke him out here in the trees. We'll see. He's going to have to find his way around Carl, thinking he already looped back, but now he runs back at a Biber. Biber now does the loop-de-loop, but Carl, he was reading that the entire time. He knew Biber was going to head back that way eventually, and he catches him for the third kill. It's a huge rotation from this OD.
And he's already got the point booster towards his Ags if he wants it. We were worried about Geek Fam if they won the lanes that they might not win, but they are crushing the lanes.
Yes.
And it is 3K net worth advantage. One thing you complained about with this patch, you felt like games were rather one-sided. If a team was winning at 10 minutes into the game, it was almost certain that as long as they played cleanly, they were going to take the game. So my question for you, Cap, going into this 10-minute mark, how do you come back as NIP? What's your tools?
I mean, they have a lot of team fight, right? They've got, at the end of the day, they do have Disruptor plus the Tiny and SF. Omni Knight's obviously a huge impact there as well. They're just going to have to get into those defensive tower team fights and outplay Geek Fam, as they are going to be able to try and grab this bounty rune and also potentially Shrine as well. Gunner's having a lot of his damage taken away, and he's failing to be able to finish off Dubu. So that means Gunner's going to have to waveform out, and Geek Fam will be able to take that outpost, but Disruption actually going down, slowing down Tanner a bit, while Carl's just going to focus on trying to get Gunner instead. Gunner, no waveform for another 4 seconds, but thanks to the Omni Knight, he'll be able to shrug off a lot of the damage quite easily. And sure enough, Geek Fam is able to get that bottom outpost, denying the experience from Ninjas of Pajamas.
Yeah, even though Ninja Pajamas accrued a lead last game, it's a similar where Geek Fam's heroes naturally force you to bring more heroes to kill them or deal with them than they have, right? You bring 2 or 3 heroes to a dive, you're forced to react with 3 or 4. And at this point, now that NIP's behind, I don't even know if outnumbering them is good enough. You almost need to bring 5 against 2 heroes in order to reliably kill them. And the amount of counter initiation saves, sustainability that this Geek Fam lineup has, I'm just concerned for them moving forward. They do get the taunt.
Oh, that is a beautiful
already used on the mid-wave.
Carl is very happy to get the kill on Tanner first.
God.
An unstoppable streak since he picked up the kill on Tanner, gives 500 gold back over to Tanner, but
they needed that kill, but man, you are not happy when you bring 3 heroes and you trade mid for mid.
Yeah.
That is not going to be a good enough comeback potential here for NIP, just getting that 1 kill. Geek Fam is the one playing the map very efficiently this game. NIP kind of having to sit together, looking for plays together. You said their team fight's better. Will Geek Fam give them the fights they need? I think Tree's one of the best heroes at doing exactly what he's doing right now. When you're ahead on Tree, you just push your Q down on the lane.
Yep.
How do the creeps ever walk? How do you walk into that? How do you kill a guy who's just in trees?
Same thing with him guarding outposts, right?
Yes,
like that top fight was really made by Dubu just being able to stay in the trees and them not able to focus him down. And that's going to be a constant story. Same goes with Razor. I feel like those 2 heroes are so good at outpost fights.
Yeah, I like the skill build by Tree. Pretty much all the nerfs have targeted his Leech Seed, so just don't level it.
Yep.
More than 1 point. He's getting a lot of pressure, but he's already got level 2 living armor. Probably going to start maxing that out based on the pace of the game. And Geek Fam reacting while meanwhile farming bottom and mid. So even though they are smoked reacting to this, by no means is this a heavy commitment.
Biver slowed down. They're going to make sure he can't get close enough to toss Raven at any point. Now Raven, with all that stolen damage, turns it back onto Gunner. Now Overgrowth immediately taken off by Universe. Good control, but there's the silence coming out from Cuckoo. Gunner kind of forced into an awkward position as Ian's actually stealing damage away from the Razor now, but Gunner needs to be able to get away from Kara, who's just laying shot after shot. And that does so much damage, even though it's a level 1 orb against that poor old Morphling, man.
Yeah, Morphling's just gonna have a rough game because in this game, Morphling's elusive, and if he gets that shotgun up, he's a huge threat. But at this stage in the game, and for a long time afterwards, because of the net worth lead that Geek Fam has accrued, I just don't see him ever being able to like man up on this Razor and OD, and he's gonna spend the entire time running, right? That's how I'm viewing this. And if you're running away from Razor OD with the Night Stalker providing the vision,
we're gonna see the hero damage coming out on the Morphling. At 13 minutes, a 4,000 net worth lead for Geek Fam. A hefty lead for them, especially when it comes to their cores. Razor and OD very far ahead. That Razor, that's going to be one of the biggest detriments to Ninja's Pajamas, them being able to say, okay, we've got some pretty decent team fight. Razor's this far ahead. It's going to be a hard hero to neutralize, as he is going to be going for that fast BKB, Yasha. And I don't really know when our Morphling's going to be useful, considering how his game is stalled out a bit.
last game when NIP was winning, the story was PBD was just farming the dangerous farm as a position 5. This time around, you're seeing it from Dubu. Cuckoo is invis. Will they be able to catch him? But Disruptor behind, get the overgrowth onto 2, may just be a disengage. Do get the glimpse onto Tree.
Yeah.
That's a pretty small price to pay, all things considered. 4 heroes from NIP top.
Yeah, well, the question is Ninja's Pajamas able to take a tower off of this?
Yeah, that's the big deal, right? Turn the kills into something.
15 seconds till the tree is back up. Are they going to be able to finish off this tower before the heals come in? Is Geek Fam going to try and defend without having their tree and protector? It doesn't look like it. For now, they are just pushing in bottom lane as the Razor. They're going to let him TP in last, it seems. If
I believe they're going to fight after the tower goes down.
Yeah, they've got already
shrine
set up in the river. They've already run into one. That's going to be Peter. Stuck in an awkward position, disrupted in the river, in the low ground. Pretty easily picked apart. The glimpse back from Dubu's not going to stall him too much. And Geek Fam, who've already forced Ninja's Pajamas out of this top lane, quickly go back to mid.
Under attack.
Get pushed in that lane, especially since
missing all
it's
those
nighttime.
creeps. That feels bad, man.
Yeah.
He is scared. It's like rightfully so, backs off, but having all those creeps just live with such a small sliver of health. Does get the Essence Ring on Tanner. A lot of Essence Rings today.
Yeah. Usually not an item you want to see, right? I'm not sure how you feel about Brian. It's like great on IL.
It's rather underwhelming.
Yeah. Gunner. He's taking a lot of damage from Cuckoo, but certainly not enough. I don't think Cuckoo really did the math on that kill.
Either way, there's 4 heroes from NIP. He's scared them.
That's true.
And he's scouting for his team, setting up for the mid push. It's going to be natural night anyways, so even if he doesn't have ult, it's not like that bad.
I will say, they may not have the best way to take towers, but I think Night Stalker is actually very good at it because of how hard it's fight into him. And all that increase in physical damage. Dubu takes a lot of damage, threatening the overgrowth over and over again. Ninja's Pajamas don't want to overextend themselves. They're going to try and get this kill at a distance, but sadly it's a distance too far for them to reach. Mid tower falls, and Geek Fam continue their conquest on the Radiant side of the map.
Yeah, I like the way they're playing this game. Ag's already up on the OD. At this point, we talked about in the draft, Disruptor's Glimpse is just not impactful. You have so many ways. As long as Geek Fam's grouped up, Astral or Shadow Demon in prison will save the target from getting glimpsed. And it's just so scary. Like, if you go on a glimpse target, for instance, and they just Night Stalk rolled, then what? You know, at that point, you almost feel like you need to run away on NIP.
Were you okay with the Shadow Fiend pickup? For me, that was the one that, like, okay, you picked up this Morphling and Omni Knight. You know, it's going to be a bit of a slower lineup, but I thought there was going to be really something that was a lot more aggressive out of their mid.
I have been unimpressed with any last pick Shadow Fiend so far this patch. I think Shadow Fiend's a pretty decent hero, but he's just not a game-winning condition. He's just not this, like, he's not the Huskar from last game. Yeah, even though I don't know if NIP should have lost last game, that Huskar did have a significant impact on the laning stage.
Yeah.
And Shadow Fiend's just not that type of hero. I think he's almost like he's going to do the exact same thing every single game.
Yeah.
Why give him a perfect game? Like, the difference between a really bad game in terms of draft and a really good game for SF is not that high. Looking to chase after them, they don't have the Night Stalker ult just yet, but PBD going to be caught out of position with the Purge, does get the glimpse onto Razor, does protect himself with the kinetic field. Is that enough?
A little bit of poison still left on him,
but the heal from
thanks to the regen and as well as the heals from the Omni Knight, they're good to go. That is, you know, nobody dies or anything. It's like a very small win for Ninja's Pajamas, right? It's
but
like,
last game, I thought it was actually like a real win. This time around, it's like we didn't lose kind of win. Yeah.
True. Double damage for Cuckoo. They still have 2 minutes left of nighttime. And
at what point is this Morphling strong, though, right?
Yeah,
the Manta
I know,
isn't
right?
good against the Night Stalker Silence. It's good against the Trio, but that's about it. Tiny is going to do a bit of a gank tank, it appears, but it actually looks like NIP's trying to take a fight here.
okay, double imprisonments.
Eternity and Banishment.
That is something that I really hate about pickoffs against this Aghanim's OD. Just feels like you can't teamfight into it at that point.
Yeah.
Because he's now gotten so much mana. Gunner turning into a Razor, stealing the damage from Raven, as Raven steals the damage right back. And Universe taking a lot of damage as he was left behind. Quickly popped by Carl, who says, might as well use that Atlantis Eclipse, because we're not really getting great opportunities for big team fights anyway. Might as well secure the kill. As you can see, 2,000 damage done by the OD in that fight, with the double imprisonments and then that hammer drop.
Yeah, I didn't even think about the Astral Imprisonment into Night Stalker Silence. There's really no way to dodge that.
Yeah.
Unless you have BKB. There's no counter. You need 4 stabs, you need BKBs, but at this point in the game, the items like 4 stab just don't cut it when you're this far behind, because you need the ability to actually fight them with damage. And the team that's ahead in this scenario, Geek Fam, they're just itemizing the luxury items like the 4 stab, these mobility items that make it easier to play their heroes. And since they're so far ahead, they have enough damage to deal anyways. Philosopher's Stone is up on Tiny. That'll help him get to his blink sooner. Looking to make something happen, but never do you feel good on Radiant smoking like this, because best case scenario, you're finding a kill, and then what?
Yeah.
They are going to get the D ward of a sentry. I don't know if you're supposed to actually kill that sentry.
It's like one of those smokes that you feel like you have to use to secure the
it does get the outpost, okay.
Zephyr, he'll be caught as well. He sticks around. That was an awkward position. You got to be aware of what the AoE of vision is from an outpost. And sadly.
I do like that smoke. I honestly myself did not realize it was the 20-minute mark. So they do need to do something. You can't just fall over and die, basically. So
I do agree that it kind of sucks to have to use smokes for outpost secures.
Yeah.
Right? In a situation where it sounds like to me team fights are going to be very hard for NIP. The only way they are going to win team fights, seems very likely, is off of the initiation. They need to be able to catch somebody, and fortunately, it's always them getting caught as once again Cuckoo finds Peter Pan Dam with his ultimate. Does easily enough, but that is now going to be on cooldown. So for the next 4 minutes, we got daytime for an easy 2 minutes. We have no Night Stalker ultimate. Brian, is this the time that Ninja's Pajamas should look to fight, or are they going to look to farm some more?
I think they have to. You need to get this Blink Dagger on Tiny before that time happens. He is 200 gold off, so you got to hit that crucial window. You're going to have like probably 45 seconds when Tiny has Blink Dagger and they don't have nighttime.
Especially since they give
BKB
them this bottom wave, so that'll be...
They have all of their items once they get this Blink Dagger. They have everything. They have Manta, Morphling, BKB, SF. Nobody is close to anything else. So if you don't make something happen now, I can't imagine when it's going to get any better.
Yeah.
So I hope they gather a sense of urgency on the side of NIP. Maybe you can even just like smoke it into a Roche or something. You just need to get, like that's what we saw from Geek Fam last game. They ended up getting 3 crucial pickoffs and then a Roche. So at this point, I think you're kind of hoping the opponent messes up, and that's fine. If that's your way of making it happen, you can almost force them to mess up, make it more likely that they mess up. And in this case, so far, NIP looks like they're grouped up, ready to go. Backing off on SF, they are. This is a good timing, but meanwhile, Geek Fam is just chilling, man.
That smoke becomes so obvious only because of Train Protector. Only Train Protector can play that part of the map right there and show that there's no heroes. So they're going to go try and catch him. They should be able to glimpse him back. Kinetic field.
Yay, position 5.
Yeah. Exactly.
Maybe that'll actually turn into a tier 1 because he has no buyback.
True. That tier 1 mid tower is still up, so.
Okay, if they get a tier 1 off that, you're content with that, but can you? That's the real question.
That's so
Arcane Rune
dangerous,
on the
Carl. He knows what a big threat is to get these little imprisonments off. Oh, Biber doesn't actually get the toss away. Now the double imprisonments, and already Carl, he's really set up for a good Sandy's Eclipse here. He's going to get a few orbs out of Biber, and that save from the Omni Knight is not going to do anything. Carl starts finding his damage stolen away by Gunnar, but they easily imprison him. Disruption on the other side as well, and there's going to be the hammer drop. Tanner already down to half HP. Carl's going to go for the back line. Tanner's going to let loose his ultimate, which is actually going to fear Carl back away from those supports, and Carl maybe in an awkward position, potentially an opportunity for Glimpse, but Nip feel like they're not strong enough, especially now with Cuckoo popping his ult. He's going to be sent away. Gunnar's going to be able to wait for him out. Ninja's Pajamas not able to take that mid tower, but at least they didn't lose the team fight besides the Tiny. That could have been a much worse scenario, given how that OD was definitely set up for kind of a free game there.
I thought they had a chance to just focus the OD down. As you said, he was in a bit of an awkward position, but they were just hitting this BKB Razor. I think if they had the discipline to all turn around, you're seeing there Morphling does gain approximately 750 gold from the kills that fight, which is very nice for him working on that E-Blade, but he's still a ways off. The Ghost Scepter will be nice. Most of the damage from Geek Fam is right clicks, but at the same time, you do have just a Shadow Demon to continuously purge that.
So what do you think of the build, by the way? I've heard some people think this is kind of weird. Roya, of course, a known OD spammer. He wasn't sure about the Axe Aether Lens.
Does he have the Aether Lens queued up?
Yeah, he's already
got it. Okay, I didn't see that. Yeah, no, I mean, you're pretty much playing 100% around your Astral, right?
Yeah.
So you're just accruing all of these stacks, or whatever you want to call them, on your ultimate. You are going to get
Miger's going to get a toss over onto the creep wave instead, and now he's going to find himself in prison. They go for the overgrowth, trying to catch some heroes, but it looks like Biber's going to be the only one caught, as Tanner just goes for the BKB teleport out. Universe, no. Oh, there's the improvement.
That's that Aether Lens.
That Aether Lens, such a long range. That's going to be a third kill off of that fight for Geek Fam. And I mean, we can see it right there. It's so hard for Ninjas of Pajamas. They go for this 5-man, but the entire time it's like, okay, OD just got another charge and another charge. At what point are we still able to take a fight against him? And we could see they broke the moment the overgrowth came out. They were like, nope.
So for this specific game, I like the Aether Lens a lot, because when I'm Geek Fam, I'm thinking to myself, NIP has a really hard time fighting into us. Yeah. I think every item we buy should make it harder for them to fight into us. Now you just have that extra cast range, you have that extra bit of mana. It's just a nice luxury item. It doesn't really change anything about OD. It kind of just makes him do everything what he's already doing better, right? It's just this nice luxury item. He has the Pupil's Gift on top for the extra bit of tankiness. They do manage to find the tree, but what price will they pay? BKB is on cooldown for Tanner, getting the good old walk down. Force the Guardian Angel. They do have Glimpse. Does he have the BKB up?
Do they have any vision? They don't have Ward on the high ground. They were not able to get Glimpse.
I mean, that's a lot forced out just for a tree kill.
Yeah, certainly.
You don't feel good about that at all. That Omni Knight ultimate is pretty crucial, but even then, you have the Shadow Demon ult to purge it. You have the OD orbs to go through it. By no means is it a get out of jail free card like it is sometimes.
And now you've got the Blink Dagger on Night Stalkers, so Universe may not even get the chance to cast some of these abilities in time.
OD is just a hero now that he's not the carry anymore, I don't think. Right? In the old days, you kind of just won the game off of OD. This time around, I think it's just, he's almost like an anti-carry. He just imprisons you all the time and then eventually blows you up. I don't think he's meant to be. They increased his base attack time overall. They made his Astral much more the focus of the kit by giving it charges on the ult.
Yeah, and this iteration of OD has gotten his ultimate nerfed so much that it's not like the one-shot tool that it really was for a lot of the game. The blink forward on to Tanner, forcing him to use his BKB here, and he doesn't have TP out, so he's just going to be purged and brought down pretty easily. Raven's going to look for more kills, slowing down Peter. PPD, a toss, a little bit of block there from Biber. He's going to make sure that Peter doesn't immediately die, but he's going to be chased down by Kook.
Yeah.
Radiant team ban!
Oh, Dire team ban.
Dire team ban.
We've had a lot of time on this last ban.
Yeah, how much time have they spent on this?
I mean,
they don't ban anything, huh?
Oh,
well,
spend all your time.
Assert dominance.
Do you think there should be a button for just a void ban, like pass? Because if you ban nothing, you need to spend all your time, right?
I mean it's a void ban, you just ban faceless void.
Yeah.
Wow. You did it. You put one Lacoste. Lacoste has solved the meta.
No, what people would usually do for a null ban is they would just ban a hero that nobody plays in the patch, like let's say Techies or whatever. But yeah,
we have a Tiny.
Having a null ban will be cool.
And I think right now, having if you can get Radiant and last pick, I think that's huge. Probably you're not gonna get it, but in my opinion, it's just an easier way to play Dota at the moment.
So who got Radiant here? GeekFam, right? GeekFam got Radiant first pick, I think, as far as I remember. Yes, they did. Okay. So we're waiting for GeekFam to choose their first hero. Obviously, the Razor got banned.
Go.
Show us summon.
Dire team pick.
Oh, well, first pick Rubik. So contested hero. I think pretty much every team here has played Rubik, almost. Multiple teams have used it. We've seen it rated highly by RNG. We've seen it rated highly by Enigma. We've seen it rated highly now by GeekFam. I think Team Spirit have also played it. They have a great player on it in Immersion. So.
Immersion was just amazing when he played Earthshaker. His positioning.
Sorry, that's forgiven. Never mind. No.
What did you say?
No, forget it. Let's go on.
He's just talking to himself, don't mind.
Yeah.
We want to hear that. We want to hear the inner voice of Syndra. One of the voices.
So we've got some picks to catch up on here. Spirit grabbed themselves Tiny as well as Dun Dun Dun. Wait, Spirit were first pick.
That's what you said. Yeah, they picked.
Oh, I thought GeekFam were first pick with the Rubik. Okay, so it's Tiny first pick into Rubik at Baden.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
And when you have Rubik, you don't necessarily need to have a save, even though I love save, sustain, heal, you name it. But if enemy team has any kind of save, especially, let's say, LC, a Baden, you can always steal a good spell to actually have even more. And I don't know how you feel about Lich. I think it's one of the best position 5s at the moment. Feels like there's no good 5s. And he's not as effective in the laning stage against... in the laning stage, yeah, but we've seen a game yesterday where he was playing against Chen, so he literally didn't do anything because his ulti doesn't pretty much do anything at all.
Yeah. We might see a Chen ban for the reason, but I don't think Spirit are afraid of GeekFam playing Chen. I don't think that's a hero that is very likely to be grabbed by them. Outside, yeah, I agree. I think Lich, I was talking about it yesterday. I think this hero didn't get rated high enough. Every time I saw it, I was like, man, when I play 5 this patch, I feel like I have so few options that are really good in lane. Disruptor was one of the ones that teams were prioritizing, but it seems Lich has just taken his spot now. Disruptor was ignored so far here.
If you compare these two, like Disruptor has much better control, but in this state of the game where a lot of physical damage carries are valued, like Lich is just insane. Also slowing down the enemy push with his armor, and you don't need to buy any items for the laning stage, so you just stack mangoes, use that Frost Nova.
I think it's the best hero in the game to stack mangoes on, personally. It's so good in the start. You have a very hard nuke, and the only reason it feels balanced in a lot of the games is that it's really expensive. But if you can literally invest all of your gold into just mana in the beginning, the harassment just seems endless. It's kind of like Disruptor with Thunderstrike, but the cooldown is just way longer on that spell. Lich has way more burst potential, and on top of that, he has 2 damage spells in the lane. Disruptor only has 1.
So where we're at right now with both teams, I mean, how do you feel? How do you feel where we got so far? Very straightforward, nothing crazy, obviously.
Yeah, they didn't reveal anything. Tiny can be played at multiple roles, so they can still...
They haven't given up too much information.
Yeah. Look who came back. I guess their little disconnection was just a
Slark
ban doesn't really show too much. It's good with Lich, it's good against the Baden, it's good against Rubik, so I think it's a very solid ban. The OD ban is maybe the most telling here, but that could just be targeted as well, because Carl likes this hero, so banning out Puck OD is pretty standard, I would say, for the most part. The real challenge here, the way I see it, is to avoid getting that cheese 22 pick, getting that last pick that just ruins your game, which is what RNG has been really good at doing. Avoid falling into that trap if you're GeekFam later on. So wait, Radiant second pick has actually happened this game, right? No, it does. It hasn't. Man, I'm really messing myself up here.
Listen, can we get some hot chocolate for Synderen?
Yes,
I mean, because we got to recharge him a little bit. Get those batteries going.
And without
draft order in my head
OD
right now is just...
and Slark in the pool, it opens up some of the picks like Timbersaw, even Underlord. I think Underlord is going to become so much more popular because everyone has a lot of strength. All these strength heroes are popular. You're building bracers, so percentage-based damage is extremely valuable. Either him or Doom for multiple reasons, but the Underlord definitely, especially if you ban out a hero like a Slark.
And we talked about how good Underlord is, and that it's not played as much at this level that maybe it should be. And I don't see a problem there.
You got 10 seconds.
Well, they even banned the Slark, so
yeah.
I definitely think if you wanted to, you could grab it now. I just don't really know if that's the kind of hero that Geek Fam would pick. Does that feel like a Cuckoo hero to you?
Well, I'd love to see Cuckoo on something more mobile, but it's going to be a bad...
Crystal Maiden. Yeah, so that's true. In this game, he wouldn't pick it anyway, because Abaddon is more or less exclusively played position 3 right now. 5 Abaddon got hit extremely hard with the Mist Coil not being able to deny nerf. That basically killed the hero as a 5 almost. In very situational games, I think it's still playable. Like if the enemy team has Bat Rider or something, like you really hard counter one specific mechanic in that lane that you're scared of, then sure. But outside of that, Abaddon is just not what he used to be as a support. Pretty quick Morphling.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was...
I'm surprised to grab it this early. You're giving the enemy team time to think about itemization, like, okay, do we get a hero that buys Spirit Vessel? Do we pick some sort of targeted silences?
But it's a good Morphling game to start with. These 3 don't have any kind of burst damage, so you can always use your Morph ability, even though it's a bit tricky when you're playing against the Rubik. He gets the Morph Steal, will have a lot of HP, kind of hard to kill.
What does Geek Fam need right now? What are they missing?
I'd like to have a possible solution for this Morph. I think that, okay, they're going to wait with it. They'll grab the Magnus, so perhaps the read here is, okay, well, if you guys are picking Morphling, that's kind of a somewhat semi-slow carry. Needs time to build up and get those items, so we can play with our Empower Mag and he can get farmed, gives them the hard lockdown, can force Morphling out of position. Maybe you can burst him out there.
But they don't want to be playing slow either for Team Spirit. We want to be able to be as aggressive as possible and put this game out of commission before it even starts.
Right, but you're definitely, it's a bit of a trap perhaps to try to force it too hard into an Abaddon Rubik Maiden opener. They're pretty strong in the first 10 to 15 minutes at just fighting and controlling areas. So maybe you don't want to put all your eggs into the basket. I personally don't mind having like one carry that needs time. If everybody else can fight and are really good at it so that the carry doesn't lose its space, sometimes it's not about you destroying the opponent. It's about you having the better win condition that the enemy team cannot take out of the game.
Right.
And a lot of the times having 4 heroes that can cover you can be good enough, especially when one of the enemy heroes is a Magnus. You're not going to have that like ridiculous early tempo. So,
but I like Team Spirit's approach, what they're doing differently. They're not going for like super ultra late game carry like TB anti-mage. Morph is that guy, but can also join the fights earlier.
He's faster than them, but still slower than a gyro.
Exactly.
And give yourself as many options as possible in your gameplay, right?
Yep.
Here we go, Omni.
So another strong early fighter, enabler, keeps Morphling pretty safe. They have a possible solution now for Magnus. Obviously, the better pick there would have been Abaddon, but they don't have it.
Yeah.
It looks pretty stable, and it looks very comfortable for Team Spirit as well, I think.
Nothing wild, right? Like nothing that's like you have to pull off some weird strat in order to make it work. Something kind of tried and true.
Yeah, both drafts don't have any kind of hero that can make these early rotations. Rubik is fine, tiny to one extent, but both of these offlaners, like, they can't move. They're more like counter-react, that's it.
The thing that I like to look at sometimes when the draft is in this stage is the first pick team ahead, because generally, if you want to boil it down, first pick for the most part has the advantage in the draft in the first 2 phases, and then they're disadvantaged in the last. Because in the first phase, they get to counterpick every time. Like you show 1 hero, enemy shows 2, you get a counterpick, phase ends. Second phase, they pick first, you counter, and then the phase ends. And then second pick's big advantage is having that gotcha 20-second pick that can win the game. And currently when I'm looking at this, I don't really feel like Team Spirit are necessarily much ahead in the draft. So
if at all,
you really need to make sure that this last pick that you come up with covers all bases. Like a hero, for example, like Huskar is a potential big threat right now. Because Tiny doesn't want to lane against him, Morphling absolutely does not want to lane against him, Omni Knight also doesn't want to lane against him. So either one of those heroes will have to go on support and you pick something else, or get rid of it so you don't fall in that trap. And, you know, thinking back 2 months, you wouldn't be expecting a Huskar. Now, Huskar with Mag, but Mag is just so different. Like, you don't even need a hero in your team that uses Empower. Just use it on yourself.
What about Phantom Lancer? Like, they don't have a good answer for him.
For Geek Fam?
For Geek Fam, yeah.
Mag PL sounds pretty slow, but if Team Spirit don't pick the right hero now, I think you can pull it off.
Well, and we talked yesterday about how powerful PL can be.
Sure, when he gets there. The reason we haven't seen that many powerful PLs in general is that a lot of the time the games just kind of get out of control.
Right, that's what, you don't get the time, and you have to, if you cut it off early, but then if you're not having that good communication, you're not able to get things going, then it's there.
Pick it good.
Wyvern?
Winter Wyvern. Okay, so I think Wyvern is a really good hero against Magnus overall. When Magnus wants to set up an RP, you can it's sometimes telegraphed that he's moving in the direction. You can pre-curse. If he does get an RP on a core, you have double save now. You have the Heavenly Grace and Cold Embrace. And the magic damage on Geek Fam, it's there, but it's not extreme unless you get like a perfect 1-2 spell steal for Rubik or whatever. I honestly still kind of really like Huskar here. I don't know.
Yeah. But if they pick Huskar, do you think Team Spirit will just have Wyvern as their core? Could be used as a mid laner as well?
I think he gets destroyed. I don't think Wyvern stands a chance in that lane. Yeah, I don't see what you would do. You have Arctic Burn, which is a 50-second cooldown. And maybe you can get a range creep here and there with Splinter Blast, but what Huskar should do in that lane is he just goes on your hill and hits you with Burning Spears. He doesn't draw creep aggro, and you can't fight back. All right.
Nope.
So you got your PL.
Well, at least we got something.
Yeah, right.
No, it's a good PL game to start with. A lot of these heroes, especially Morph and Omni Knight, really low mana pool, and once he gets that Diffusal Blade up, it's going to become really hard for them to actually take a fight, and there's no real AoE against him. Again, both of these teams don't have any kind of burst damage besides Avatos. Wyvern has Curse, but if you can survive, I think we're going to have really prolonged team fights.
I was going to ask, like, who is able to initiate better here?
In the start, probably Spirit, because of the Tiny, possibly, at least. And the Winter's Curse has really long reach, but most of the time not really used as a catch.
Oh, man, there's only 10
so
seconds left to pick a hero.
I don't really think either team is really good.
Right,
it's kind of, this is not going to be your 20-minute game.
It doesn't appear that there's a...
So that's a classic Rob right there. It will be a longer game. I think...
Doesn't that favor Geek Fam?
I would say the PL has the best game out of any hero if this goes late. But that doesn't... By no means does it mean that it's like the perfect free PL game where, okay, minute 35, you see like absolutely no solution. Yeah. It's manageable, but it will get really hard eventually.
And I talked about stealing something. There's a lot of good spells to steal in this game. So I don't think anyone's going to die for the first 30 seconds once they initiate into a team fight, because they're going to be Aphotic Shields, Winter's Curses thrown, and really, really hard. So they need to be able to sustain. I would say draft-wise, I hate to say stuff like this, but it's 50-50 for me. Like, I don't.
It's very close.
But if it's 50-50,
I'll lean towards Geek Fam because of the PL.
They would be losing in that case, right? Because they were, they should be ahead with first pick, things like that. I definitely like what I see from Geek Fam. I think that when we talked about this, it doesn't look and appear to be a game that'll be over at 12 minutes or 13 or 15. And because of that, we can get PL online. We can do a lot of things that don't require us to take as many chances. So many teams that get caught up in, hey, if we get this 20%er, it'll give us a 30%er later on or something like that, and then it doesn't work, and now they're dead. I think this gives it the ability to slow the game down, be more conservative when your team's life is on the line. So, I mean, for me, I definitely would say Geek Fam.
I would agree with that. I also think like when it comes to these slower games, the things you look for is if there is a team that will bring the fight to the other team, can the secondary team defend, right? Can you just hold without losing your buildings? This team doesn't push very fast that we're looking at right now. Until later in the game, they don't take towers very easily. The other team has tons of wave clear, like Lacoste talked about in this patch. Clear the creep wave so you can secure yourself the farm in the jungle. And they have both teams with great wave clear. The supporting duo here, Maiden and Rubik both push waves. Magnus pushes waves. Abaddon is not great, but he's okay. So I think they can buy the time for PL just as much as Spirit can buy their time. And then it comes down to who plays a better late game.
All right. Well, then tell me who no 50-50s.
Right.
I'll go Geek Fam.
Yeah. Geek Fam?
Geek Fam, because the game is going to be a bit longer with the PL being the ultimate raid boss here.
If we all say Geek Fam, then tell me, before we get into the game, what we need to see from Team Spirit. 10 seconds.
That's your 10 seconds.
No, so get a really good fight before PL has 2 items. Like you need to get objectives and limit his map around the 15-minute mark.
All right. 20. Let's see what happens. Let's send it over to our casters. Bye. Hello?
Hello, Toby.
Hello. We're here. We're ready to go for our third series of the day. Hopefully it's going to be a more even one because our analysts did seem, what did they say, 50-50, leaning Geek Fam's way. That's not really a true 50-50, but
it's the first matchup and first draft in a while in this tournament where you're not actually 100% sure who's going to win. Because so far today, it's just been stomp after stomp.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it.
If I have a 100% prediction rate, like, come on.
Do you have a 100% prediction rate?
I'm 7-0 so far.
Wow.
Tell me about it.
Kyle, something's in the air.
Right?
We should have more of these DPC events.
It's because we're at altitude, I think.
At high altitude.
Yeah,
that's
high
what I'm
altitude.
saying.
That's the secret, I think.
That's your performance level.
Correct.
Everybody else's, their brains are lagging, but you're used to the thin air.
Exactly. And, you got to take a bit of a deeper inhale, of course, but once you do, you get settled in.
With that. You don't want to swallow too much air. We learned that from Owen yesterday.
I wish.
Don't want to be one of those air swallowers. That's
Is it like a new term for mouth breathing,
I guess
or what?
so. You know, Owen.
This will do just fine.
He's a special boy.
Well, look, it's Slacks.
Ideas.
I didn't know he was
he
in
prefers a pug, but a undead bulldog. I could definitely see Slacks as a person being that.
Nailed it.
And there's you, the Drodo.
Those are extinct.
No, that's dodos.
Ah.
But yes.
So it's a real artifact. What?
Yes.
It's a term for a forgotten and lost relic.
Forgotten and lost items. Yeah.
At once it saw use.
Mm-hmm.
Now.
That was a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Sadly, it is past its time. Well,
perhaps if they designed it a little better, it would have been able to maintain its usefulness as time passed. But alas,
stand the test of time a little bit better. Yeah. Its time was very short.
What are we waiting for? Dubu talking for the community? Twitch chat probably asked me the same question.
Oh, needed to go to the bathroom. That's a classic.
No.
Love
Not
it.
The bathroom, the water closet.
Indeed. I love it. Yeah. I love it when we have a pause after the draft so someone can go to the water closet.
I like how there's a lot of obscure things you only understand because of the internet. Like the first time I was screaming a Russian stack. I think it was back when we played Power Rangers all the time. We're like, hey, what's the delay? And just WC. And you don't know what the hell's going on. And then eventually you figure it out. Same with the, we're discussing, one of the guys here didn't know that the one single parenthesis was a smiley face in CIS.
Yes.
And then if it's the other parenthesis, it's a sad face.
Yeah. The Kyle, when you were a captain, would you let your players get away with this?
Hell no.
You draft.
I'm a mom before we head out on a road trip. You gotta pee. You do it before we get in the car. All right. I am not stopping.
Otherwise, you better have an empty bottle with you.
I would actually get frustrated because it's a huge break in concentration. Now it's like useless to even discuss anything with anyone because you have one guy who's not a part of it.
That is what all the pro players say when it comes to suggestions about how to make the draft a little bit better. Can we pause a little bit? Can we do some fancy stuff after the draft is done? And players always say, no, you can't do that because sometimes you have this last pick and time is of the element. We have this opportunity
time is
to
of
be
the
able
element?
to yes. Kyle, I just run with a lot of the BS that you say. Come on, just work with me.
Sorry, I get it. I guess
I was going to say element of surprise, and I was like, wait, that's not quite the phrase. Anyway.
Surprise is an element, though. A key element to a successful Dota 2 strategy, that's for sure.
But fortunately, our lanes are very simple, right? We've got mid Magnus. I don't know what it's matched up against, but I remember we have hard carries on both side lanes, and everything should be pretty normal. I don't think anybody's going to be switching things up. Kyle, you had a lot of experience with at least one of these players, and Captain Dubu.
Correct. Played against him quite a bit.
What's he like?
He's a bit wild. He typically feeds first blood. I think I used this analogy already, but he's like actually, no, it's the Game of Thrones. There's a character, Strong Belwas, all right? But when he fights someone in the pit, he lets them cut him first, you know?
Okay.
And then he kills them. That's Dubu. He just likes to feel, you know, a little bit of cut. Yeah.
Feel alive. I see. Any experience with anybody here on Team
I played against Misha a bit. He's been like tier 2 captain in the CIS scene for some time. Immersion, of course, the ex-Gambit player, another highly recruited individual, one of the better Earth Spirits in the world. ILTW, of course, with that run on OG. Ergon, one of the newer upstart mid players. I think that he's again like, what's his name? The guy from Gambit, GPK, was like the big steal. Like everybody wanted him. And Nangrad, I think, has one of the best names in esports. Just Nangrada.
You're a fan of big fancy words, I know.
It's Latin for not welcome. As in, your weak shit isn't welcome in my house. And
you think
that's
so?
typically what he does.
Or maybe because he bounces from team to team, he doesn't feel welcome.
That could be it as well.
Maybe
it's sort of like a name I should have kept back when I played World of Warcraft. I was a rogue. I was a night elf rogue. That's what everybody was.
Okay.
And my tag was replaceable. And based on my performance in Dota,
you created your own destiny, Kyle.
Exactly.
Well, maybe you weren't replaceable.
That's why I don't believe
it. Seems like you were irreplaceable for complexity.
Well, they didn't even try. There's no team anymore.
Yeah.
They have hosted. I was told that NIP, however, did boot camp at the complexity facility to qualify for this minor.
Geez, so complexity is just cursed all the way around. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I haven't been back since they kicked me off the team. I ain't lifting that anytime soon.
Kyle, in his dying breath as a competitive player, curse complexity in its entire line.
Yep.
Now you must salt the earth. All right, we're finally going to get this game underway. That's right, Tiny Mid versus Magnus. I don't know about you, but I really prefer the Mag as one position right now. Maybe we even talked about that. I'm not sure if it was you and me or Lizard, but I don't know. I feel like 2 Magnus, it's okay, but I prefer 1.
I think you have to play it. I think this might be a dead Raven. Did he save a point? Does he have Doppel?
He should, and yes, he did. Does still need Doppelganger level 1, which is an advantage.
You've got to play Mag. I'm trying to think of a good example. He needs to be a physical damage threat, and the RP is a tool for utility of sorts. You don't want to play around the RP, even if as the 2 position. You just play as a core.
Yeah.
And that is how this hero works best. I think, was one of the first to popularize it before even this patch, back before he even joined Liquid. And that was always his hallmark. You get the Echo Saber, you get a bunch of auras, you start beating into people.
Yeah, he was one of those guys who like, okay, this is a regular Magnus, but then he starts doing well, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, hey, he's actually right-clicking for a lot of damage.
Yep. It's similar, if you think about Mag, think of it as any really farmed carry hero with a BKB. You don't want to be forced, you don't want to be in a scenario where you're only fighting under the BKB. You want to kind of use it as a tool. It's a lot like Slark. You don't want to be forced to ulti right away. You want to be able to save it to increase damage output in an ideal scenario at least. And see Immersion TPing down to the bottom lane. It's going to be just a Wyvern here. It looks like a bit of a lane swap as Omni Knight moves towards bottom. They wanted to ensure that they could dodge the enemy tri-lane with the Morphling.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'm not sure if that actually gets any advantage when it comes to the side lanes. Like maybe it protects the Morphling a little bit more.
Yeah, you can see the wards. They place both up in the top area of the map.
Oh yeah.
You do not want Morph against PL no matter what, and you certainly don't want it against an enemy tri-lane.
Is it really bad in the laning phase?
Yes, because PL can just get on top of you, and
just
Morph's range is very low.
Okay.
In addition, you have like equal base damage. In fact, PL has more, and you just hit way too hard or there's a CM in the lane.
Right.
It's near impossible. And Lich, Wyvern are both terrible in terms of support in the laning phase. So
meanwhile, Omni-Knight has a lot more opportunities to pressure PL because you can trade hits and still have purification to be able to do lots of damage.
Exactly. PL's weakness is lack of wave clear. You abuse that when you have a Wyvern Omni against him.
Well, thanks to all that aggressive vision, Misha has already picked off one courier that was headed up to the top lane, our Rubik abandoned lane. Meanwhile, how's our mid matchup going? 10-1 already for Carl's Magnus.
Another reason I feel like the mag pick's just so strong nowadays is the way you itemize. Like every single item in your kit is just such a huge power spike. The Echo Saber into the AC, the BKB, the Abyssal. Like you don't even need a blink. You can get the Ags if you really want a bunch of skewers, but I'm not a huge fan. But it's just also a strength hero. Like 1,000 health level 3 mag with a bracer, right? By the time he has treads and another one, he'll be, at level 10, he'll be near 2,000 HP. It's part of the reason these games are ending so quickly because there's just really no weakness to these strength heroes once they get online and a bit ahead.
Scary used to be able to pick up the Invis rune, and Aragon's not too sad about that, and Invis isn't going to change the laning phase whatsoever. See our Phantom Lancer is doing a good job free farming despite the early level up of Doppelganger. Non-Grottic getting some damage onto Dubu here, forcing him back a little bit. As soon as they get their level 3s on both the Winter Wyvern and the Omni-Knight, that is going to become quite the dangerous lane. Dubu forced to use an early healing salve. Non-Grata is going to be forced back as he doesn't have Purification up, and Raven is going to be able to get that last hit for a First Blood. Crystal Maiden still dying, but still, it's the First Blood. That's the coveted pickup.
You will
Raven.
take that trade. However, I will say the immersions levels are more important than the Omni at the moment. As soon as you get level 3, level 5, it's huge spike in your ability to harass.
Our Tiny getting dangerously low. He does have his combination. It's going to toss Carl away, though. And will be able to get some bottle charges as he heads back. Looks like he got skewered back underneath tower.
Patty's another hero who, much like Mag, could choose to go for more of that farming carry build. I've been a fan of every Tiny I've seen go 1-1-4. Surprised that he's going to actually go for the combo build, because I think the 1 point, once you put 1 point in it, I'd rather you just max it right away, because you're not going to have that full combo damage right away. And it would allow him to actually just start dominating this Mag in lane. He's actually falling behind instead. He'll need a rune if he wants to stay here. Acquire a dominating position. Top, as you can see, Morph just hard free farming.
I can kind of see his idea, because at this point, if he does go for the 4-4-1 build, he's going to be the only playmaking core in this entire game. Like, everybody is very passive in that regard. You've got a mid Magnus with a safe lane PL and an off lane Abaddon. You know, we have the 2 sustained off laners. They're not making plays.
It's a good point, actually. None of these cores really want to get involved early, with the exception of the Tiny. The difference is that Geek Fam supports are both aggressive, and Team Spirits are both counters and TPers. So look for Geek Fam, once we hit nighttime, to just start rotating around. Specifically Dubu. I'd love to see him towards middle. I think you could find some kills if Tiny's low. TP ganks up top could be effective as well.
It kind of supports that when they rotate into a Phantom Lancer's lane or a Abaddon's lane, you can actually get kills pretty easily.
Yeah, so far so good. Just farm wars. Aragon looks like he got a toss back into tower. Will it be a kill?
Oh, he's going to skewer him in. Carl really braving this one, thinking he could take one more hit, and he will be able to finish him off. What an outplay by Carl.
What a beast.
That is a sick play by him. He read it perfectly. He's like, I can tank one more hit. If I skewer him back into the tower, I will be able to outdo.
I don't know if I believe that there was any math done there, Cap. I think that was a pull and pray.
I mean, he had to at least have the feel he could survive through one hit from the Tiny, right?
Yeah, true. I think that the idea he could kill him before the second hit landed was that was the stretch, but hey, it paid off.
Jesus. Geek Fam just got all 4 bounties. What happened? Team Spirit. Bounties are important, dogs.
Well, they just lost 2 heroes. Yeah. 3-on-5 around the map was tough to recover. There's the Dubu rotation right at nighttime as expected.
And those 2 supports, they're just going to be moving around the map, and all that very aggressive vision that Team Spirit set up at the start, maybe it got them a read on the laning phase, but sadly it's not going to be able to see rotations like that.
I'm fine with 1 ward to scout out lanes. I think when you invest 2, it's a bit much. However, if you look at the top net worth, right, or last hits rather, it accomplished the goal. So it's you can't fault them for that. They wanted Morph to have a great start. They've given him the best in the game, and of course it is the win condition.
Big difference between him being top of the board and our Phantom Lancer, who's only sitting at 423 and 6. Very far down. Indeed, that Winter Wyvern on the night lane has proven to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, they've swapped up towards top. They're going to move the Abaddon towards bottom. Also love how it feels like the meta just consistently goes in circles. The only thing that's always a staple is the Wisp and the Chen, but if you remember, I think it was like TI7, TI8, we had this Abaddon Omni meta, Necrophos, heavy sustain. Shout out to Liquid who rode that to a TI win.
Now Dubu turning around as Zephyr is going to be joining Amisha. Looks to be able to slow down Dubu long enough that ILTW can clean up the kill with a waveform. Is he going to be close enough? Not enough to get the damage in, and the adaptive strike certainly won't be enough by itself, but if Misha can get one more nuke somehow, geez, this is a long chase for a kill that may not happen at all.
Yeah, that's shout out to Ice Frog for that one, because Crystal Maiden used to be one of the slowest heroes in Dota 2. Yeah. Has a significant speed boost after the patch, otherwise certainly dies there. They even invest a ward in the failed attempt.
Attempted a pull by Cuckoo, but he pulls it by the hard camp. Something that is easily disrupted by the support.
Yeah, see the thing is, this is a terrible matchup for the Morph without the edge, but once you get your treads online, a couple of Wraith bands, all of a sudden it's a very different story because you're up to 110 base damage, same as this Tiny, but with significantly more attack speed. Mid lane, looks like Carl still bodying Ergon a bit. 1,000 net worth ahead, mostly thanks to that turnaround kill.
And Empowered, such an amazing ability to win lanes. On top of that outplay and being able to pull him into the mid towers, left a sliver of hope here for Geek Famine. Still have to be worried about ILTW, of course.
Oh, Mango Tree. Arguably the best item to drop.
Yeah, you're never unhappy with the vision you get from Mango Tree on top of just the free regeneration, especially a hero like Omni Knight and Bat.
I was just memeing. I don't know if it's actually good. Is it really good?
I mean, I thought so.
Can you cut a Mango Tree down? Is it blessed by the elves?
No. You can cut it down.
Okay.
Because most of the time you just have it on very defensive areas, certain high grounds. It used to be better, of course, because you used to be able to place it inside the Roshan pit on that lava area, but that has been since fixed from our last patch. Carl, you want him to go for the early Blink Dagger, or you want him to continue with this damage build of Echo Saber?
You just keep farming, man.
Yeah, I think so too.
You get the Echo first. It's similar to a Sven. If you think of Mag, actually Mag is pretty much the new Sven.
Yeah, it really is.
You don't need an ultimate to deal tons of damage. You want to get that farming plus regen item first. You don't want to go Blink Rush, because then you're reliant on getting kills or you start to fall off quickly.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any need for them to be trying to rush things too much as Immersion. He's going to be pulled back to his doom here as a skewer into the tier 1 tower. Saved a little bit by the Cold Embrace. The 2-man rotation from behind the tower is kind of coming, but it's just an awkward position to be in all around.
They'll likely get Dubu, but is that really what you wanted?
And it's certainly not what they wanted. Just the 5 position, the sacrificial Dubu, who's always going to die anyway. I'm sure he's not too upset about that death.
They saved him time, actually. He was going to have to do the long walk of shame back to base. Instead, just a nice respawn it to TP out. He's already alive again.
Here's this Omni Knight. He's real big. Raven, a little bit of courage here, given the Alphonic. Air Prowler.
Lots of space for LTW, though.
Yeah. Chipping away at that tower. That early, when it comes to the side lanes, I always feel really good about a team that is able to win their lane hard enough that they're able to chip away at the tower and eventually take it.
Yep.
Because then you're just ahead of the tempo of the enemy team, right? Then you could defensively play around your own safe lane tower, control outposts better.
Morph is one of the best heroes for that, because if you get ahead,
they're going to get both outposts on Team Spirit.
Not bad. That's actually way more important than the runes. The XP is so valuable. 300 per player now. 1.5k swing.
Over time, experiences become so massive.
Yeah.
Introduction of talents. I feel like there's been a general power creep in how the stats are working.
A lot of the changes, if you look at Dota from TI3 to now, a big difference is that slots are far less valuable because now you have so many, a TP slot, wards, stack, etc.
Yep.
And levels have become just paramount to success because of the talents.
Yeah.
It's effectively bonus items every time you hit 10, 15.
See, Nongrata being able to win that laning phase against the Phantom Hunter and be so far ahead easily, bullies the Abaddon, which is a matchup you're probably going to win anyway as an Omni Knight. Purification just being a much better version of Photic Shield.
Yeah. This is one of the first games we're actually going to see some intense team fights because both teams have answers, specifically combo breakers.
Yeah.
You got the Wyvern ulti specifically to deal with RP. Both Morph and PL have escape mechanics.
Did you see that? Raven actually pulled his illusions towards Urgon, helping to protect Dubu from the toss.
Not bad. That would have certainly been a kill if he was able to toss him back on top of the Omni Knight. And yeah, this is the power. This is the power of Morph. You already have a couple aggressive wards placed, so you're safely able to just farm up here with that Mask of Death. And it's a lot like Weaver, past metas, PL to an extent. You get ahead. Morph is the best at this, and you cannot be laned against. Plus, you can't. You've got escapes. Urgon though.
Chasing down Urgon, who's just been playing so aggressively. Why is he alone in the enemy triangle like that?
Yeah, especially with no runes spawning anytime soon.
Yeah, that's pretty questionable. GeekFam had a very nice defensive ward up on that high ground to defend their triangle. Yep. And GeekFam might be able to use that to be able to attack the mid lane.
I want to bring up this Diffusal build on the Morph. You don't see this very often, but I really like it because you're up against two supports you can solo kill very easily early on once you pick that up. You go straight for the Rubik, straight for the CM, they're going to go down. Ulti to set up.
Okay, but they don't have the gaze from the Lich, so there's nothing to stop the skewer back, but he skewered him into Dubu. Oh no! Carl, he wanted to get out of there, so of course he's going to skewer backwards, but poor old Dubu just got ran over. It was a hit and run.
And I would say, hey, let's just push. We're already here.
Under attack.
Yeah, might as well try and even out, because that mid tower, it's probably going to be dropping soon, so Team Spirit want to stay one step ahead in that regard.
And this is the key. You 4-1 it. You've got a Morph who's free farming in the enemy top lane. There's no reason to do anything crazy.
Yeah.
You have the super carry. At a point, PL does come ahead of the Morph, but that requires really the level 25 talent. You do have a mag for the Empower buff, but that also does make it easier for Spirit to figure out which one is real. Be curious to see if Raven goes for the Diffusal Rush or for the farming style Manta first. Expect the Rush Diffusal because much like the Morph, he has an option of being able to solo kill some of these enemy supports quite easily once he gets the Purge active.
Dude, everybody hates this mana burn on this team. You've got two strength cores in the Tiny and Omni Knight, both susceptible to mana burn, and Morphling has long hated it. Even if with some of the morph changes, it still limits his mobility at bare minimum.
Yeah, this is the thing about the PL aspect. It does match up against the morph, but they really don't have anything to kill him for a while.
Cuckoo, on an easy target to bring down, certainly. Didn't have his ultimate, but still tanky enough to survive through all of that one. Zephyr, well, then telekinesis doesn't last for long. But it is just enough, especially with Carl coming in. Big old Carl, that Magnus is not something to mess with. And he's just going to go, oh, just look at him. He's just going straight for the back door on that tier 1 tower. He really wants to take this away from Team Spirit, but maybe he just brought his supports to their doom. Once again, Zephyr turning around, trying to do as much damage as possible to hopefully allow Carl to come in and clean up, but sadly that's not the case, especially with Nongrata here. Slowing down Carl. Carl, no skewer. May have to RP if he wants to be able to save his own life here. Bit by bit, the Euphonic Shoot protecting him a little bit, turns around for the RP, but Team Spirit are kiting him very nicely. Winter's Curse to make sure he doesn't go too far away, but another round of heals. Nongrata with a big nuke. RP going out. A nuke from the Lich isn't quite there, and Carl will limp away to safety, but old Cuckoo, he's not going to be able to do the same.
I feel like the Raven might want to get involved a bit here. They're just consistently diving at the tower. He's just farming, but Morph is going to be out farming him and in a far more valuable position as he's consistently shoving lanes, not jungle camps. And they're going to lose mid tier 1, arguably the most important tower in Dota 2 right now. Runes up in 15. Got to regroup if you're Spirit.
Yeah, this goes back to our laning phase again, right? If the Phantom Hunter had a better laning phase, maybe he'd have the Diffusal, and we would certainly see Raven trying to take those fights if he did have that big power spike, but...
I love it. Smoke immediately. You know that Geek Fam's going to be out on the map. They're probably bottom because you don't see them on your top runes, and now you sweep straight across the map with the new Diffusal on the Morphling. This is a nice power spike. It means he'll be able to pick off a support no problem, while the rest of his team looks to deal with the cores.
And it's just as the Diffusal Blade is online for ILTW. They're feeling very strong. They're going to try and invade the triangle, which is going to be the right play here, while Misha does get some aggressive vision. They're going to run into the Magnus. A hard hero to bring down, but maybe they can do it with so many slows, and it certainly looks like it.
Carl's just going to be left out here as the rest of Geek Fam quickly retreat.
Yeah, they're going to lose the one ward they just placed on that hard camp, but this is one of my favorite plays. Well done, Misha there, prepping the smoke along with the wards, because you're not going to expect that he would have placed these two on the top side.
ILTW, careful! He was a little bit low, and yeah, he's just dead. He has no mana to be able to work with.
The defusal surprise. One core dies for both teams thanks to it.
That's so smart from Geek Fam, right? They see their triangles invade, they lose a hero, but they know naturally Team Spirit's going to split up, right? The carry's going to be greedy, he heads down to bottom lane, and they set a trap on the high ground.
Tower is under attack.
We look to see Spirit try and maintain aggression here. They're on the enemy side of the map with their warden. You want to play around them. You don't want to allow Geek Fam to drag this out to 30 minutes or so when the PL becomes a problem.
Okay. Immediately just back up to full health, and Urgon, you gotta be careful, man. He's just always going in like this. They're gonna throw out a Chain Frost. Nobody does something here. They do manage to skewer backwards a little bit farther. Urgon's still gonna die underneath his tier 2, even as the Chain Frost continues to bounce around. I don't know, man. Urgon, I think he's like 0-4-0 or something like this now.
Yep, it's not looking good for him. And this is not the kind of game where assassin-style Tiny feels good. No. You're against 3 cores that all get incredibly durable. Plus, I'll be honest, it's neutral item patch. Yeah. Even the supports are not going to be easy to take down once they start picking up the leave-me's as the cores itemize past the need for them. Everyone's suddenly at 2,000 health. Yeah, you might have a Blink Dagger combo, but it's just not going to do a damn thing. And nice, an Aquila for Raven. That's one of the better items for a tier 2 PL to pick up.
Cuckoo racing in. Nice gaze to stall out this silence, but he's still going to die. But maybe that slow is going to be enough for these 2 cores to punish Cuckoo. He does have Dubu somewhere nearby, and they just blew all their stuns. Okay, they still first. Not really what they wanted to be using for a simple pickoff like this, but get what you can. Nangrata going to make sure he stays on top of him with the slow, and eventually they will get that kill.
Man, you might as well save that energy, because
look at this. You see what I mean? Look, Rubik has 2,000 health.
Yes.
He's level 10.
And another shawl, so high magic resistance as well.
Jesus.
Yeah. Okay, as long as I survive through the combo of this Tiny, who didn't go the build you were suggesting. I mean, we can go back to that, right? Because you suggested, like, hey, I just want to see you max out your branch and just play for more of a core style. And because Urgon's rotations failed.
It's a bit of a non sequitur, Cap, but I still don't really understand the point of neutral items. I get talents, they make sense, but hey, guys, let's just give everyone more items. That seems to be the case, except you don't get to pick them. The Fate does.
Well, you're a support player. Aren't you a little bit happier playing support right now?
It makes the game easier for me, yeah, that helps. Especially if you're playing with BSJ like I will have to in that show match. However, Dota's not supposed to be easy, Cap. That's why we like it. You know the joke about...
You like the hard life.
Yeah, you know the joke about what the Dota tutorial?
There is none?
Yeah, you got to play for 1,000 hours. That's the tutorial.
Okay. Yeah.
Then you'll be a beginner. That's what we like, Cap.
Yeah. We are all a bit masochists, all of us Dota players, but I see what you're saying. Back in your day, you had to support uphill both ways sort of deal.
Nowadays, 6 slots, 3 were full of wards, and if you didn't have dust...
generation just gets everything handed to them.
Goddamn Zoomers.
Goddamn Zoomers. 9-12, 1,000 net lead for Geek Fam as we see Dubu die once again, but that's the Dubu trick.
Spirit need 2 or 3 fights in a row that they win because they've heavily invested in initiation. You've got Immersion with the Blink, you've got a Tiny with the Blink, and the Morphling with this Diffusal build. You will get outscaled at this rate. Geek Fam already with the top 2 cores on the map, and a BKB next on LTW. You can see the strat. They want to get aggressive now and maintain a lead, but that's going to require numerous 1 fights, and I just don't know if you can do that against Geek Fam. Everyone's just so tanky. 4 heroes with over 2,000 health. It's not 20 minutes yet.
Yeah, I would definitely be sweating if I'm Team Spirit. 2 cores that are going to outscale me, and we're not even up in net worth. We're going to try and take on this Roshan, which will help speed the progression of the game a little bit. Maybe with an Aegis, they'll be able to take more objectives, at least forcing an objective right now as Geek Fam are on their way. Successful scan, and as soon as Carl starts showing up, Team Spirit back away, but kind of feels like you need to take a fight. Otherwise, like, you're not going to keep farming and outscale them, right? So
I don't know.
And you can see the benefit of the Abaddon. Both teams with one of those cores, they can just walk in.
Yep.
However, actually, it's Geek Fam with the edge in that regard because Abaddon and Mag can both just charge. In fact, all three cores can create space for their allies in terms of providing vision, isolating heroes, whereas Spirit, you have both Tiny and Wyvern and more. If we want to play more of the outskirts of the fight, if your Omni Knight's the one running in to provide vision, that's also your cleanse. That's one of your save mechanics. You don't necessarily want him to get targeted like an Abaddon does.
Yeah, particularly against the Mana Burn. The Phantom Lancer. Cuckoo's going to be held in place by that clumsy net. And Cuckoo, yes, we want you to run in, my friend. But maybe not this far.
Indeed.
Oh, and Rubik with the nice steal at least.
Straight into the Roche. He does not have buyback. However, Team Spirit not the most Roche damage, and with Geek Fam posturing around. Oh, the gold ally, he does have buyback. Thanks, Cap.
Oh, Radiant's
Be good for now, but Team Spirit just feeling like maybe that's not quite enough of an advantage. They do have BKB now, so these power spikes are building and building and building, but it is a heavy focus on this time, right?
There are no farming items that have been picked up by Spirit. They need this, and you can see like they know we're gonna smoke, we're gonna need to find kills, we need more than this, and we need Roche quick.
This is gonna have to be a blitz of sorts by Team Spirit. They're just gonna have to rush Geek Fam, and they're gonna have to beat them into submission over the next 5 minutes. Geek Fam seem well prepared as they're gonna be able to break that smoke rather easily. Raven looks to be able to burn out the mana of Burgon. He's going to do it really quickly too if he can, but Dubu already dead. Is now the DKB from ILTW is popped and he runs straight into the back line, turning into a Phantom Lancer himself, but just Dubu dying for a 10-second BKB.
That's the Dubu right there. He feeds, buys back immediately. He's like, guys, I got the BKB. Let's go. We did this. It's one of the best moves a 5 can make, the tactical death. All right, if you need to learn any lessons, watch some Cinderin replays. He's one of the experts.
Well, hopefully we'll see more tactical deaths to come in our upcoming show match between the English and Russian talent. 22-22, that's a smoke from Geek Fam. Pushing forward, invading, knowing this BKB is on cooldown, allows the Phantom Lancer to hard counter the Morphling in this next fight.
So it's...
Jeez, look at this. He's thinking about Radiance. That's how you know he's like, guys,
that's the right
you're
choice,
not going to carry this game. I have to do a little bit carrying.
I wish he'd gotten it earlier. If you looked at the inventory, he has a ton of like Brums, Vlads, Hood.
Yeah.
The problem with the Spirit lineup is when you all itemize for fighting, but you don't have enough of an advantage or a method of actually forcing an engagement. Tiny is your only real catch. You're going to slowly lose your lead unless you can continue to find kills and fights. And Geek Fam have no intention of giving them anything unless they need to defend something like Roche.
The suicidal Cuckoo, but this time it is exactly what Geek Fam needs. Somebody just get vision inside the pit. They get a good read of what the health of Roshan is at. You know the Team Spirit's going to be very slow at it, so they can regroup a little bit. Take this fight at their leisure, basically.
Yeah. You can see Cuckoo's going to poke forward.
A little bit low. Dubu, okay, get some vision in there. Once again, now it's go time. Roshan is quite low. Geek Fam, they're going to jump in. The RP goes out right. Roshan dying thing. Should be able to pick up the edge on the ground. Grab it. Can you grab it, please? Get it down. Telekinesis. It's Cuckoo. Does manage to get it up in time. Carl, Geek Fam, they do manage to take over this Roshan pit to their advantage, finishing off the carry, taking away that Aegis, now finishing off Non-Grana as well. Jump forward by Carl. It's going to be able to get the +1 in immersion, skewering him back very nicely. Yeah. A beautiful play all around by Geek Fam. Great stuff by Zephyr on that telekinesis on the Omni Knight, preventing the Aegis from being grabbed.
Yep, it's like backing an animal into a corner, Cap. You give him no choice but fight. Spirit, yep, maybe not the brightest decision to go for Roche, but you don't have any other options. It's either fight now or flee to most likely be tracked down later, and Geek Fam now take a considerable advantage. Nice job by Cuckoo there, effectively just walking in. That's the benefit of this lineup. It's something you don't really think about too much, but at the end of the day, Dota is a lot about controlling information. When one team has multiple heroes that can just walk at the enemy, and the other team has none, it's significantly more difficult for said team to make decisions because you just don't know where the enemy's going to come from. They had some vision in the mid lane, but none around the pit, so they just get pincered. Cuckoo runs in, RP out of nowhere, and there really were no answers.
We're talking about the timing, and it seems like Team Spirit have missed it. So, is there a backup plan that Team Spirit can fall on? Can they move into the late game, and can they try and re-itemize themselves for a little bit more of a late game timing? Can this Tiny turn into a semi-core? It's certainly not going to happen anytime soon if he dies here. Carl was looking for someone in the back line. I think he thought maybe a support he could catch instead. Misha? He's going to beat down Ergon, and Misha does show up eventually. He was like, Carl's like, that's what I was looking for. I knew somebody was going to be around here, and sure enough, they get the +1 once again. Team Spirit just seemed incapable of just letting losses be.
Yeah. And now you're at a point where I like the ILTW build at first, but now you're in a scenario where maybe you can kill Dubu. He really doesn't care. As we discussed earlier, he likes the punishment. You don't even tickle these cores. Your best bet when you attack a Baden or Mag is that you'll burn their mana. They're not real heroes. Considering Cuckoo has an Aegis, I wouldn't be surprised to see Geek Fam just look to go high ground pretty soon. And there's Spider Legs, though, for more, but What's Orb of Destruction? I haven't seen that one in a while.
That is the minus armor ore.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the really busted one on TA and PA. Another very interesting mechanic regarding neutral items.
Yeah, being able to get auras or debuffs that the other team can't get at times.
Well, they could get it if they were luckier.
Yes.
And, you know.
Sometimes you just aren't.
You got to make your own luck, Cap.
Tell that
sort of like
Spirit we're kind of stuck inside their base and can't farm neutrals right now.
Sort of like we can make our own items, just, you know, not the new 62 of them.
What kind of item would you make, Kyle, if you had your opportunity to step into Ice Frog's shoes and just make one? What would you want to see?
I'd like to see more regarding mischance and accuracy. Okay. I really hate
something
that,
besides MKB.
Yeah, I hate that it's still, you know, for a decade now just been this MKB versus Butterfly relationship. I'd really like to see a cheaper item that provided accuracy.
Like Bloodthorn?
That's a little expensive, Cap.
True. Just going to be Team Spirit. I mean, they are trying to fight it out with the BKB Morphlink, but you can see pretty obviously they're turning on to Cuckoo and such. Cuckoo wants the punishment right now because he knows as soon as you turn and fight Raven, he's going to start running at some heroes. With a buyback coming out from the Lich, they're a little bit timid about just running at them straight up. They don't want to throw their lead, but...
It's like I'm watching the NFL playoffs, Cap. You've got 3 offensive linemen moving forwards as the 2 supports just kind of chill in the back waiting for an opportunity. There's really nothing you can do as Spirit, but as we discussed, where's the initiation? It's Tiny. If you see Tiny, no one else has to be afraid. And as long as you keep the fight in front of you, if Geek Fam are positioned properly, don't get pincered, there's really no way for Spirit to take a proper engagement. And as you look at the net worth, you've got PL and Magnus who have itemized for farming and can continue to do so. Fights are a maybe, a luxury. You don't need them. You're going to kill more of the map, and if Spirit want to come out of their base, well, now I guess we'll kill you too.
Cuckoo. We'll take the high ground, just a little bit of chip damage on the tier 3. It's one of the dangerous parts about the Abaddon compared to the Omni Knight, right? A lot more pushing power being allowed with that mist, that Curse of Avernus, allowing the whole team to rip apart a tier 3 pretty quickly. Team Spirit, they lose another fight like that, they're probably going to be down at least a tier 3 in Shrines, or maybe even a full barracks. And that Radiance is so far away. And the Radiance by itself, when it does come online, is going to be about at the point where Phantom Lancer has his heart plus whatever stat items he has. He's going to be super tanky. And that damage burn over time isn't really going to mean much to him.
Against a PL with no real illusion counter, you really desperately need a Mjolnir, but you look at the Spirit lineup, and I can't think of who would have purchased one. The Radiance also critical, and that's why I think it should have been rushed. Maybe you get 1 or 2 build-up items, but 3 build-up on the Omni is just...
Okay, they found Raven entirely by himself. There is going to be some help from Geek Fam coming in, but they can burst him down fast enough a little bit more. It's going to be enough. Carl comes in, does manage to land the RP, but now their damage dealer is gone. Therefore, Team Spirit still have the advantage in this fight. Toss over, nice play by Ergon, making sure he catches Zephyr at least here. Should be able to kill this support. Geek Fam still kind of sticking around as Carl and Cuckoo quickly realize that this support is not worth it. They're going to run for the hills. And Team Spirit, finally, they find an opening. Not enough to change the overall dynamic of this game, but it's a little something.
They do have now 50 seconds on outposts and 38 on the PL and Rubik, so you should be able to win at least one of those.
You're back.
XP.
Once again, every single time something like this happens, Team Spirit gets some sort of engagement, they quickly break apart, and Geek Fam are really good at punishing that.
Yep.
Fortunately, not able to get the kill here.
Find their structure.
Glyph down bottom. Miscue there from Raven. If the team was a bit closer, maybe you're able to turn that around. And that's what Spirit are going to need. That was their last smoke. So now they're going to have to find those opportunities organically. And it's important that ILTW is able to initiate in with the Tiny. You kill somebody right off the bat, either Mag, one of the supports, really. You're not going to kill anybody else unless they're completely isolated.
Urgon going for an Aghanim Scepter. I understand you didn't go any right-click items. The Aghanim Scepter is not going to do you a whole lot of good if you don't actually have some damage to back it up.
Yeah, but it'll kill the illusions at least. It's more forms of AoE.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't mind it. There's really not much else you could buy here.
Pull back, BKB, ILTW just turns and fights. He's going to go straight for Dubu, who's going to be saved by the Glorificate. Meanwhile, Carl's going to be pulled back in by that Sinister Gaze. Misha being attacked by Kuko is quickly ripped apart by the physical damage, and now Raven looks to be able to chase down these Strength Cores. Nice Winter's Curse turning things around. Might have actually allowed Urgon to get away. Blinks out, should be good. A nice reset from Team Spirit in a fight that was going to go against them, because this time around, they didn't find an opening kill on a Phantom Lancer.
As you can see, once the 5 heroes of Geek Fam show, all of a sudden it's dangerous. And this actually is a tough death for Non-Grata because it was so long into the fight. Now you got a lot of time for Geek Fam with the waves pushing to perhaps get into the tier 3s.
And it slowed down by quite a bit. Now we have the level 20 on the Phantom Lancer, so good luck getting away from this.
This is the key time for Spirit. They need to buy some space to get the Radiance, to get the Ags up, so you can at least deal with these illusions. But you're going to have an Abyssal up on Raven quite soon. He's already got the Manta Basher, about to finish an Abyssal Blade. This
it's crazy how
problem.
He doesn't have to go hard in this game, because he looks at it and he's just like, they don't have an answer to it. Unless it's 1v5, I'm really not going to be dying.
The Abyssal's really nice here too, because you get a little bit of an initiation charge forwards. You get a follow-up bash onto a Morph or a Wyvern. You're going to be able to 100-0 them, no problem.
Yeah.
Spirit need to utilize their big ultimates to capitalize, find fights plus objectives. You've got GA, Wyvern ulti. You need to use these to combo break and get a turnaround. If you're Geek Fam, you kind of just have to poke and prod, get some of these big ults burned, and then you can fully commit.
Well, this is going to be a long, hard hold for Team Spirit, it seems, but they do have the level 20 on Morph, so he's got the attack on Waveform, which will help him deal with the illusions a little bit.
Yeah, they're slowly getting out farmed. Geek Fam, I think, playing this right. They're just maintaining a presence in the enemy jungle as 5. Choking out 2 waves. This is a simple, if you're ever playing pro matches with your friends, you're trying to get better, it's a very easy way. When you have a lead, the simplest thing to do is sit as 5 in the enemy woods, camp mid, camp the off lane, and just eventually wait for the opportunity to strike.
Hey, because there's something in the middle of the map that will give you an opportunity if you just keep controlling it. That Roshan, right? Roshan's going to spawn. We keep on getting these upgrades to Roshan. You know, first it was the cheese being added in, then it was going to be the refresher shard. Now we even have that Aghanim Scepter. It's to your advantage to just control the map. You eventually will get so strong. You'll be able to just bully down at least one lane of barracks. Plus level 25 would be a nice pickup for the Phantom Lancer as well, since they already have enough problems on the side of Team Spirit in dealing with illusions. If they can get that doppelganger time, be pretty sweet.
Well, the Ags shortly. You can see on our stat, very fast BKB on the Morphling.
Not necessarily a good thing.
Exactly.
Right? It's his itemization choice of he was rushing that BKB, therefore he got it faster than the average time, but it now means that he's going to fall off.
I'm always a fan, and part of why Strength Heroes are so good in this patch is because they can buy items that increase both their durability and their acceleration. Magnus is a perfect example. Echo Saber fits right into your kit. It's exactly what you need. Harder hitting, mana regen, and HP. So you continue to buy these items like AC, like BKB, that not just increase your offensive power, but also make it very difficult to the enemy side to target you. And that's something I wanted to see more out of from Spirit, instead going for more. They've set too many holes in the draft, right? Because they need these blinks to try and find initiation tools. Unfortunately, Geek Fam, there's too many answers, and now they're in some trouble. There's the Ags on Tiny.
They've got the Ags. They've got a repair kit as well to be able to hold high ground a little bit better. They have the Scotty on the Morphling, so they may be behind. Oh, Misha is going to be immediately jumped on by the Abyssal Blade. Winter's Curse goes out, but it was on illusion. Good try, but they need something better there. Zafra does manage to steal the GA, protecting himself for a little bit longer. RP coming out, controlling ILTW. They have the Golden Brace, but it's not on ILTW, and he's actually going to die. Just too much damage from both Raven as well as Carl, and now they look to be able to chase down these heroes. Urgon blink up into Spider Legs over the cliff, pretty easy. And they don't really have to chase down these heroes if they don't want to. They can just go for buildings because Team Spirit have no buybacks. Again, they just got their power spike by purchasing all these items.
Just go for throne, yep.
Just go for throne.
Win the game.
Well, they're going to throw out their repair kits, and that's going to be 2 tier 4s multi-shotting all over the place.
Or maybe not. You force the kits, though. You'll take those. There'll at least be 2 racks.
Could still maybe go for 2 racks or maybe megas. The repair kit thrown out there. Of course, it did mean that Immersion had to get too close. Gets caught, but hey, at least things are slowing down quite a bit. 30 seconds for the Morphlings, so he'll definitely be up in time for that 3rd hold of the barracks. But 24,000 net worth in the hole, plus 2 lanes of barracks down. Certainly not a fun place for Geek Fam to be.
Yeah, the lead jumped from 10 to 15, now 25K. Geek Fam, huge lead, now 2 racks. All you got to do now is regroup, regen. Probably just look to continue. You almost have a butterfly up on the PL along with that Aegis.
All right, how does Team Spirit hold this? They got caught off guard last time, but this time they're going to have a structured team fight. What do?
You gotta, I don't know, you don't have enough damage anymore, Cav. You can't kill all of the cores unless they, I don't even know. You don't have enough AoE to kill them all at once either. You need some kind of miracle.
It feels like one of those things where Immersion the entire time has to get the perfect Winner's Curse. He has to hit Raven with all of his illusions hitting himself and maybe grab somebody like Carl to do some damage for him too. But look at that Geek Fam just staying very spread. Carl on one side, Raven on the other. They know as long as they're not grouped up, it is very tough for teams here to find that initiation. Misha, he's going to be a little bit far forward. They do have the Aegis on the Phantom Lancer. That's why he's willing to just dive like this. ILTW goes for the back line, saved by Cuckoo, that quickening charm. Multiple miscoils and an Aphonic Shield is enough. Our support of the side of teams here does die. Winner's Curse out on the real Raven. That's going to be doing a lot of damage, but again, he has a second life, plus he has the Doppelganger, so he's going to be able to get away with the first life still intact. Carl, his BKB is running a little bit low, can't find a good RP, so he's going to have to back up. ILTW and the Phantom Lancer tries to challenge, but Dubu with the freezing field doing so much damage. Out the RP, locking down the 2 of them. The Cold Embrace is out. This time it is on ILTW. It will save him for a little bit longer. Enough for him to be able to get out Noble Doppelganger here, trying to run out Zephyr into the back line once again, but Raven's doing the same thing, and he's doing it better than ILTW, as he's going to be able to finish off both the supports and get Megas for them, plus the Abyssal Blade now into ILTW, burning them out of mana. They're going to throw out the Guardian's Angel, yes, but there's going to be silence. Eventually the GA will fade, and ILTW will start taking tons and tons of physical damage, and nobody from Team Spirit can really bail him out unless Urgon can somehow do an amazing amount of damage. He slows him down a bit with the Avalanche, but again, you can just see nothing really stops Geek Fam. Maybe you can slow him down for a moment, but in the end, this is a freight train running through game 1.
It's the new Dota 2 cap almost always turns these fights into a war of attrition. If you don't have the adventure resources, aka your DPS output, you will simply run out of it, as we saw there. Yeah, LTW gets the backline, gets Rubik to near dead, but it just doesn't matter. Omni's out of mana, he can't GA. You can keep your heroes alive, sure, but eventually Geek Fam will overcome a dominant victory in that first game. And Spirit now 1 away from being eliminated here in Bukovel.
Because Geek Fam had the draft that they did, and they had the advantage when it came to both Mag and Phantom Lancer scaling quite well. Do you feel like this is a draft problem, or was it Team Spirit's itemization and how they choose to just try and attack that 20-minute timing?
A bit
tower is under attack. Man, you might as well save that energy because Radiant just fortified their structure. You gotta fortify them their structure. Good work. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Couldn't do much about Radiant's bottom tower, could you? Things are getting dire. Oh, nice, Sporty. Good one.
A dominating performance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Quick as a snake. What have we here?
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack. Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower's under attack. Dire's middle tower's under attack. Dire's middle tower just took a big beating. It's gone. Oh! 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 Oh boy, Dire's middle tower's under attack. Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Unstoppable?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Come on, get with it.
Cloud their minds.
Oh, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Jeez, Radiant's middle tower just got wrecked.
If you were a Melingo, I'd say we would assist. Monster kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Well, look at that. No, take that.
Game over, baby. Oh, out of here, because Radiant just fortified their structure. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is destroyed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's top tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant just fortified their structures! You know what I'm talking about? Dire's top tower is under attack. Looks like Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Dire's top tower is under attack. Couldn't do much about Radiant's bottom tower, could you? Not my problem, but Dire's top tower just fell. Oh, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Dire's top tower is under attack.
That was kind of you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. That force field leads me to believe that Dire just fortified their structure. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Huh. Dire's middle tower. It's gone. Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack! Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack!
I'll take that.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack! Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack! Oh, Radiant's top tower is destroyed!
Look at that! Look at that!
Killing spree.
The wild
Oh jeez, Radiant's courier just got killed!
Your life's in tatters.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack!
See them again get crazy aggressive, but we've seen that if they aren't active and they aren't pushing and they aren't the ones initiating early, that it's just not a game plan. Like you said, it's not something that favors them. Like we want them to be in the driver's seat in order to be able to get these wins?
Yeah, in the driver's seat if possible, but if nothing else, then at least be able to match to an extent. It doesn't have to be Emergent setting up every single play and playing like an absolute monster. It's not a requirement to win the games, but having the potential to feel like I have a presence in this game. I can go here and do this. I personally don't think Wyvern is a bad 4, by the way. I want to underline that. I think it's completely playable as a position 4. I think it's a good hero in the patch, but again,
it's about
just your team dynamic work like that.
Dota is such a deep game. It's about team composition, what you're playing against. It only takes like one hero on the enemy side for your whole draft to look bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy to be smart after a game. Why didn't you pick more stuns?
Yeah.
Why didn't you pick more saves?
Why didn't you itemize better against PL? You should have been able to do that, right? Like, I mean, those are, we can obviously look back and say those kind of things.
I mean, what else would we talk about, right?
Yeah, what else would we do if we weren't going to criticize things that we have knowledge about now? So we do have a few bans in now. Looks like I see Razor.
Trant, again.
Of course.
Trant has been banned every game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty stupid hero right now. I think it's fair to say that's very, very strong.
If you want to climb MMR, you kids at home, just pick Treant. You don't even need to use living armor.
Wait, let me
write that down.
Okay, hold on.
How to double your MMR.
All right. MMR, Treant plus, plus equals MMR. Okay, got it.
Even after the slight nerfs, I still think...
He seems like a very strong. It's just, like, the thing is, even if his spells themselves are not extremely difficult to deal with, it's the innate ability of being able to walk through trees that he just got for free, which is...
Why?
At a really high level of play, I think it's kind of overlooked, because when everybody's complaining about Treant in their pubs, they're like, man, this first spell is way too strong, it deals so much damage, like Macro Pyre with a slow. It's like, that's not really true, but it's a good spell, I'm not going to disagree. But at the highest level of play, being able to walk through trees to place wards, to get information, these really high skill things are... Nobody wants to play against it.
Right.
It's just annoying. Okay.
All right, so we were asking for Immersion Earthshaker. Here it is, and I was wondering why this hero is not picked. It's one of my most played heroes, and he received the huge buff in the previous version.
Silencer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why do you think that other teams aren't on it?
Some teams are slow to figure the patch out. They're prioritizing different heroes. He is a lane dominator, and this hero can become, if you play him as 5, can also look like a 4, maybe sometimes even 3, considering how much intelligence he gets at the early levels. Like, he wants to take those fights, and he's much better at harassment, especially if he's laning, like trading hits between him and other intelligence hero or the other support or off lane who's relying on mana early on. He just shines there.
Something I'm wondering about this draft when you see Team Spirit come in from a loss and it's their potentially last game, is this a saved strat where they're like, we are backs against the wall, this is the best thing we have? Because you can have 2 different approaches to going into a group stage. One is we go all out in the start, we want to get that win first, build our confidence and go from there. And the other one is let's save a strategy for when we're on the ropes that we think kind of beats the meta right now, or is the secret thing. And for them, it might be this. They haven't picked any of these heroes in the first phase before.
Well, and you have
totally different.
And they don't want to show it to RNG either, right? Like when they played. So it's like, meh, let's say.
Yeah, we're gonna lose against RNG no matter what we pick, so we better just save it for later.
I mean, that's not really a championship attitude, but I don't think Team Spirit come in with a championship expect.
But that's a money-making and a point-making strategy.
If you can save a strategy and it can bring you from 5th, 6th to top 4, that's good. Because I think if they would have burnt this strategy to get 1 win against RNG, well, will you get more wins with this leader or not?
Right.
Like, I think, you know, if Team Spirit comes in as an underdog and know they're an underdog, I don't necessarily mind this approach to it. It's just being realistic.
With just these 2 heroes, they're much more active than in the previous game. You have Fisher to set things up either with a block or once he gets a Blink Dagger, Global Silence to follow things up. Also, you don't need to bring that many numbers to get a kill because of the Global Silence, especially at the early stages.
What do you think about picking Mag into Silencer? Because I've had pretty good experience playing Silencer against Mag. If you have any sort of vision, you can counterplay RP, you can play Skewer. It gives you a guaranteed way of trying to kill this guy, but in this patch he's just got like seemingly 50% tankier than he was a couple of months ago. So in the past I would consider this a decent counter. I don't know if I do anymore.
It's pretty much the same as playing Mag into Wyvern, in my opinion. Like, you have a great counter, whether you want to, once you go in, they all group up around RP, or just having that threat. Maybe Silencer a bit better because of the global, so everyone else is silenced, but less skill potential than Wyvern.
Yeah.
And we just don't want to see Team Spirit get too cute here, right? We got a couple nice picks. Let's just keep that going on. Let's keep it pretty basic and play to our strengths. Right? Let's not.
They've got teamfight covered. I think their laning is fine so far, depending on what they pair with the Shaker. Stay on track with getting good teamfight and maybe another stun, and then get the better carry of the game. It's just that's one of these things about Magnus that makes it hard for me, is that it feels like he always has that ace for if the game goes late. If you technically have an inferior carry matchup, but your mid hero is Magnus, this guy is kind of a carry in himself with a BKB piercing lockdown. So can you really reliably win? Let's say in the last game it was swapped and we feel like, okay, PL is a counter to Morphling or whatever. If they swapped sides, the Magnus could probably have dealt with a farm PL as well, right? So you've got to be concerned. I think this Magnus hero seems really powerful right now in general, and it's probably...
You're not wrong, Syndrin.
It's probably, no, but it's underrated, right? We've seen it get picked
underrated?
We've seen it. Yeah, teams are not overall first pick. They didn't 8-9 it either, right? Spirit could have taken it into Rubik. Do you feel like Rubik is a strong enough counter that you don't take Mag because you're scared getting RP stolen? Kyle was talking about, I kind of like the way he talked about it. I don't 100% agree, but he was saying Mag has kind of transitioned into the Enigma state where you don't the threat of RP is like the threat of Black Hole, but now Magnus is a hero without it.
Because he usually
deals so
doesn't
much damage.
get an early blink dagger. He's so tanky that even if he, let's say, goes in, gets caught in a bad position, you still can't burst him, and you feel the threat of that Magnus.
The reason I'm saying he's underrated is that there's been games where he went through the first phase, and there's been games where he wasn't picked, and there's been opportunities for the team that lost to Mag to let 8-9 it, for example, like this, and they don't do it. So
I still think the problem with Mag is his strength gain is way too high. So once you get to Double Bracer, Magic Wand, Power Treads, into Echo Saber, that's kind of a standard build.
10 seconds left.
Right.
Like he's way too tanky. You need to bring numbers. Even at when he's level 5, 6 on a mid lane, you need to bring 3 heroes to actually kill him.
So it looks like we missed a Slark and a Chen. Like, I love Slark. Okay, like I think.
That's a statement I haven't heard a lot, but yes.
Really? Well, you know.
If you pick, that's kind of the opinion of whole Dota community. Like, if you pick Slark, something's wrong with you.
Oh,
like you want to get MMR easy. Like, that, it's not fair.
Yeah, well, remember.
We've all been there, like losing to just this hero going insane, having 100+ agility.
Yeah, you're like, oh, he can't die anymore. Yes, I can. I am great at Dota now.
You can write that down as well.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I got Treant. Okay, more.
So this exact thing happened yesterday in one of Nigma's games, right?
Gain MMR, get reported.
Did Nigma picked Slark into Mag Rubik as well, I think. The exact same situation happened last night. I seem to remember. I was like, yeah, this is good. It's good against both heroes. You can break out of RP against Rubik. You can break out of Telekinesis. He really hates when you get on top of him and just wail away at him. But here in the Chen is kind of a tempo changer. So it looks like what they're identifying on GeekFam's side is, well, we could possibly look to hit a mid-game timing with Mag Chen and just ball down a lane. And if you guys can't kill us in Global Silence, our team it's just better.
All right, question. That's a core silencer, right? It's either mid or position 3 silencer.
It could be a 3 shaker.
I'd prefer silencer. Like, he's way better laner. You have Earthshaker to protect you. You can also spam your glaives with CM aura. I want to see some kind of control against this Slark because these 3, like, he can get out of everything with just Dark Pack.
I think maybe you wait with deciding what Silencer and Shaker are. That's part of the strength of these two together, is that you don't... Like, if the next hero is bad against Silencer, maybe you put Silencer core. Yeah, if it's a safe lane carry that's bad against Shaker in lane, you could put Shaker.
I'll mention Beast Coast. They were playing Silencer in the previous patch as position 3, and it worked out for them. And here comes the counter.
Oh, good old Bloodseeker.
He's very good against Ag's Shaker. So maybe now you put Silencer core just in case. Because I think if you're playing core Shaker, most of the time, Aghanims is part of the build at some point. And you don't want to play that into Rupture. It's very annoying. Good here against Slark, of course. Rupture against Slark. If Slark gets low, even in Fog, he's still visible, so he can't heal up with Shadow Dance. You have a pretty decent combo with Telekinesis into Bloodright. You have another combo in RP into Bloodright, Cure into Bloodright, so the synergy is definitely there.
So if you're Team Spirit now... Well, I like what we have so far.
Yeah.
What are we missing?
We are missing an offlaner for GeekFam. They need a good hero that can lane against Slark, so I don't think like they're gonna put a Baron or anything similar and no Underlords because they will just get murdered in that lane.
Yeah.
5 seconds more.
If you want to play into this,
what about Slardar?
Not a fan here. I think that's I don't like playing Slardar against Maiden and Shaker. That's pretty rough. It's really long reach, slow and stun. It's the kind of the bane of Slardar is when people can get him from far away. Because you're kind of dependent on running into fights until you get dagger.
But once you get to level 2, like Slark lane is just unplayable. You hit creeps, then you stun him, then follow up with another stun, telekinesis. Fair. I'm not sure if they played, but I love Slardar as a counter to Slark. At least in the laning stage.
The lane is good.
What else is there?
Axe. Apparently.
That doesn't seem too exciting.
Well, it is pretty exciting. I love this hero.
Okay, you do.
I absolutely love the hero.
You're like Stone-faced then.
I'm not saying it's fantastic in this patch or in this game. I just love Axe.
Oh, okay.
I love the hero. About this,
I mean, he's gonna have the same issues as we discussed about the Slardar in the laning stage.
It's a hard lane for Slark if Axe has good backup, and he will be laning with Rubik, so they're just going to push the wave into the Slark. And if it's a Slark CM lane, that's not that good against this matchup.
I love the Axe as response to Slark. I talked about any kind of control, and this is the control that he can't get out of.
Hey, all right. This is the first time I have seen Monkey King.
I think it's the first time this tournament, yeah. I believe so.
Yeah.
And we talked about getting Ergon comfortable. He plays a really good Monkey King. I'm pretty sure he will be playing this.
So there's 3 melee cores on Geek Fam, and you have Monkey King and Slark. So much that they can have 2 lanes won just by having these 2 pretty much anywhere after this 10th pick.
Well, I like this Monkey King pick a lot. I like, if I had to just pick based on the draft, I think
I'd go left.
Team Spirit's draft is really good this game.
And I was thinking that for Team Spirit, this gives them that opportunity to be able to maybe play from ahead, right? To be able to get that first little bit of victory in the game. Say, okay, we got the laning stage. Now let's turn that into winning the mid game, right? And as opposed to falling behind, and or staying even. Get that confidence back, like you said. Say, you know what, that was a bad game. We're going to pretend that never happened. Let's get this one. Let's stay alive.
It's pretty much our lower cooldown. Even if there's no Echo Slam, no global sounds, they can still keep fighting with these 3 cores. I'm kind of digging Team Spirit's draft way more.
I think if the drafts were reversed, I would say Geek Fam's got this 100%.
There would be no question.
The thing that's got me a bit uncertain is that I think Geek Fam is the better team, so they can win with an inferior draft. But this is the only time this tournament, or the biggest time this tournament, that Team Spirit has outdrafted their opponent, I think. They beat
time
against NIP when they. I don't know if it was an outdraft when they beat NIP.
They had Necro, Spectre. I wouldn't call that an outdraft.
I only saw the second draft.
Okay.
But this one, I like them.
Well, it's nice to go into a game after your draft and feel good, right?
Yeah,
and you go, okay, look, you know what? And it's not one of those like false things where you're just like, no, I can make this work. You're like, no, I feel good about this. We can get this. Let's just do it, right? But there is always this pressure in the back of your mind. If we lose, this is it. And now I'm ready to find out if they can do it. I really do think that I like Team Spirit's draft. I think they can get it stage, and if they do, they will win. If they don't win the laning phase, I don't think that they're going to win.
Yep.
So let's get it over to our casters for Game 2.
All right, we've got a very optimistic panel on our hands, so we're going to be seeing our first Game 3 of the day. The panel believes, our host believes. Kyle, do you believe?
No, I think the panel's totally wrong. I like Geek Fam's draft. I think they're grossly overestimating this Spirit lineup. They once again have that same issue where I look at this draft, I see nothing that's going to get more durable as the game progresses. Both Monkey King and Slark fill the same role within a team fight in that they want to sort of pincer. They want to collapse from the side as there's already an engagement underway. Nobody's going to be able to provide that vision. In addition, you have absolutely nothing against BKB with the exception of a Silencer ult and a Mag Axe and Bloodseeker that are just going to go full Divide, kill your supports, kill your Shaker, 2-0 this.
You know, I love the fact that any other talent, I would have set them up for something like that, and they would have been like, oh, you know, I think the panel makes some good points. Kyle over here, a man who's an expert at being wrong so many times, has no problem saying, no, you're wrong. This time,
I'm not afraid to take a hard stance. I just, again, it's like you have a Chen too. That's the big X factor for Geek Fam. Yes, the laning phase for Spirit should do well, but you have a Shaker against a Seeker. That's not good for Spirit. And Monkey King, incredibly weak to Chen rotations. Sure, you're going to out CS the Mag, but one stun creep and a skewer back, and you're just dead. You're a very low armor, low HP hero.
Okay, let's start with the Shaker one, because I think that's the one part. I actually agree with you a lot of those things. That's the one part I kind of disagree with you. You think Bloodseeker owns the Earthshaker lane?
I suppose if he goes for this WE build, then yes, it could be a lot more equalized, especially because he has a Crystal Maiden. After the change, when Shaker offlane was super popular, it's because the W scaled in mana cost 20, 30, 40, 50. Now it starts at 35. So having a CM aura behind you is very helpful to ensure you can keep spamming out that harass on the melee opponent. And yeah, we'll expect to see him. So yeah,
well, thank you, pal. I didn't have to debate with you at all. You made my point for me. Thank you. Otherwise, no, I totally agree. I think the Axe is an interesting pickup, though. Yeah. I'm not totally sold on the hero, but hey, they know what their matchup is. Yeah. They're going to say, we're going to aggressively put it to this Slark as best as possible. And, well, right now, with no spins, Cuckoo not feeling good about the trade.
Again, the big thing that Geek Fam has, once again, is this BKB Piercing Disable, right? Yep. All 3 cores have a manner of dealing either damage or disable through spell immunity. Thus, the Monkey King specifically has to stay ahead. This has got to be a mid-1-esque MK. He's got to get a winning lane. He's got to start rotating, get a bunch of kills, because if he doesn't stay an item ahead, all of a sudden you just get ran at, and there's not a damn thing you can do.
Oh, the Silencer. He actually looks kind of good as a support against Rubik, who normally wins these fights because of Fate Bolt and being able to lower the enemy support's damage, therefore wins the trade-off. But a Silencer, just, you know, with his Glaives of Intelligence, stealing and stealing and stealing and building up more damage, can actually win these man fights until maybe a Battle Hunger comes in.
Yeah, I do love the Axe as well. It's not here we see very often, but this is a Southeast Asian squad. This is Cuckoo, some KP popularized as well during his time on NSEA. It's just one of those offlaners that you pretty much play the same in a pub as you do in a pro match, and it's great for these newer, this more aggressive players, really, and that's the name of Cuckoo's game.
Well, what about our mid lane matchup? That should be good for Team Spirit, right? We've got Monkey King versus a melee core. Yep. One of the few heroes that Magnus isn't going to be able to beat with just Empower spamming.
Doing very well thus far, but it's still a decent matchup for Mag. You're going to go 60-40. That DD is going to help him a lot. Should be able to win this wave, no problem.
See Urgon trying to get the stacks up while Carl just focuses on finishing that CS. But you can see, yeah, Urgon, he's not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe against a DD, even with the stacks of Jingu. And it is something that is right up Urgon's sort of playbook. He likes to be able to play those mids. Unfortunately, didn't look good last game on the Tiny. It was a bit of an off game for him, but otherwise, that's usually the playstyle Urgon.
Yep. Big thing is 0 point down bottom. The Silencer Harass, just literally using all of his mana and spamming Glaives, is securing his safe lane for Slark, one of the key heroes for Spirit. If not the key hero, really. If he gets over-farmed, he could be the X Factor. I'm just always afraid, if I'm Slark, of 2 things. One is Bloodseeker, because Rupture is uncleansable and I'm stuck. And second is Disables that are able to be ground targeted, or Axe Call. Right. It also isn't cleansable. So you might get a packed off, but you're still going to be stuck there attacking into an Axe. We'll probably have a Blade Mail at some point, and a ton of follow-up damage able to be applied on top.
Skewer RP, 2 different AoE disables, and then on top of that, there's the beautiful combination of Skewer plus Rupture.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Gross.
It's just one of those lineups. It's again, Spirit, they have to stay ahead. It's like the guys were saying on the panel. They need to win the lanes and never lose momentum.
Nongrata doing what he can in this lane. Bloodright spam, though. That's how Bloodseekers just kind of get away with every single lane. They get level 2 Bloodright, spam it over and over, guarantee range creeps, and... Oh, Misha. You know, I bet he's probably thinking to himself, do I really care? I mean, it's first blood. Of course, that sucks. But at the same time, he kind of needed to reset his mana.
Yep. I like the Orb of Venom pickup on Axe. If you get on top of the Silencer and he's not close to his tower, he will just go down.
Yeah, that's a cool choice.
Nothing you can do against a Disable and the double slow. Oh, Courier.
As the heroes get low with the bottom lane. I always love the Axe Bloodseeker combination, because you know Axe lanes, they're always going to be harassing heroes enough to bring them below that 75% barrier, and that's where the thirst charges start kicking in.
Important, once nighttime hits, Dubu has got to look to help out his mid player. You get 1 kill for the Mag, and then all of a sudden he'll be level 6, and then the RP threat will be enough to force Aragon to play a bit more passive, as you can see so far. A bit better than I expected. Monkey King 27-14 versus 18-2, so more of like a 65 or 70% split going the way of this Radiant MK.
Aragon making sure that Carl actually doesn't feel any love whatsoever. Is going to be forced to skewer back. Good read by him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Misha going to die once again, as it looks like he was trying to push out a little bit and does manage to allow ILTW to secure a bounty rune with that play, but does die.
You're good at level 1 in that first couple waves, but I have played Silencer against Axe. It is unwinnable. Eventually, you're going to get caught with no boots and battle hunger, and you're just dead. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Carl doing that last little bit of happy, efficient farming in the jungle, because that mid matchup is turning to a point where he just needs to get out of lane.
And this,
oh, that's a rough one.
Yeah.
Always got to be careful of those thirst charges. They had vision of him, so they even get the battle hunger on him, forcing him to Dark Pact it off. It's effort just zaps him down, charging through the tower.
Already up 3-0 is Geek Fam. They were outlaned at first, but they have way more kill potential. And once again, a big part of that's the support disparity. You have Rubik Chen, two excellent rotators that get stronger as the game progresses. Silencer CM, very effective at level 1 and 2 harass, but now what? Where do you rotate to? Again, I think this mid matchup is the one you've got to try and exploit for both teams. And you can see already there's a high ground ward placed by Geek Fam, so it's going to be tough for CM to wrap around.
Cuckoo, low on mana, taking a lot of harassment damage. We'll just reset. Angrata trying to make sure that Raven doesn't get some of these last hits, but sadly can't keep control of the creep wave, so that's where Immersion's going to bounce out. As you said, it's about this mid lane. Immersion making the rotation before Dubu can.
Yep. He sees the ward, he sees the CM's teleported, no reason to stay nearby, and I like this. What's the weakness of Monkey King mid? Well, you can't really harass ranged heroes too easily, so now you just plant the Rubik there. Mag can easily rotate to the jungle farm efficiently thanks to the Empower, and bottom lane, it's Axe vs Slark. You're fine with this.
Yeah, certainly.
And this is one way to deal with a rough laning phase, right? If you can abandon the laning phase sooner rather than later and just jump straight to the mid game, it's going to help your team out quite a bit. Soon you're going to see Chen look to rotate, maybe even link up with the Rubik. You can abandon one lane if needed, no problem. And just ensure you're exploiting weaknesses in 2. And yeah, Monkey King's ahead, but no innate farming mechanic, so you've got to kind of stay aggressive. You're a hero slayer. You need to, it's like a quap. I think Monkey King is similar in that regard, because you can win the lane, sure, but you need more than that.
He's got to keep up the pace and can afford very few deaths, otherwise he just starts losing that momentum. Immersion pulled back in and will be easily picked off for the first little pop out from Carl. He wanted to make sure that that hard camp stack was secured, so he had no problem getting a kill on Immersion to secure it.
Oh, it looks like top lane Grotto is trying to think about dunking. No, it doesn't have level 6.
So maybe he stole some of the experience, yes, and maybe he took some of those last hits, but probably a majority going to the Magnus and Bloodseeker.
Gonna miss the ward, unfortunately.
We just gotta wait. Is Urgon just gonna keep farming until he has Echo Saber, and then we're gonna see him rotate around?
I really want to see him do more.
Yeah.
I don't. This again, you're a quap, you're a puck. Sitting mid is nice, but I want to see him get aggressive. If this is a mid one, Monkey King, he's hopping through the trees already. Yeah. You push this lane middle and then walk around for 20 seconds. At least then you're forcing Mag to be a little afraid. But if you're just camping mid, you're not actually affecting the enemy team's farming patterns, even though you're the top net worth in the game.
Okay, so what about this part though? Mid one previously, yes, he would have been running around as early as 5 minutes when first bounty runes are spawning. But we now have these 10-minute outposts. So maybe Urgon's thinking to himself, I'm going to make myself as powerful as possible so that 10-minute rotation really comes strong.
Sure. Or he's just going to get there at 9 minutes. Already TP's bottom looking to hunt this Axe.
Okay, he's going to be able to find him. Cuckoo thinking, oh, okay, I'm going to go for this Misha kill, and Urgon, well, he ends up missing his jump forward. Cuckoo doesn't really have an out, though, because obviously he's just going to get stunned if he tries to go for a TP away. Urgon just needs one more hit. Can Cuckoo somehow juke through the trees? Can he break their ankles? He's going to be able to get some vision, jumps on top of Cuckoo, and he's going to fall now. He tried. He bought a little time.
+2 or -2? What's your vote?
What?
+2 or -2?
Wait, which one do I prefer? Yeah. I prefer -2. I like being able to. Inherently I'm a 3 position and a support player. I like ruining the other person's game.
Gotcha. I think most of our viewers would agree with you.
Yes. Again, it goes back to that masochism. It's the other side of the coin is the sadism.
Dota players do like pain.
Yeah. 9 minutes and 40 seconds outpost time. Where are we going to be headed right now? It doesn't look like Geek Fam. They're just going to invade the bottom half of the map, and Team Spirit are going to give it up. So, oh, broom handle for a Monkey King? Yes,
he has
please.
iron poor man shields as well.
Oh, lovely.
This is so this is what I mean. You're like peak Monkey King right now. Yeah. Go fight.
Yes.
You have 2 free items in addition to the Wraithband phase. Soon to have an Echo Saber. It's time to get involved here.
And if you're Geek Fam, you are probably going to abandon this safe lane. Maybe Dubu can do little shenanigans with the neutral creeps, pulling off the creep aggro off the tower or something, but...
A Midas on the Slark. Well, we discussed how they didn't necessarily buy enough farming into the previous game. LTW, no boots, straight into the Midas. And I don't mind it, because you can't really play Dota against Bloodseeker in the mid game, so why not try and get to the late game?
Dubu tries to escape, gets blocked by Fisher and Non-Grata, having no problem. Just throwing out the Echo Slam, kills the neutral creeps as well as their master in Dubu.
Fortified their structures. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is where a game gets tricky. I'm fearful for the Spirit supports, but all 3 cores having a nice time. The blink on Non-Grata is going to come out very quickly. That's going to be a huge X factor for his squad, because the initiation is going to be how you answer Geek Fam's farming patterns and aggression. They don't really have those answers because the mag is more of a core. You're not going to get a blink till second or third item.
Look at Zephyr. I love it when supports can make a read like this, saying, I can actually do a lot by playing in the trees here. He already killed the Siege Wagon wave. Non-Grata actually is going to try and cut his way through, putting Zephyr in a really awkward position. He's probably going to die now, as they have plenty of stuns to be able to throw out.
Yep. He nukes the wave first, so that we'll be able to kill off the catapult.
That's all he wanted. He wanted to be able to stall out this push, just give his team more time to farm.
Yep. And look at the dire side, right?
Yep.
They know that somebody on their team's dying. They don't care. 4 heroes farming in 4 different positions. That is a great usage of the space that Rubik just got for them. And yes, you're going to lose the tower. You lose 1, but it's now going to take that extra 30
seconds. Carl. He does have the RP up, and that's silence. It's only going to last so long, so they have to back out.
Yep.
Don't challenge this Magnus, man. Double bracers. It's a hell of a drug.
Yep. And this comes back to the... Oh, hang on. Rupture?
My heart.
Somebody?
Yeah, that is going to be Immersion. Looks like he got caught out somewhere near that mid-tier 2. Carl's just going to keep moving forward. Does manage to get the courier, but now he's on the high ground, and LTW says, okay, we can take a little man fight up here on the hill. King of the hill he is. Oh, that was a nice shockwave. Actually, a little awkward interaction where he pushed him to the north of the Magnus, and he clipped out, but not enough to save his own life.
Yeah, so this is going to bring us to the concern with Spirit's draft, disregarding anything that these heroes can do.
Yeah.
Look at who's going to be showing. Okay. I look at this Radiant lineup, and I don't see anybody that actually wants to be in a lane. You want someone else in a lane, and you're camping it. Whether you're a Shaker with a blink, a Monkey King in the trees, or a Slark running around out of vision, the problem is going to be who actually is the bait. Who's going to push these lanes? Geek Fam, you have 4 heroes that can all clear a creep wave in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult for Spirit to make any moves because they go smoke or something, and all of a sudden, all the way on their towers. And Geek Fam will know it's something, camp a high ground. Very difficult to fight into this team in a choke point.
Well, Urgon, he's taken that laning phase lead, he's gotten it, and he is staying ahead of the Magnus, which is impressive because he doesn't have the greatest wave clear compared to a Mag, who has that empower advantage. So at least he's doing that much, and they will be able to find their first opening here. Cuckoo, just barely outside of his tier 1 tower, and immediately the trap is sprung.
Yep, they had no vision there, absolutely. And once again, though, keep in mind, Spirit was showing at bottom.
Rotation from the 2 supports. This nice killing combo that's going to be able to catch Misha off guard. Again, Geek Fam just... Oh, you ever notice that? It's like they always read, hey, the enemy got this kill.
Yep.
And they actually run to that same area saying, oh, they're going to split up and we're going to find a pickoff.
Oh, hang on, Raven. Whoa.
Okay, well now he's going to rupture, but it's running right into Urgon's trap, and he's going to try and set up with his ultimate. He's going to try and chase down Dubu here with the Echo Saber. Should be easily slowed down enough, especially with that Fisher. Nicely done. And it looks like our Earthshaker was totally fine. Raven could not feel comfortable about challenging that Earthshaker since he is such a tanky hero.
Carl gets another courier too. I like the way they're playing this on Spirit. I've been concerned. Like the draft, this is a tough one to win with, but the way it is proper in the sense that Urgon is getting involved. He's the strongest here on the team, and LTW all in for his own game. He's bought a Midas, he's 0-1-1, and he has no intention of getting active until he picks up more items. This is the way you've got to play in this scenario. And now you're going to see them smoke. Yep, you've got the blink on Shaker still. Silencer ultimate is active. It's time to rock and roll. Yeah. And they know that Bloodseeker's in this bottom lane. They had to work.
So this is just a little bit of vision that obviously doesn't see the smoked heroes, but just the idea that like no one's really showing in the jungle. They're still going to be able to find Raven here, leading off with a stun from Non-Grata. That is 2 times down. That ward has found a critical core kill. Throwing out the global silence just to make sure that there is no follow-up from Geek Fam.
That was a poor path. You gotta go through the tier 2 area. Probably still dies there, but Spirit, if you're right under his ward, it will of course give it away. You can see it being pinged out right now. They know that they didn't invade the jungle though, so if they can take that out, they still should have control of their side of the map.
Get with it!
Oh, fan brace on a two-bracer mag.
Take those.
Not gonna say no to that. And, well, ILTW, he found probably an equally good item in Pupil's Gift for an agility hero.
Is there a blink? Yeah, there's the blink on Mag. They're going to have one on Axe pretty soon. In fact, I think Cuckoo might have one. And this is what I mean, like, with these neutral items, man. This Mag has, like, his Van Brace Echo blink, and it just feels like he's way stronger than he should be at 16 minutes.
For sure. It would be even better if that Nether Shawl that he found was actually useful for this game. Unfortunately, it's a fair amount of physical damage, so he may not want the -3 armor. Looking at Raven once again, but this time around, Geek Fam, they're setting a bit of a trap.
You got to get that ward, folks.
Yeah,
you
I don't
play
know.
This area. You pinged it. You know it's there.
They lost 2 cores to that same ward, and they still haven't dewarded it. Now, these whole rotations are easily seen by Team Spirit.
It's the most frustrating thing reviewing replays as a coach or captain is when you realize, like, you lost a game just because they had vision of everything you tried to do for a little while. In the game, you have no knowledge, and in the replay, it's like, oh, well, they just saw us. Guess that's our bad.
You just had this odd feeling like something's not working out for Zephyr, who stole the tree tans, doesn't actually manage to get away fast enough, but Carl is going to be able to get the 2-man RP underneath the tower. Mercy's going to let go the freezing field. Hopefully they'll be able to stand and fight, and that's exactly what happens. Zergon pops his ultimate as well, and we just have this AoE of damage that nobody in Geek Fam wants to be able to run into until Urgon starts getting low, but that big proc. They're going to be able to get the double kill onto Urgon. Raven, who sees a low health Monkey King, but he also knows he's got the Jingu stacks. He's going to be able to heal up as he throws the nuke out onto Dubu. Heals a little bit more, and the Rupture's gone, but Cuckoo's going to be able to get the call, and now Raven makes his commitment onto Urgon's life, almost finishing off with the ultimate, but they will be able to overwhelm him, eventually getting that wicked 6 streak over to Cuckoo, and a lot of experience for Geek Fam.
Notably, still no LTW, not involved whatsoever, still farming. That was a 4-on-5 scenario. Well done by Spirit there. Believe they come out of that 3-3. There was a buyback forced on Rubik, and then he died again, so Zephyr's game is going to be severely impacted, now lowest net worth on his team. It was all about the Monkey King ult. You put it down on the objective, and all of a sudden Geek Fam are forced to fight into it. That's exactly what you need. If that Rupture had gotten off, and then a Skewer was able to follow up from the mag, it would have almost certainly killed him right away. But luckily, that did not occur, and now you got a 2K lead on the game.
It is very nice that they have like a lot of answers to just standing in an area when they get ruptured.
You kind of need that, right?
Yeah.
That's the downside of the Geek Fam lineup is that they don't have, they want to be chasing you. They want to be getting the 1 kill and then moving for more. Right. If you fight them in a death ball of sorts, the only AoE you really fear is the taunt and the RP. The BKBs are going to be huge for Spirit once they can pick those up. Dubu dead.
Classic Dubu death as he sacrifices himself to be able to push in away. Okay, eventually they will get this kill, but it's going to cost a little bit of mana from Team Spirit. Meanwhile, Carl, this is the second time that he's found Misha trying to farm up the mid lane because, as you said, who's going to be showing when you're making rotations like this? Well, Misha has to take it upon himself.
I actually don't mind what he's been doing. You're the least useful kill to give up to the enemy, and as you said, someone has to push lanes. If Nangrata and the Monkey King are going to continue to farm, it's just ILTW on lands, and he can't play as aggressive as he'd like to because there's always the threat of a Rupture plus any ground stun, notably the Skewer from the mag or the taunt of the Axe. And you can see the heat map. He's effectively just playing jungle lanes, no intention of getting aggressive, just wants to push lanes.
And as a result, he is second in net worth, just behind the Monkey King. So,
went for the Echo Saber as well instead of the more typical Slark items first, just because he wants the HP pool. If he goes for, like, there's no reason to buy the Diffusal straight off the bat because you're not actually going to attack enemy heroes. So get the farming item, get what might actually increase your survivability as well.
I think it was a game this morning. I think maybe Gunner against Void went the same build just because he was like, I need something to survive through this Chronosphere. Just want the HP.
Yeah, still relatively even game. Approaching 20 minutes, Runes and Outposts might have the first real contest of this game, but looks like it'll be a repeat of the 10-minute mark where Dire goes bot, Radiant goes top, and everybody gets half.
I'm not sure if I'm super happy with that from Team Spirit. You know, I kind of feel like they're pretty strong right now. I want them to try and make that gamble of being able to control 2 outposts. You know, camp bottom lane and say, run at us, Geek Fam, see what happens.
The huge benefit they're working with right now is the Silencer ultimate, and I think is they can look to get aggressive every time it's off cooldown, because you can just initiate with the Shaker and cover it with the Silencer ult. You're going to get the first kill, and then someone else can find another.
Geek Fam, they're the ones who look in the fight right now. They're smoked up, running towards top, and Team Spirit, they have put themselves on the high ground. Will they see the smoke? They do. Ergon actually breaks some of the smoke, sees a lot of these heroes, and Geek Fam, they may only be able to get Nongrata, but Nongrata actually managed to get a blink away. Ergon?
Yeah, they get out of here. That's the right call. Get the hell out of Dodge.
Oh, they actually global sounds to make sure that Nongrata gets out, which I can see as a core, so I kind of understand that, but it also spoils your team fight advantage you had.
And if you're Geek Fam, you could even consider looking to Roshan. You're just afraid of the Monkey King ultimate now with no Silencer ulti active. Of course, the Shaker dunk could be a problem, but you secure a perimeter, you should be fine. And to your point, once that comes back up, I want Spirit to get aggressive. When the BKBs come out, your 5 position on Misha is suddenly useless instead of giving you a 5-second window to just win fights. And immediately Geek Fam, knowing there's no Silencer ult, will look to hunt. They're going to find one, maybe?
Yeah, they're running towards our Earthshaker. They really want that team fighting hero out of the way, and maybe that will open up what you're talking about, opportunities to be able to do something like Roche. Carl pushes forward the RP out on Misha. They are serious about getting whatever hero kills they can.
They didn't have the sentry right away. You saw K, he actually was attacking creeps that whole time to get the cleave damage.
Dire's top tower.
Okay, you've gotten 2 hero kills. What are you going to do with that? Geek Fam.
Under attack.
They're gonna start running towards the bottom.
This is right, because you don't want to wait. Like, it might look like a squandering of an ultimate here and there, but in reality, you were gonna fight with Silencer ult down, and once it comes back up, you want to chill, keep farming, get the BKBs. So just spend the ults, get the kills, and now you get a tower, and you can chill afterwards. You look at Spirit's lineup, another weakness, they don't really have much Roche taking ability. They can fight around it, but if you're Geek Fam, you're gonna just ignore that objective until you're in a much better position. You can comfortably take a team fight, specifically again, after the BKBs. And whoa, you just died to the...
That was a blade mail call.
Blade mail.
It's that, you know, ILDW, it's one of those stats you're like, okay, you understand why you died there. You didn't probably expect the blade mail. You can't afford another death like that, though. Dubu.
I think it was more the Rubik Fisher. Benefit of the axe is that you can initiate, even if Dark Pack's already been, like, the latest frame queued, won't matter. You get the full taunt duration, the Pact will fade, and then Rubik's there with a lift and an increased stun duration Fisher. That's almost 7 to 8 seconds of full lockdown with just those 2 heroes. And yeah, there's just nothing you can do with Slark.
Well, now, as a result, our Slark falls behind both the Bloodseeker and the Magnus. It's kind of weird that we have both, like, this Monkey King and Bloodseeker, and because neither team is really trying to push the pace, both of them are actually scaling better than most mid-game heroes would expect.
The big thing for Geek Fam is going to be never fighting inside the Monkey King ult. Spirit's strength right now is that Ergon is huge. As soon as he gets that Scotty, Geek Fam have 3 melee cores, very difficult to play into them, specifically when the Wukongs is down.
Just a real fast initiation on the Carl. They make sure, go ahead, throw out the Wukongs, just make sure the Carl's totally surrounded. They get all the damage out on him. He's too tanky of a hero. Don't risk anything else.
Both big ults used. Geek Fam, we're going to have like 30 to 40 second window where they're not playing against any ultimates of these 2 cores. Could maybe look to do something.
And that's why Team Spirit are going to keep up this pace, right? They want to be able to go, okay, there are only 4 heroes up right now. They're going to fight us once Magnus is up, so let's catch another one. Let's get another kill. Let's turn that 2 kills into maybe a mid-tower.
That's exactly what they're hoping for.
Geek Fam doing a good job playing the high ground out of Fisher, starting things off, but Dubu's not going to be jumped on. The global sound's going out, actually stopping that initiation from Cuckoo, and now he's stuck in no man's land. ILTW says thank you very much. Let's get some permanent agility into our hands while Nongrata deals with the rupture nicely.
That's what
just
I'm talking
TP's
about.
away.
That's the silencer effect right there. You use it to cover your own initiation. They get 2 kills easily. Love that. They got to keep it up now. Looking to move into the pit.
Double damage makes this a Roche taking lineup. It wasn't before, but now it is. We'll see though. We do have our Magnus coming back up here.
It's still going to take a little time. Zephyr kills the courier and a ward.
Is it worth the risk though to Geek Fam to try? I'm not sure if it is.
Poke at it a little bit. You know, there's no Wukongs for a little, but it's sketch.
Oh, they're jumping on top of the wall. Activated 2 of these heroes. ILDW actually going to die. Skewer back in, but there's no follow-up stun from this target because Fisher is up. That was his head. Don's managed to get him, and now ILTW down. Raven has free run to be able to run down Immersion as quick as possible on the right-hand side. Kuku's going to be able to grab Bisha as well. That's going to be 3 dead on the side of Team Spirit, all in exchange for a Rubik death. Immediately, the 2 supports will buy back from Team Spirit because they're saying we cannot afford GeekFam to be able to get this. They've already blown so much, and we've got Carl surrounded with the Wukong's command once again, set up with the stuns from the Grata. GeekFam, they did get a lot of kills, but they could not feel too confident with Ergon still somewhere on the map.
That's very, very good for Spirit. They used 2 buybacks, but it was the supports. GeekFam popped theirs on Axe, and they're also going to lose the Roshan, it looks like.
They approach that. Okay, Kuku, he's going to be able to get the call in with the blade mail, doing a lot of damage back to Ergon, but he's so tanky, he's actually going to start ice build now, and he's going to be able to finish off that Roshan, pick up the Aegis, no problem, and Nagrata goes to the backline. Hello, catches 2. Raven's going to be chasing away. Okay, everyone's low enough. He's got a lot of movement speed, so he's fine, but at least they'll get Dubu. Great play by Nagrata during that very, like that chaotic time of someone trying to take away Roshan. He finds the backline.
And you know the key to that fight, Cap, was that Immersion is an original death, forced Raven's BKB. Raven had to trade his BKB for the CM kill. Immediately there's a buyback. If Raven has BKB there, he's just going to immediately run into the pit with the Axe Taunt. You probably kill the Monkey King there, or at the very least have a chance to steal the Aegis. Instead, you lose Kuku, you lose the Aegis. Aragon doesn't even die once. Now you're on the back foot, and this is the support buybacks, man. I love it. If you know there's going to be a fight, trade your life for something important.
And now Team Spirit, they are certainly strong enough to just challenge GeekFam. Not necessarily because they're far up on net worth, because they're actually not that far ahead, but the Aegis and just the general peak that Ergon is at right now with level 20 plus Scotty.
Look at the Craggy Coat plus a Sliver coming out.
Yeah, that's the Titan Sliver. Real nice for Slark as well as Monkey King.
Yeah, I want the Craggy Cloak on my Shaker for sure.
Yeah, that's going to make him super tanky. I think for now you give it to Monkey because he's so far ahead. Just make him stronger. Later on, you can give it to the Slark because it's base damage, which is then amped up by the fact that Slark steals away your stats, buffing his own base damage even more. It's just a vicious cycle.
And I like how they're itemizing. We discussed this in the previous game. We talked about how they don't have a hero that really wants to hard commit to a fight, but you look at the way they're itemizing. Satanic is the next item queued for both Monkey King and Slark. Yeah. They know that they need to be durable, and these items, they got the foaming items first. You had a Midas and a Maelstrom. That allows them to keep scaling. Now it's just pure survivability, so when they get into these fights, they can outlast GeekFam's Rupture and the big AoEs and still have the ability to keep right-clicking.
Well, you saw there, GeekFam, Magnus actually choosing for the level 20 talent the strength and not going for that skewer range despite the Rupture combo. We haven't seen that Rupture combo once. Okay, jump straight into them. Ergon with that Aegis is a brave man. And sure enough, this is looking like a fight that could be okay as the BKB activated allows Magnus to be able to get away. Carl's out.
You have one true initiator in Kuku, Mag more of a core in this game. So just jump him. He has no BKB, pop Silencer ulti. You immediately trade your 5 positions ult to ensure the game is 5-on-4. You know there's no buyback on the Axe. It's the right hero to be targeting.
But yeah, going back to it, we haven't seen a single Rupture Skewer combo.
Correct.
I feel like both of them have just been taking such a backseat to the game and not trying to be active playmakers.
We haven't really seen Raven in the game yet.
Yeah, Raven, well, he's going to be seen here trying to go on a non-Grata, but BKB activated the turnaround, but BKB still activated by Raven. Should allow him to finish him off, except for he couldn't actually do it. I'm not sure why, but he doesn't commit for that kill. And now, well, Immersion, he's going to be scared back in the Blood Right. Okay, they finally do manage to finish him off. Zephyr entering in with an Echo Slam that he stole of his own.
And now Kuku's TPing forwards, might be able to find +1. No, instead gets baited by the illusion. Monkey King gonna hop out.
Oh, they got spider legs.
Yeah.
Good way to be able to breaking some trees. LTW thought he found the initiation on Kuku.
That's still anybody's game. To your point, the big advantage is that no matter what happens in this game, it's not as if Lincoln's is a real item at the moment, so no one's going to be able to deal with the Rupture. Yeah. I'd like to see a support pick up a Lotus Orb just so, you know, if you trade Rupture on Bloodseeker and one of your cores, you'll take that. Bloodseeker, far worse, it's standing still, dealing damage comparison to the Monkey King. Mindbreaker now on the Monkey King as well. Man, they're getting great items, and meanwhile, Dire has what? Like, they got, what was the one before Spider Legs, a repair repair kit, whereas Spirit get Craggy Coat, Titan Sliver, and now like one of the best DPS items that neutrals can give.
I mean, don't be hating on Spider Legs, but I'll give you a repair kit is probably not necessarily
repair kit
what
is
they're looking
garbage. That's almost as bad as Greater Fairy Fire.
It's like one of those situations where you it only feels good in a losing game, in which case you're probably still
already losing.
Anyway.
Yeah.
It doesn't change your fate. Well, 30-minute bounty runes and outposts were split, so.
It's been a mere 10, 20, 30 minutes, all the same. 2 bounties, outposts going to either team. Vlad's now on Silencer, get those auras. You know this is going to come down. One of the rare games where you can almost guarantee, based on the lineups, thanks to all the melee cores, you will at some point have a 5-on-5 brawl where everyone just starts slapping each other and one team wins.
And heroes like Slark, who already has an innate lifesteal talent, plus the Vlad's, he's actually going to be healing a lot.
Speaking of, they've done that in, I've seen some like UFC, CIS 5-on-5s, where it's literally 5 guys versus another 5 guys at once.
We should have that show match,
right? We would probably lose that one too.
Dude, we've got Lizard.
That's true.
We could literally just stand behind Lizard. He just tank everything, man.
He goes to the gym. He doesn't do Krav Maga.
Yeah, but no, he can tank everything. So he just stands in the front line thing, you know, throw some punches at him, and then, you know, we just slide in the back, you know?
Radiant's bottom tower
Good work. Good work. 2019. 31 minutes in, and it is indeed a very even game. That's what our panel said we were going to be seeing, and well, it's the first real even game that we've seen all day. Mindbreaker for the Bloodseeker. That's always one of those secret neutral items that could come in clutch, but maybe not because everyone has BKB.
Initiation is going to be critical here. Whoever, because both teams have huge tools to make the fight 4-on-5.
Yeah.
Spirit have jump, Geek Fam have jump. The Silencer ulti is no longer the save that it used to be because Geek Fam can just blacking bar, keep killing whoever they're on top of. And I think that they're the scariest because if they get one catch, it's very easy for them to find another. Spirit have to do a little more work to continue finding kills.
How do you itemize as a Bloodseeker from here on out? Like, he just picked up a Manta.
Yeah, Abyssal. I like it. Mjolnir is not bad later on.
I mean, what is, like, he can Manta off the Global Silence without popping BKB? Is that what the thought process is?
Yep. I like it, to be honest, because you also get rid of the CM slow, the silencer Q, the last word. It's just nice.
Okay.
You don't want to get stuck in Monkey King ult, and you don't want to have to BKB. You saw in that Roche engagement how important Bloodseeker's BKB is. You don't want to have to waste that for a support again.
Okay. I can dig it.
It's still anybody's game, though. Again, it's just going to be who catches who first. Vision's going to play a huge role as this game continues. Both teams have a slight edge in the sense that Chen can plant creeps on high ground. Slark, of course, ensuring that his enemies have no vision of him if his ult is still active as he runs around and circles through the jungle.
Well, 2W is probably feeling real good about his Midas pickup now. Ooh, a 2-man stun. Doesn't know it, though. And Carl may have just got that perfect initiation. A 2-man RP, but Nagrata is going to respond with the Echo Slam, but it's not doing quite enough. Urgon actually healing up pretty nicely. Does manage to get off the Wukong's command. And Geek Framer saying, abort. We got to get out of this AoE. And sure enough, they will on the left-hand side. Nagrata is trying to stick it to Carl, but he will manage to skewer a decent distance away. But Monkey King is hunting. That's why the Earthshaker is trying to stay on top of this. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, we're going to see Misha die. Support, no big deal. Let's go back to Carl, who's still being chased out. Urgon's going to catch up to eventually Nagrata. The cheeky handshake. Okay, do they have the follow-up blink? Nagrata going to spot him for a moment. Carl does have a skewer to the right-hand side. Can he TP out?
Oh, no.
Nope. Nagrata's
no, your trees. He's got a Shadow Blade.
And they have no vision.
The rest of his team is here.
And now Cuckoo coming in for pretty quickly. Nagrata realizing that he chased way too far. The rest of his team abandoned him.
And it all starts because Geek Fam get the initiation. Sure, Monkey King was the one actually leaping forwards with the Fisher, but they were ready. And they immediately turned it around. That means the Monkey King ult and the BKB's got to be used defensively. And then the chasing power just isn't there. Geek Fam pick up both supports for free on the onset. And it gets way more difficult for Spirit to collect kills once they've already lost 2.
That was a Shadow Blade that was just picked up, right? Oh boy, what a big payout immediately.
It's about initiation and staying off. The problem, one of the issues with all these neutral items is, of course, the cores have a much harder time carrying detection. They need some now.
We're going to have some buybacks here as the Silencer's going to be TPing in. They do have the skewer away to the right-hand side. IL2W taking a lot of damage there from that Rupture, but enough to be able to stroke it off. Now Lifesteal really doing some dividends, but they have to chase for some of the backline heroes. That's where they're going to go for Misha, while Raven challenges ILTW with Blood right out. He's going to have to leap away from that one, while Ergon gets pulled back into it, turns and fights with the Lifesteal. He's just overwhelmed by so many heroes. Immersion laying out the freezing field, but immediately chopped down quickly by Cuckoo, racing into Misha, and ILTW got caught. He just got spotted by a tree dancing Rubik who lifted him up in the air, stopped that TP. ILTW would be a wipe there. Actually, going back for this one, but Grotto with the Echo Slam, but it's not enough damage. Raven is fine. He had his BKB ready to go. He's ready to fight through all of this. They can't do enough damage, and now they just fed back to back to back. Team Spirit, they're going to lose this fight in a massive, massive way as they got wiped not once, but twice with no buybacks left in the tank. Geek Fam, how much are you going to be able to take out of this? Tier 2, Tier 3, 2 lanes of racks?
Who knows, man? It's the staying power. You saw Spirit that got split, and Monkey King, with no ultimate, he's just isolated and immediately taken down. He lived for a while, but no one was in sight. They took that fight without Nangrata. You can't win a fight without your Shaker.
Yeah. Follow-up disables to get up. Like, you need Wukong's command and you need the stuns to make sure they stay inside of it. And when Geek Fam able to either focus the Monkey King down or get out of Wukong's command easily, you could see that, as you said, that staying power, especially Carl. I mean, he got kind of low, yeah, but he dished out so much damage. Unfortunately, Tier 2 still up in the mid lane, so Geek Fam are only going to be able to get the 2 lanes at top and bottom. But now, finally, that net worth has broken one direction.
It's just the support's usefulness. The issue with Spirit is that both of them are completely worthless against BKB and incredibly squishy. Geek Fam, you've got Zephyr, who has just had incredibly high impact in the fight. Stolen Fissures for pickoffs, the Tree Dance there to pick up bonus kills, and the Chen just walking around with a bunch of auras. You can see the win probability. Looked great for Spirit for a while, but since about 32 minutes, it's been all Geek Fam. 9 consecutive kills with no response.
Now we're just in a free fall. Cuckoo is going to get picked off here unless the BKB for staff. Okay, immediately throw out the Global Silence. They need to maintain damage on him. Don't let him blink away. But Cuckoo jukes into the Roshan pit, blinks out, and now Team Spirit are left with nothing but sand in their hands.
Not even that, they're forced to retreat back to their side of the river. Bottom and top lane pushing in as they have lost racks and on either side, which makes this Roche engagement real tricky, because if you see creep waves in bottom as Geek Fam, you know that the 5 Team Spirit heroes are somewhere in the vicinity. You can play a little cautious, camp high grounds, ensure you don't make that critical error that would give away this game.
Well, we got some level 25s coming in. Those can be game changers, and we have the Empower buff up for the Magnus. On the other side, Team Spirit, a level 23 on a Monkey King. If you can get to level 25 before the next fight, we have that gigantic command ring from the Wukongs. But can that fix all of their problems? Right now, they just can't seem to do enough damage to Geek Fam. No, running into that immediately, bouncing away because he was afraid off of that smoke break somebody was going to get found. They're going to lead off with a Blood Right, or Rupture rather, onto the Slark. But on the high ground means Geek Fam not down to tread those
Look at the base.
Yeah.
There's no need to get aggressive here as Geek Fam. You know what's up.
You can poke very lightly at Roshan. Not overcommitting too much. Just see if Team Spirit, nice managed to pull the Monkey King down from that tree. The Blood Right going out, silencing him for a little bit of time. He's holding onto his BKB while he can. BKB going out from Carl as he skewers away. So not really the situation they were hoping for there. And Ergon sees the opportunity, especially with Nangrata. Dude's managed to hit the 2-man Echo Slam. Ergon following that up, but no command ring just yet. They managed to get back to the shrine, healing up. Cuckoo back up to full. Nangrata about to fall, but Ergon, they need to be able to protect him. As Raven's just tearing him apart. He gets the command ring, yes. A chop from Cuckoo, not quite enough. Ergon healing through all of that. What? He just lit through it to manage to get up that one big nuke, staying inside his command ring as best as possible, but tossed over the side. Ergon still can't deal with Raven. He needs the help of ILTW. He damaged this Raven. Bloodseeker's just too much for them to handle. He's going to chase down ILTW. Zephyr in and out all over the trees. Finds him with a Fateful. 3 dead on the side of Team Spirit. And there goes Roshan and probably the game.
They didn't even touch the Crystal Maiden. The Blade Mail damage on the Nova and Raven's Mjolnir actually just killed him with AoE damage. and that's the the end of your CM. That holy crap, I can't believe Aragon lived for so long, but the problem is that now you have all the survivability, sure, on the Slug and the Monkey King, because that was the weakness in the lineup, but now you have the lack of damage. A Mag lineup never has these issues, especially when there's a Daedalus picked up. And this is looking like it might be the end of the road for our boys.
I hate to say, every single one of these fights, I just don't really feel the presence of ILTW Slark, who got that early Midas, was able to farm for so long. Yule Scepter into his Fury here. Well, first they're going to silence him to make sure at least Immersion isn't going to be dying here. And Carl is a little bit overextended, but he does have a cheese, and there's nowhere they can chain stun a 3,500 HP Magnus long enough to prevent him from using it. So he goes back up to full health. They're going to claim Megas here. 30 seconds to work with after that. They're going to play it safe.
Pretty fantastic stuff happens right here.
And it means Team Spirit on the verge, on the brink, getting dropped from this tournament. They're going to have to play against Megas, and now going to have to play in a 3 versus 5 as Geek Fam find the opening.
Raven TPs, gets the DD, summoned back immediately by Dubu.
That's where he was going. I was surprised. I was like, oh, Geek Fam, surely just ended here, but Raven just wanted that a little bit extra helping hand with the double damage to just kind of poke at the Monkey King. Are you going to pop your BKB? Get a little damage on you. Meanwhile, finishing out this beautiful LTW coming forward. Immediately going to be rushed up. Also called by the Axe, pulling him away, but they do manage to get the 2-man Echo Slam once again. But do they have enough damage? The command ring. Oh, he actually gets pushed out of it immediately by the telekinesis from the Rubik. So there goes all your damage. That command ring is all important because you could see the Slark in the back line just can't even finish off a Chen. Sure, throw out an RP just for Urgon. That's it. That is the game, and that is it for Team Spirit as they are knocked out.
What a
by Geek Fam.
Geek Fam collected 20 kills, Spirit got 1. What was a close game turned into total domination, and they move into the playoffs. Well deserved. They looked great yesterday, look even better today. Really clean victory. It was tough road, but they did exactly what they had to do with the draft, and you can see no smiles. That wasn't enough for them. They're not here to make it to playoffs. They're here to try and win this event.
This is looking like a team that is
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mine. My thanks.
A wyvern's brow.
Killing spree.
Master.
Spawned yet.
Radiant's middle tower is destroyed!
Dota 2. Double kill, killing spree, impossible kill.
Are so small, the world will hardly notice.
War and winter travel wing in wing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant just fortified their structures! You know what I'm talking about? That force field leads me to believe that Dire just fortified their structure. Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Jeez, Radiant's middle tower just got wrecked! Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack! Whew, Radiant's middle barracks! Huh? What a joke! Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack! Whoa, Dire's bottom tower is under attack!
A dominating performance.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. tower's under
Mega
attack.
kill. Double kill. They're unstoppable. I will ignore your email number of kills.
Dire just won! 40! They won 40! Quit yelling at me about it! Dire's top tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Unseen. Healing shot. Not excuse. Good.
Killing spree.
bounty which my matriarch will prize.
Dominating, I guess.
Oh,
Mega kill. More than 2 kills, but less than 4 kills.
Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! The force field leads me to believe that Dire has fortified their structure.
They're unstoppable. Ownage.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Oh,
That was unreal.
Radiant's bottom tower
Hello,
just got
this is
denied.
Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
Dire's courier, he bit the big one. There's a job opening, in case anyone's interested.
Monster
for
kill.
Courier.
Impossible kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack! Oh man, what? Get up on out of here, because Radiant just fortified their structures! Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Generation.
Radiant's middle tower just got wrecked! Oh, those little rascals are hitting Dire's bottom tower.
Mere coin?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What an amazing thing.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Looks like Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. And you might as well save that energy because Radiant just fortified their structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
No such
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower just took a big beating. It's gone.
Watch over us. All wands will break us.
Double kill. Killing spree.
All that bore you was precious beyond all measure.
Regeneration!
Double kill. A dominating performance. Killing spree.
Possible. Your strength fails you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What is this? Invisibility!
The tide.
a dominating performance.
Oh boy, Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant just fortified their structures! You know what I'm talking about?
Purification! Isn't that pretty?
Whoa! They just killed Radiant's courier! Radiant's middle tower is under attack!
Purify! Fear not.
Killing spree.
Oh, Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Oh, Radiant's middle tower is destroyed!
My just reward. Mine is truly a blessed life.
Ooh, Dire, you gotta fortify their structures. Good work. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack. Huh, Dire's middle tower, it's gone. Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Illusion!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is this madness? I will not be denied.
Invisibility! Stay near! Creatures.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Look out!
Mega kill.
Oh, jeez, Radiant's courier just got killed. Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack. Oh, Radiant's top tower is destroyed.
Armor have omniscience.
Roshan's fallen to the Dire.
Oh my. This is good. What a bounty!
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Righteous reward.
They're unstoppable?
Oh, jeez, Morty, they're going after Dire's bottom tower.
Fear not heresy.
Oh, Radiant's top tower is under attack. Those little rascals are hitting Dire's bottom tower. Oh, man, what? Get up on out of here, because Radiant has fortified their structures. Oh, Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That was unreal.
Oh boy, Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Oh boy, Dire's bottom tower is getting hit. Those little rascals are hitting Dire's bottom tower.
Double damage. Be fearless.
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Monster kill.
Radiant team ban.
On the panel from you.
Just kidding. Let's get him again. Get his ass.
Yeah, don't zoom in on my handshake, and let's zoom in on the draft. Let's put our eyes there. Let's actually pay attention to something that matters. Sind, as we do start to move through right now, I do kind of want to take the opportunity, as some of the earlier bans do come in, to talk about what you've seen overall. For anybody who's like, okay, we're starting to get to the end of the day, I want to tune in, I want a quick refresher. Have you started to see anything really pop out in the meta, stand off the page to you?
Well, outside of the normal bans with IO Treant, Tiny, Magnus has definitely risen in popularity. I was saying, I think in the previous series, I was like, I feel like this hero is underrated by being 10th pick. I think it should be first pick or second pick.
It does too much. AoE, BKB, piercing, disable, damage amplification for yourself and an ally, incredibly tanky, a mobility tool that also functions as a disable.
And he can jungle if he loses his lane, level 4.
It's
because
ridiculous.
His power is so good.
You can be a carry, you can be mid, whatever matchup, you're a strong laner. Like we saw Mag go against Monkey King. Yeah, it wasn't great, but it wasn't losing like almost every other melee hero would hard. It's just not fair. Is it in this pool?
It's banned.
Good. That's was that a Gambit ban?
Treant got through. It's the first time. So we're gonna see a new hero.
I'm afraid. I'm always afraid. Gambit, obviously a second pick. They know that they're leaving Tree. They're comfortable if it gets to them. However, you got to assume they came into this with a 1-2 prepared and response, as that is arguably the most popular hero in the meta right now in the Treant. I believe it's 100% pick ban this far.
It's been banned every game. It's the first time it gets picked.
But it's 100% pick plus ban is what you're saying.
Absolutely, yes. With 0 picks.
Pick a hero.
1 pick.
Correct.
You better pick your hero. 5
Good one, Kyle.
Got him.
Well, the first thing I'm thinking about when I see Treant, I think Batrider. It's one of the best heroes against Treant, whether it's core or support. You can burn down the trees. You can find him in the tree line with sticky napalm, giving that flying vision. And Batrider in this patch can play 3 roles, just hands down 3, 4, 5.
I agree, but I think a bad nominee. I think you can't pick Bat this early is my concern. It's just too easy to deal with the lasso.
Pick it good.
The thing for me is, they're not going to pick either. If you pick it because you have a player like Joshua, who's an incredible Batrider player. It's one of his absolute best heroes. I think his 2 most played heroes of all time in competitive are Batrider and Darkseer. I'm pretty sure about that.
Now, keep in mind the change to Puck in that recent patch is that if you Waning Rift while rooted, you won't move, you'll still cast Silence. So a slight nerf in the matchup up against Treant. I think CM, another underrated hero, it kind of fits into this concept of staying on map and also sustain. Like, you now all of a sudden can push waves more efficiently, you can farm faster, more effectively because you can just waste your mana. It doesn't matter, you've got the aura. And there's another combination that we've seen quite often, some sort of stun plus a disruptor. That's going to be your support duo coming out for the PandaS.
And this makes me think that the Treant is position 4 because we've had we've had Moonmeander play disruptor every game.
And Aoi is a tree player.
Yeah.
He is one of those just, what's the word for that? Who enjoys playing tree?
A guy who would enjoy playing techies at TI.
Yeah,
so
like,
yes,
what?
fits the bill.
God, there's something wrong with him, right? In a good way. But either way, it's like, who wants this? Like, he does.
It's fun to win.
Sure.
And Treant's a good hero, I heard. So, I could see why that would be fun.
Talk to me a little bit more about Disruptor. Why are we starting to see so much Disruptor?
Very few strong lane 5s. Most of them lose the trading war. Now that everybody has a courier, you keep sending out regens. It's about being able to stand against that 5. In the past, a lot of 5s could have something in the tank for like the first engage or 2, and then they run dry. Now it's about being able to keep going.
It's a good point. I think we saw that at that first meta shift was when mangoes were first added, and all of a sudden all the meta supports could directly turn mana into damage. You'd see in suiciding as well, where Skywraths would show up with like a null talisman and a mantle. They'd use all their bolts, then go die to tower, rinse, repeat. Now with your own courier, the same thing comes up where you can just buy more regen, turn the mana into damage, and force the enemy carry to buy regen. You don't care trading. I'm a support. I don't care if I trade my gold for the carry's gold. It's a win for us.
Yep.
Wow.
Level 3 is one of the strongest spells in the game in terms of overall damage per mana. Like, it's a 130 mana spell that deals...
Plus the slow, which helps you get a couple extra auto attacks.
Is it 4 times 60 on level 2?
Yes, it's 40, 60, 80, 100. Unless it was... Oh, no, it's 45. 45, 70, 95, 120.
Oh, man. I don't remember the exact number. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage.
And it provides vision.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Strong linking spell. The other hero that we've seen in the same vein that other teams have been using in pretty much every game has been Lich. Same logic.
I love Lich.
Tons of damage, low cooldown harassment.
He's used the Grant voice line every single time that we've mentioned Lich for the past few days.
Which one?
I love Lich.
I love Lich. Lich, isn't it Lich? I love Lich.
Lich? I love Lich.
There is the Batrider ban, by the way. We have had Omni-Knight taken out, but not Abaddon. Fighting PandaS are kind of daring them to take it here. I think Abaddon would also have been a decent pick here for either team in this game. There's nothing like standing out.
I love the hero. It's it just cleanse. Anything that removes initiation from the other team is solid in my book. I like the shim rankings of their draft, though. Gambit, they love to do this, where you have 3 super solid heroes, right? Tons of cheap disable. You got a lot of lockdown, solid team fight, and your cores are still very open. They haven't revealed their win condition at all. They've just built a really nice framework to go around whatever it is they want to put the game on.
So they still have a lot of flexibility.
Yes.
Yep. All right, as we move forward in the draft right now, we're going to be keeping that in mind, taking a look over at the Fighting PandaS. I do want to bring up once again something that constantly Kyle had brought up before we got into this, the idea of making sure that they do have something to spike around, right?
Yeah.
What should we be looking for to potentially enable that type of wing condition?
You need something beefy for sure, because you want to allow your disruptor. Long fights benefit disruptor. You're going to get the fight, then you're going to get the glimpse kill on exit. You already have a lot of lockdown. These are super high disable heroes. I love that. That's a great start. You see 3 enemy heroes with 0 physical damage, purely magical. Pick up a Viper. It's also one of Bryle's better heroes, and it still has flexibility. You could theoretically play it for Envy as well.
Yeah, I wonder what you get against this Viper, actually. I would say that it's just a flat-out problem right now. It's one thing to only have magic damage, but they don't even have serious single target of it.
Yeah.
Puck's AoE, Shaker's AoE, Maiden's AoE, largely, so...
And you don't want to pick something like a Slark here into Disruptor with a Viper already selected.
That's tough as well. And I don't even know how good Slark is against Treant, because there's like this weird warding pattern that's going to come out of trees, and...
a Naga. I know PL is one of Dream's best heroes. He's one of those... The PL is one of the few heroes in Dota. It's similar to a Broodmother to a Meatball, where the skill disparity between the great players and the people that have actually mastered it is still like a huge advantage. It's a tier up for this hero once you have it. And Dream is one of the rare guys that can delta split perfectly. It's near impossible to know which one's real if he's actually trying to flee from you. And it complements the draft well and also deals with the Viper, although of course if you stand in the Nether Toxin, you cannot proc the Juxtapose. They go for Naga instead. Same concept though. You have a lot of AoE to follow up with, and it's an illusion-based core. One of the hard Naga Viper counters. It also isn't hurt like PL is when you stand in Nether Toxin.
Exactly. It's I think it's probably, I want to say, one of the favorite heroes in general against Viper for any team that plays it. It's on your radar, you're considering it. And
a block pick, perhaps.
Technically, I think they had okay tools against Naga. I think both Maiden and Shaker are pretty good against Naga. Puck is okay. Obviously, a late game Naga with 4 or 5 items becomes a problem, but they could have handled it for a while. Oh, that's a hero we haven't seen yet.
Yep, and that
Alchemist.
You talk about power spikes. Here's a great one because Alk comes online a hell of a lot faster than any other hero in Dota, as you just simply manufacture more gold, and that's going to be the goal here, where you just go high ground 15-20 minutes in with an AC BKB, and you hit buildings while Naga's not ready.
This is a really good Alchemist pick, I think.
What's caused him to fall out of favor a little bit?
I don't actually know. What were they?
Changing math and changing the tempo of the game overall.
Yeah,
games are faster.
Yeah, so it's the straight up speed of the game, the reason we're not seeing
a lot of the time it's the speed of the game. Alchemist got nerfed, other heroes got buffed a bit.
It's also because before neutral items, enemy heroes would have empty slots. Now they have neutral items. So sure, Alk might be able to buy his 6 items faster, but you're not punished as hard because all of a sudden everybody's got this extra infusion of stats and HP.
It's true.
So with all that in mind, you said this is a really good Alk pick. What changes things to make him so good right now?
What you do about Alchemist generally to counter him is either you play the game so fast that he doesn't come online, which Naga can't really do. Naga's a slow build-up hero, or the other approach you take is that you have heavy single target damage so you can actually die, which they have kind of none of on Gambit. Naga needs time. When Naga is farmed, so is Alk. Alk is richer, and the other heroes have no single.
You've already sort of set the stage, though. It's going to come down to, can Pandas win the game before Naga gets the 3rd item? Because the Manta Diffusal plus survivability item is just GG. There's not a damn thing you're going to be able to do to take him down, especially with all these stuns behind him. So they got to make this game played quick. I'd like to see more tower damage come out from the last pick. That works too.
That also pseudo tower damage and
powers. Yep, makes your Alchemist even stronger. He's the one sieging. Now you can do better keeping him alive. A natural medallion and Vlad's Buyer, which is what they were missing.
You need to solve Alk as Gambit now. It's the one thing, I say this almost every time there's an Alk in the game. When there's an Alchemist in the game, I call it an Alchemist game. And what I mean by that is
that's really creative.
Well, that's beautiful.
Let me explain, okay?
Wow, 2020 starting with the quotes.
Holy shit, mind blown. No, but he is the centerpiece for both teams, is my point. Like, the game revolves around this guy. Either he's going to win the game because he hits a timing, or he's going to get destroyed. Like, Alchemist doesn't really have this in-between-ish game. It's either great or it's terrible. And
I think that the simpler way to say all of those words, though, would be, if there's an Alk in the game, it's an Alchemist game.
So, okay, Gambit need to find a solution for the Alchemist. They need to have a way of invading, or they need to have a way of killing him.
Because you already have a win. Like, Naga's not really countered here at all. Naga will win you the game. You actually do well against the Baden in both lane and throughout the game, especially once the Diffusal comes up. You just burn everybody's mana. But as you said, you need something to either kill objectives or find the Alk, something that closes the map to Pandas. You don't want to give them the ability to accelerate. And it will be a mid pick as well, unless they want to put the Puck there.
Is there a pick for Shashlo that counters Alk? If not, then
You
I
could
think
AA
Josh was
here.
the puck.
I actually wouldn't mind AA.
True, it's a possibility.
You could even core. You could put the AA mid.
Trying to stay in front of the Bloodseeker. And this top lane, GPK and FNG have just been trying to go all out. Not burn into snaking, but it's very difficult to get a kill. Moon's done so much range harass damage with Thunderstrike that they just can't get close. And they don't really have control, right? Like until you get like level 6 on the Bloodseeker, you don't really have that much intimidation.
You need to be careful about sitting on really low HP when playing against the Bloodseeker, especially on the side lanes. And a lot of harassment also on the mid on this Alchemist. No mana, no HP. Because Bloodseeker will get that move speed and attack speed, which gives them kill potential. I think Maiden also has a 1-1-1 build to keep them inside the Blood Right for a guaranteed silence and the damage.
And this gets to be a nice passive start to an early game. 10 seconds till bounty runes, so that may be some point of contest. I like how also 2-3 minutes ago you were just like in 5 minutes. You just know that's where we go next.
So far, Gambit got 2.
And they did. They're still like one floating up in the top river. GPK dropping very, very low. He's having a hard time getting away from Moon as well as snaking. Putting down the Blood Right. He will not get anywhere near enough damage to return the favor. And now even FNG. Moon and snaking going to work together. FNG gets the frostbite out, so snaking will go down. FNG tries to hide in the trees. Moon going to lock himself from the wall. And thanks to Thunderstrike, Moon will get the maximum experience.
Extra level from that. Already level 4, 5.5 minutes
but he's
in.
dead.
Here comes GPK.
I was like, I need more movement speed. Glimpse him further away.
Goes back GPK. And AOI is just playing the heal dude at this point. Envy will be stacking some jungle for himself, but they need to be careful about this because Naga Siren is invading the small camp on the side.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking of early on, what I was kind of wondering if it would happen directly, but maybe you can just attack what he wants, which is these creeps. You just need the illusions to come down. So Tree and Protector sits in the lane, tries to keep him back, or at least tries to make sure there's not too many sacks to be taken. Yeah, Dream straight up contested.
It's pretty big.
Especially the little golems, right? That's always so much extra money.
Well, at least AUI is having fun. Like, he's getting the XP from the neutrals, from the mid lane as well.
Oh, top lane Moon. Axis Vampire. With that rotation in, Snaking's trapped on the wrong side of the river, but then again, if you can get the kill onto FNG, maybe worth it. Axis Vampire, there's not much more to work with. The wall doesn't come up in time.
Courier?
Also,
yep. This is it.
Hey, this is the MASH unit right here. We move to the front lines. So all out is, it feels like the PandaS are definitely getting ahead. There's a big problem though with like the top CS being the Naga Siren. Some of that is still jungle creeps because she's been taking it from the side, but a lot of it has just been the mid lane. Double the CS of the Alchemist, and then probably not even... Okay, 3.7k to the 2.2k is the net worth difference.
They already placed the Observer Ward on their hill so they can see the entrance to their jungle. If they keep them busy, just give Alchemist... He needs 4 or 5 minutes to farm this Radiance. Didn't have the best start, but he's doing all right.
No, Dream's gone bush as well. Even picking up broom handles inside the jungle. You know what, that would actually be a funner thing, is if you can actually steal the items from the other side of the river. So invading in across the river would at least remove some of the whole, like, well, you get 3 RNG items which will drop from these neutrals which don't belong to you.
Well, we need Pudge to be able to hook neutral items, so you just steal it from far away. That's the buff that he needs.
To make Pudge relevant?
Yeah, right now he's in a really bad state. No XP talent.
Yeah, so many heroes die for an XP talent loss. Not gonna say his name, but press F for respect.
Well, I could name few.
Please don't. It's sad, man. Don't name it. It's sad.
What's the worst one? Like,
the worst one?
Yeah.
I don't know. Worst position is Snaking, surrounded by 3 players with no extra support to come and help him out, and doesn't have a level 6 yet. On this Abaddon, an FNG, yep, Mango it up, try and break free, but Snaking, way too much damage. Good chain control as well that can come in from Gambit. And this is what I like about their lineup. When they run CMs, when they run ESs, they're always going to have more stuns.
They realize that they can't kill everyone on the bot lane. Bryle has 3 points in the corrosive skin. Let's see the item. 3, not too bad. It's going to give him some extra stats, +7. But yeah, Puck can't be killed on the bottom lane, so ES decides to rotate to the top lane, and also they don't threaten any kill on Puck. Now he's the one being on the mid lane.
You see where Envy moved, like he's just moved right underneath the Dire Observe Ward, but further to the north. Knows that Dream continues to engage into the jungle. This kind of messes up Bryle's movements too. Glimpse back, well, it's problematic for Dream. He does not have the ultimate skilled up, but he's got TP support coming in. FNG arriving, so Dream will cop a fair chunk of damage, but the threat from PandaS against a very farmed up Naga, not real high.
AUI just enjoying his time on the mid lane, already level 6, pre-10-minute mark. Like, you can see there what I want to do in this game. Just get Alchemist farm, get that Radiance up, and then start going for towers.
Bryle really low. Excess Vampire's trying to get that last bit of physical damage in through the Living Hammer as Dream stands his ground there too. But the chain's done into Moon Meander. Have they got another control? FNG is so low on life. He stays out of range of the Overgrowth, which AUI lets rip right now. As this Vampire, too much damage from the tower. He will end falling.
This one's on Bryle. He definitely saw them TPing. Like, what are they going to do? They're just going to stick around, try to get a kill on you.
This is all happening though because we are 20 seconds away from having the outpost open up. Snaking trying to break free. Shashlo jumps in. They will break out the ultimate, and Snaking burning a lot more life back. Dream Coil, wow, okay. You're committing that before the outposts are coming in. And Bryle's going to TP to the north because Treant's already sitting on the bottom outpost. Right now, the Fighting PandaS, they want to be able to get both of the outposts. GPK, he's already TPing away in the illusionary jump away. Yep, that's going to be both going the way of Radiant.
That's actually huge, especially with the Alk. I didn't see how many bounty runes they picked up, but in terms of net worth, the game's pretty even at the moment. And now, Envy gets the Mud Golems.
This is Outpost. This is the vertical climb.
Give everything you have to Alk. Faded Brooch, Iron Talon, and
your soul.
And the tree, yeah. So he's gonna be the ultimate raid boss. He's gonna be the main focus of Gambit, but they have living armor to work with. You have a Photic Shield, which is level 7 at this point.
And even the initial magical jump that you get from something like an ES is still not enough. And what's he gonna do? He'll stand his ground inside the Dream Coil. So it feels like you need to be able to out-sustain an Alchemist in damage. At least this is a nice approach from Dream. Make sure he burns through the living armor, Tree and Protected just can't keep the tier 1 tower alive. This allows them to at least potentially control that bottom outpost, but it comes at a trade-off of their own.
Mid lane. The problem is they don't have any kind of burst damage. There's a lot of sustain from PandaS.
Yeah, mid-tier 1's are real low. I think it's within deny range, but they want to get it back up with living armor. Meanwhile, Moon and Bryle having the time of their lives up on the top lane. No one is contesting this.
Illusions will not be that effective against the Radiance miss. Bryle also working towards his Maelstrom.
Rupture's out. Bryle's having some trouble. He'll have to walk himself out the bottom. That's not going to happen. Static Storm as well as Shield. Bryle begins his TP out. And the stun. FNG's too far away. The Echo. Max's Vampire.
Not in time.
Nope.
So they traded one big ulti for another. They're going to get a kill on Moon Meander with the coil.
Not what they wanted though. They wanted a lot more than this. To kill here and there doesn't mean you can cross the jungle and contest the Alchemist.
One issue that PandaS will have in the mid game is trying to split push, dealing with the Naga split push. They don't have the best heroes.
Love me some jelly.
Are we gonna start talking about cakes again?
No!
Toby, you promised no cakes.
No! Just jelly by itself. It's royal.
Silence.
And they're bringing more support to the bottom lane now. Tier 1 towers. PandaS are looking. With Moon and AUI behind him. You don't have the Static Storm up just yet. But they still know they've got enough get out jail free cards to revive, pressure the tier 1 tower and ensure no outpost shenanigans.
Naga is keeping up with Alchemist's farm. And here it comes, 13-minute Radiance. It's time to group up. You can see the drawing on the minimap. let's go. They want to take a tier 1 tower on. Let's see where they decide to move. He's still in the jungle at the moment. Seems like it's going to be tier 1 tower on mid.
Walking right into Gambit. FNG's going to be the closest one. Access Vampire needs to get that Fidget blocked down right now and keep him out. Bryle, he is on the eastern side. FNG letting it go. FNG just pulled back with the glimpse. Cancelling off. Dream does have his Mana Star ready to fight. GPK nearby too, but who do you want? Envy with that fresh Radiance. Sitting in the middle of the engagement. Fidget should be back up again. Moon Meander caught in the back lines. Dream able to do that, just letting his illusions finish the job. As Envy has the Concoction Stun ready to go, uses the illusions to get rid of it, so no self-stun. But this was PandaS looking to initiate, but it was the top tier 1 tower that was being pressured by Shashlo.
The thing is, they don't have a good hero against Puck other than Disruptor to actually kill him. So what he's going to do is just going to be split pushing, buying time, trying to delay this push as much as possible. Naga has that Manta style, so more illusions, more split push to deal with. It's going to be hard. I don't think they're going to be able to hit their timing. And also Disruptor, he needs to save that ulti to either kill the Puck or Naga. I think the primary target is Naga here because she's going to cancel the whole fight with her ulti.
Thinking about Song of the Siren, and UI is staying on top of him for the moment. Wait out the wall, keep the run going. Let the illusions cause the issues. Now that you're kind of mentioning it, oh, Tree, is he going to be okay down there? Fissure Block is holding him in position. Access Vampire keeps the chainstone up, allowing Dream to get all that damage in that he wants to, and you can see Gambit, they want to keep fighting. They're looking for more. But it's dangerous to move that close to the tier 2 tower.
As long as you can delay this Alchemist, I mean, it's I'm not going to call a single core lineup because Viper can scale, but it looks like an all-in. Like post 30-minute mark, I'm going to say that Gambit is going to win.
Really? Still feel at least the D push should be good, depending on the itemization as well for the Viper. I always feel like Viper can just clean up waves so quickly once he gets level. Tower mid, not a lot of damage has been done to it. It's down by 50%, but the rest of it will now come.
Yeah, the tier 2 tower on the bottom has fallen, but Treant is just there having the global presence with the armor. Now it's BKB that Alchemist just bought, so he does not need to care about nether damage coming out from Puck nor Earthshaker, and the Earthshaker doesn't even have a Blink Dagger yet. You can always try to force a fight near the Roche if the enemy team does not want to take a fight, and they have a good lineup to do so with Viper, with some extra minus armor from Medallion on Treant and Alchemist.
Just under 16-minute buy time for the Maelstrom. Not too shabby for a Bloodseeker who really would like to be having himself a fight, but this smoke movement from Gambit is well off the mark. Now PandaS will try one of their own, all 5 heroes together. The outpost on the top, it has been taken up. But who do they want to go on? They're still illusions checking out, and FNG. Oh, you are so happy if you're Gambit on this. Like, FNG can die every single day if he reveals a 5-man smoke gank. But look at the TPs coming. PandaS, they want the north. And Gambit will take the south. Quickly, Puck moves down there, making sure there's a split push going.
FNG will take that trade anytime. Smoke for his death.
Oh my god, Envy gets so much money from just, like, he got 2 stacks. Like 2 stacks inside the jungle, and he just went up. I think it was like 1,000 gold, a little bit over 1,000 gold. Man, Bryle, Dream showing he's got a lot of damage to give. Diffusal Blade is ready with the Mana Style, even the Broomstick backpacked, while AUI in deep. Does someone have some reveal? Yeah, he's just putting down the GG branch, give him something extra to run through, but their sentry was down, running right into the already planted one with the extra silences. AUI would also fall. While in mid, it looks like they're still trying to initiate two. Dream doesn't want to give this up. Moon put down the ulti, but look at him die. Dream doesn't even care. His illusions get tickled.
I have 2 questions for you, Toby. Was that Viper, was that Disruptor? Because they just disappeared, man. Dream at this point
was it just an illusion?
So strong, yep.
Yeah, it's got punched in the face.
I think they missed their timings. They couldn't group up, even though it's only 1k lead for Gambit. When you're playing Alchemist lineup, if you're not 5 to 10,000 gold ahead, you're not ahead.
Well, it's when like you see lineups like this, like they start to just kite out the Alchemist, right? Like you're able to ensnare, you're able to frostbite, you rupture him, you control him, and then deal with everybody else. Because if they don't have the farm, if Alchemist is taking it from everywhere on the map, you put everything into this fight. But if you can't deliver the effective net worth, then it's not effective.
It's the same concept as when you're playing with Tinker in your team, where he takes all the farm on the map and then dies 1-2 times, and suddenly the game just feels over.
Yeah. That's why I'm interested to see like just how much more influence Envy's able to have. Like if it's Gambit trying to kite, like if we look for the 4 stars, if we look for maneuverability, if they just feel like what they've already got is enough. Like he's building in for the Assault Cuirass. So he is being the fighter. It's a normal item build for Eternal Envy, but I don't know, like Blink, like obviously don't need Blink and Abyssal, like something along these lines that's able to let him be forcing engagement from Gambit to make them target him. Is that possible?
They don't have a hero to initiate a fight with. The only thing is Glimpse back. Yep. You don't want to waste a slot on Blink Dagger on Alk at this point.
You almost need to have like a clumsy net on AUI, and then like this will be a better way to initiate. Because Bra will only get a little bit of slow out, and then you could just reset. But we still haven't seen a single song. So even if PandaS do start this one up, what do we got? That's a very long glimpse. Empire pulled back in again. Just trying to keep the chains on, get some time to blink, but with the Static Storm, not Static Storm, Thunderstrike on top of him. Hard to get. 5 seconds before Glimpse is back up again. GPK, I wouldn't wave at him. If he can see you into the wall, into the trees, that's a very long glimpse all the way back over towards Eternal Envy. Quick little silence over on Snaking. Dream Call thinks about committed from Chargelord with the 3-man silence as well as hit. He'll join himself away. GPK caught out. Rupture also making his play, but GPK trying to get back to the tier 1 tower. Under the blood right there, really diving in. Envy wants his kill with the BKB to protect the Bloodseeker for so long. It was AUI who was ruptured up. No, couldn't see him in the trees.
But they, I'm not going to say wasted, but they invested a lot of time to get a kill on Urge-Seeker. It's going to be a tier 1 tower, and look at the top lane. Yeah, it's the trade-off. Siren just trading the tier 1 for tier 1 tower. Also illusions spawning on top. They're gonna need BOTs on one of the heroes. The question is who wants to buy it, and yeah, you have BOTs, you want to be at that lane where Naga Siren is, but she threatened to kill on you. So there's just one ensnare, you're done.
This is starting to feel like a 50-minute game. Where Gambit just...
God, that's full butterfly story, Toby.
No, you're all good, man. Like, the Naga is getting so huge that no one could really deal with it, but it doesn't also feel like Gambit have great high ground pressure. They need to win a fight against fighting PandaS, which means they need to get through everybody, but why do that? You can just accept the status quo. Yeah, the kill count's pretty low, less than a kill a minute. That's very unusual for Dota. And you just split push it. BT's up for Puck. He's ready to do this exactly the same thing.
We're really not in split push meta, but in this feels like a game, yeah, but like if this is the way to win, soloing Roche 23 minutes in, not too bad.
So this is a way like maybe they can get up, where Dream is just so damn huge and you just giving him 2 lives. So you either take out the remaining outer towers or force a fight, or you think about breaking the high ground.
They will definitely try to take a fight now. With that Aegis, I mean, even without it, I doubt they can still take out Siren before she can get her spells off. Because there's no burst damage from PandaS at this moment.
Look at Shashlo's just like taunting AUI. It's like, I don't even care where you are. Because he knows he's on bottom lane. Like, this is what AUI did best. Remember when we always played like the Linas on the side lanes? Yeah. Like, I'll play the very rogue guy that just goes, sits in the tree lanes. He has Shadow Blades or Glimmer Capes back then. Now he's got Tree Protector, which is, well, OP for movement. What, +1 mirror image illusion. All right. Let's make more Nagas.
They're already having issues with dealing with those illusions. Alchemist bought Maelstrom. Like, he wants that Mjolnir for...
Well, he needs to be the clearance, right? Like, it's not like he's going to be able to Battle Fury. We need something a little stronger that can progress.
I mean, I believe he picked up the Cleave talent on level 15.
Yeah, that'll work.
This'll come in handy. Loaded skills.
And thanks to his rate of income, the Mjolnir won't be too far off. Shrine grabs. Outpost grabs. Both now belong to Gambit, but they didn't have them at the 25.
Outlander grabs.
Bryle, BKB. Already out and snaking. Man, he's just got no mana to work with. Song of the Siren. Now a trigger for a moment. There's actually a Courier just sitting on top the shop.
When Meander places Observer Ward, wanted to get a good glimpse, but yeah, that's gonna get de-warded.
And we go back to status quo. Rotation happens. Song of the Siren used to reset. GPK don't even want to get involved. Like, he's on bottom lane. Like, until his Basher is done. Maybe he's not feeling like it's worth getting in. There's a lot of farm on the map to be had. This Vampire. Oh, 4 stars, but still gonna die. Moon had that final tick.
I think it's go time. They want to...
There's a DD. Yep, definitely go time. But what do you go on? Like, you're gonna run...
Roche. They would love to kill a Roche right now.
You're gonna run down mid. It's just like, hey, it's go type it. Wait, objective choices.
Wait, there's no Roche.
Choices are limited here. Hey, Ember, you could farm jungle a little faster. And now he's got a Paladin sword. I feel like these BKBs have been so liberally used too, and we're so early in the game. For a game that could drag out, like through split push, through D push, like this is just like, it's a nightmare for any team that really wants to take a proper objective on the map.
And it's the second BKB pickup on Gambit. Naga just finished hers. Like, she's gonna be so hard to take down.
Because of the net worth on the Disruptor, it's almost impossible. He's gonna get an Aghanim Scepter during this game, so they won't even be as concerned. Means overgrowth control is just almost nothing on the Naga.
Some chip damage, but it's not effective since you're playing against Treant Protector. I want to see a team fight, Dobie.
No, not allowed it. Naga is a no-fun hero. Alchemist is a no-fun hero. You know, I actually always like the old resolution build in Alchemist. You remember when you got like the armlet first Alchemist? You get like yeah, it's like I think it was like armlet blink into Abyssal.
No,
so it's like full-on mass stun.
No acid spray, just max stun.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, we're combat boys. All these illusions just forcing at you way off the bottom lane. This is when I don't know how you leave your base properly. Like, who can deal with this? Like,
is this what we came to?
Is this what you came to see? Are you not entertained? Yeah, it's the Maelstrom. Like I say, double Mjolnir. Like, they know what they need to do.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Enchanted Quiver.
Picked it up in time.
Everyone's gonna be
no, you can't deny it with the illusion, so wouldn't you can't deny it. It's actually a sad thing you can't do that, right? You can't deny those neutral drops.
You think it would be balanced?
Well, I just think it'd be hilarious. Like if you got something like a bounty hunter sitting behind, it's like, wait for drop the neutral.
Well, there's a reason why these invisible heroes got nerfed. So you can't kill the couriers.
This doesn't seem like okay, so we're protecting the courier life, and it feels like you've just destroyed a way of invisible life. Where's Ricky? Where's Ricky?
Well, we can't see him. What a joke, huh? So funny.
All right, Gambit. Zagus the Immortal has been like totally burned through. We were just waiting for the next one. Skadi is the next item build up from Dream. Alchemist is still the #1 net worth, but he doesn't have a huge lead Normally this is about 10k in front when you're 30 minutes into a game, but right now it's pretty low.
Look at this damage. I mean, it's not all about the damage, it's about burning your mana. All these heroes are extremely limited. I talked about Alchemist not having mana regen on his ulti. Also Abaddon, if you have no mana, you're pretty useless.
It's going to take too long. The GG branch just got planted down, so they know AUI is there to try and take the outpost. Dream, Shashlo and FNG both initiate quickly. AUI, silence for so long, could never get the overgrowth off. The ensnare, Ryle has to BKB, but GPK's here. Anyone get themselves a stun? They just get the damage output as well. Yeah, with BKB, there is no layer of protection. And up on the top lane, that's where the remaining 3 heroes from PandaS are fighting hard. And the force that! But Eternal Envy, Snap was so damn short. Now get the Chemical Rage, and we'll see if Envy is really a fighter or a lover. Moonmien has already gone down. Snaking, control him by the blood right out too. Snaking totally burned dry. Still has the ultimate, they just changed the target. Killing up Eternal Envy. Shashlo would jump back in again. And the PandaS are all dying. They are extinct. Someone teach these people how to mate. Gambit only lose 1 in order to take that fight.
I'm surprised they still decided to take that fight after losing 2 of the heroes. We can see that Alchemist is extremely strong. Once he pops that ulti and the Mjolnir on himself, he actually deals a lot of damage, especially if there's no BKBs on Gambit. But sadly, that fight was only 3 versus 5.
And now Gambit have got the exact window they wanted. A 10k gold advantage. Swings up on the board, half an hour game.
The thing is, all the lanes are going to be pushed in. You chip damage, not as important in those towers because of the treant, but you're scouting things out with illusions, with your Manta style, and once the Roche pops, they're going to go for Roche. And you can't threaten the Roche because of the Siren. No burst damage, she's going to be able to use ulti reset, come back.
Yep. Naga will just walk at you. That's how she makes sure that you don't take Roshana from him.
Oh man, what?
And all this extra survivability is meant to come from like living armor, the Treant Protector. Equates to almost nothing as Naga just perseveres, and at 31 minutes and a bit, all outer towers have been taken down, and Gambit feel like they've got the reins of this match.
They also have Aghanim Scepter on Puck, and they have a gem, so they want to get rid of all the vision. Scotty completed all these small pieces coming into play. Roche.
It's like, you want to hand some of those items over to anyone? I'm fairly certain CM will take it. Eternal Envy. Where does he find the opening? He's going to be enabled by his team. Now Snaking and snared up. Going to lose all of the mana all over again. That's drainage problems from the fighting PandaS. And now Envy, initiated on, here comes Vampire. Envy, he's got no mana against the BKB, but he's already so down low. The regeneration's kicking in, Snaking, low on life, Overgrowth is trying to hold Dream there, but Song of the Sun, GPK is trying to isolate Envy because he was still BK'd up. Again, they're saying we don't want this, the glimpse, they're getting the pull back, it's going to be Dream, and they just have found their loss here, Gambit.
Big kill.
621 gold and all goes to Eternal Envy.
Can chase for more, they're pinging out the Shrine. Naga has buyback if needed, if I'm not mistaken.
Where is that?
Oh no, she's actually short.
She's out.
1,400 gold.
Well, Roshan's not available just yet. So got some starting it all up across. Now they stand their turn. Gambit, they really think the Roshan was being done. They just blindly jumped in, lose another 2 blow, huge abilities.
I mean, we've seen $1 million Dream Coil, but yeah, this Echo Slam.
No, that was one of those times like, oh, I landed a community check, but I'm paying income tax. I'm not gaining any money.
This was something else. I mean, it's kind of a play that you want to risk just in case. Maybe still the Roche. If you just deny the Aegis, it's worth it. But right now...
But you had no information. You had nothing to work with. Hey, nerf of Mango Tree now revealed right here. But no one actually got Mango Tree.
They need to play around his BKB on Alchemist. If they decide to use Rupture just to keep him in place, reset after he pops that BKB and then go in.
Well, the big man is up. Naga in 10 seconds can TP out. Try Moon's just in the vision. Oh, that's nice.
DD.
Oh, thank you, Ice Frog.
I can see Ice Frog sitting in Seattle in his office, just clicking the buttons.
No, Shashlo, thank you, Ice Frog. That's the way you don't leave nice things sitting in rivers. It's almost a shame it actually had to go to the buck. Because Rorschach is now an option for Gambit.
It took them too much time. I mean, it's a long spawn. On Roche also, bottom lane is pushing in.
Looking for AUI once more. Dream Coil is out. Doesn't catch out Snaking. Snaking trying to help him out, but a nice force start. Actually triggering the coil. So AUI dead pretty quickly. Instantly buys back into the game. Needs to give his presence. The concoction only setting up Illusion's Dream. So going to get back at the fight as GPK was in the back line. He's losing so much life so fast, but more support needs to also arrive. Where's your help? Exodus Vampire doesn't even want to give. He already blew the big ultimate. Brawl low on life, but where's the damage? He's trying to get it out. They just hold him there. Envy. He's got the son of Elbow, Song of the Siren. He's going to end up stunning himself. Dream gets a little bit of extra distance away. So Envy doesn't stun himself, but no. Whoa! Puck. Yeah, okay. He's just, it's fine. It's all fine here.
He went in silence just so that they can't use the glimpse back if they had any vision.
Now they go for Roshan, but now Echo Slam is up. Song of the Siren isn't, and that's probably what they're more happy about. But Naga Illusions can scout out, same with the Orb. FNG's got his own attacks. Moving to the north, ready to let it go. They can just hold him inside the pit. Exodus Vampire, great Fisher block. Holding the two of them inside of Roshan. Riles him there as well. FNG now lets it go. Where's the extra hit? Envy as well, snaking so low, so it's Roshan. Down to 50 HP. One hit. Roshan down, but Exodus Vampire, he snatches the Aegis of the Immortal. It's the perfect connection. Force stopping back out. And another Fisher block. They keep controlling him. They learned how to build a wall. It's not cement, it's rock.
Man, that Echo Slam, he missed again, but at least he snatched the Roche. Dream doesn't have ulti for the next 15 seconds.
Yeah, but that's still 15 seconds. You can't kill him in that time. Another three-man Fisher. Exodus Vampire, one of his best heroes. He's showcasing why. Moon Meander will fall, Customate will buy back. Everyone keep the aura. Goodbye, Aegis the Immortal. Yes. Back to the world living in just a second as the BKB Naga has just walked off. Customate is coming back over. Vampire is definitely dead in the trees.
This game's still not over, Toby. 36 minutes in.
It's back to split push now, right?
I don't think the split push is going to be that effective at this point of the game because Viper has a lot of items, has that Paladin Sword, full Mjolnir, almost full Butterfly. He wants to have evasion just so that they can't burn his mana. Cheese on Viper. At least they got one.
Big one. Like they needed that to force an issue. Now Lincoln Sphere over on Puck. Survivability is really starting to arrive for Gambit. I say starting to arrive. It was already there for the Naga. It's just everyone else who's getting it. And map controls could be so important for Gambit. This is why I was also looking for like the split push cape, because you push him away from the outpost, you push him away from the bounty rooms and keep fighting basically at their tier 3s.
Aghanim Scepter queued up for Alchemist. I assume that's going to be thrown onto Abaddon. Like you want to give it to him.
Do you want to give it to him, or do you want to give it to
some coils?
You want to see that? See, I want to actually see Moon Meander's ultimate. I think they need to be able to shut down these BKBs because it feels like Gambit keeps grouping up so much. It's maybe more effective.
Last time I checked, he was going for Ags, but has
nothing on him now.
Scepter had 2,000 gold. I guess that was his buyback. No. Where did he go? Where did his gold go?
Maybe it's sitting on the courier that's right next to the secret shop.
Oh, that's Envy using his courier for sure.
Because it's just sitting slightly off the side. Efficiency times. He can buy the point booster and still have tons of money left over. So there's the outpost gathering. 38 minutes out. Well, 38 minutes in, I should say. Out from the start.
We were talking about long games, Toby. We might be in for one.
Hell yes, it's what I always wanted. Actually, just to see a 70-minute game. We've got 32 minutes left on the clock before we get to that point. So maybe then, like, how many of these 70-minute items we're going to have? Like, I hope our observer is up to the task to hover over items so we can, like, let's just break everything down.
So we can know what they're doing?
Yeah.
Because you've never seen those in your pubs? Yeah.
Yep. All right, here we go, Gambit. In the trees, ready to fight. GPK comes the first one out. Blood Ride's going to be good with the jump forward. Look for GPK, quick force staff away. Dream Call in the back line, keeping PandaS control. More ruptures making their way to Braille. Has to stand his ground and continue to fight, but GPK's low on life. Great overgrowth for the Fisher. Once again, splitting this FP team in half away from the targets they want while Song of the Siren. FNG's going to be the first to die in the entire fight. Moon will not join him. It's pretty damn low. And Fighting Pandas get exactly what they want. A huge core, soaking up the abilities. And what do they really lose? Nothing of value.
They don't have a target to go for. Like, the ideal target is to kill either Disruptor, burn mana on Abaddon, or try to kill a Treant, and they can't do it. Man, Bloodseeker, if he uses Blood Riot on him, like, he just straight up dies. There's the first Aghanim Scepter on Alk.
We'll see who walks over.
I see Abaddon approaching.
I'm also seeing Disruptor approaching. Who's it gonna be? Snake is like, give it to me. It gave it to Snaking. I'm slightly disappointed, but I'm okay. Because there'll be another one in about 3 minutes. This is the best thing for an Alchemist when you get more control of your map. But then again, the side lane's pushed in so hard. Dream's attacking the top. He TP'd there instantly after the fight. Puck went past the creep wave and started pushing in the bottom.
If it was against any other hero than Treant, then it would be super effective. Right now, it's just the chip damage.
Welcome to 40-minute. Princess Knife, the first drop.
Disruptor, yeah, I like what he's doing. He wants to get that Eon Death so that he can't die, and I assume he's going to be next in the line for that Aghanim Scepter.
I think I just saw Envy buy 2 point boosters, ready to get like both of them. One after the other. Love it. So Gambit, time to just chill and relax for a little bit more. Third Roshan, maybe we start looking towards that timer at one point. The Leveler, the next item to drop as well. Because all of this is going to keep dropping for the Alchemist because he's burning through everything. Queued up yet again, another Aghanim Scepter. This one is on the Disruptor, so big Aghanim's upgraded ultimate. Very problematic for Gambit if they do get caught out. These BKBs are not going to be as effective anymore. Depending on their timings, of course.
Yeah, Envy at this point just feels unkillable. Like, they need to deal with the rest. Leave Alchemist.
Like, isolate him somehow.
Yeah.
Flicker.
I would love to see some disarm, maybe. Heaven's Halberd wouldn't be too bad, because he dishes out way too much damage. His attack speed is insane. And also, with that Basher, like, Bloodseeker can't get close to him. Or he needs Butterfly to have evasion.
I feel like AUI is just trying to trigger a response on the top lanes. Anybody up here? There's a creep wave and a half pushing down the bottom lane. Fighting Pandas have to keep a close eye on just these side lanes. Doesn't take much to get down there. You BT down, then you just TP scroll back to tier 2. Push once more. AUI looking for excess Vampire. Force-staffed himself up into the tree line. And well, begins his TP. AUI will commit the overgrowth, so Excess Vampire has to stand here. Stun number 1, need to throw out the second one at the right times to be able to have the time to blink, but nope. Bryle gets in range, gets the chip damage in. No way to get that blink dagger off cooldown.
The problem is Earthshaker does not have any heroes to go into.
Yeah, but
like, even if they clump up, yeah, there's still this Abaddon with Aghanim Scepter upgraded.
Oh, good glimpse. The BKB?
Full HP.
Yeah. The rest of the illusions actually went towards the mid lane. Trying to beat into that tier 3 tower, but yeah, it just means AUI's got more repair work to do. He's a craftsman.
I wish he had repair kit, repair tool. Like, there's no way you're killing a building.
Spell Prism is the latest item up for Gambit. I don't think I've actually had a game where I had a Spell Prism drop.
Yeah, because most games finish around 30-35 minute mark.
That is being the average, for sure.
We could see the heat map. They were just moving on their own side most of the
got
time.
the vision.
Needs the BKB.
Pulling GPK, and yeah, another defensive BKB being burnt. These things' duration are going to be so low now. Everyone starts their TPs back. Snaking knows he needs to keep the bottom lane pressured out, because the Naga Illusions will take care of the mid. They're continuously farming up the jungle, and another wave will be sent towards the top lane. So 4-man smoke up from Gambit, from inside their base, well away from, I say from any Radiant vision, but right now I'm struggling to find a Radiant Observer Ward that's planted on the map.
They got ninja gear on side of Panda, but not the best hero to carry it. Like, you want to have hero who can assassinate, solo kill someone on the side lane, cast smoke, but that's not the thing here. Like, they want to just group up and go as 5.
This is nice warding coming down now from Gambit. They're preparing for the next Roshan. He's still a little bit away. That courier, lucky to survive, but hey, that's why it's got extra abilities, and that's Bryle's heart. Now on the Viper, maybe you can give that Paladin sword and everything else sitting in his backpack to somebody else who may need it.
What if you just destroy your own items and have neutrals?
It was like,
you don't even buy items.
Like, it's the only ones you can destroy.
You can destroy your own.
Yeah, but that would just be so, well, that would be a really stupid game if you reach that point. Just give it all to your courier, let it fight with it all. That's what it's about, right? You've already hit a level 25 Viper, level 25 Alchemist.
We need that level 30.
We need the Dagon fleet, is what we need.
Some Dagons, Meteor Hammers on couriers.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Eternal Envy will be able to afford it if this game continues on. Oh, Envy. Smoke's gonna break. Orb was flying up, but they already see the creeps burning and being pulled off. That's so much money. 2 creep waves? Just creep wave.
He's Mjolnir deals so much damage because I think he already used 3 Aghanim Scepters. With each use, he gets the extra spell amp.
Look at the banked gold. 6.5 and 7.2. What are you waiting for?
Ownage.
Eternal Envy's waiting to kill off FNG. Attempted dewarding. Gives the easiest kill in the world. 420 gold, so now Puck can keep up with the Alchemist.
Oh, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, you need to start transitioning this Puck into damage dealer. Bottom lane.
There's Naga Illusion once again, and another creep wave.
Keeps pushing in, doing nothing.
Dream will at least take the outpost. They can't keep control of the map. Like, even if you want to push up high ground, it still feels like there's an absolute nightmare to do it, because you could just lose the fight. Into Echo Slam, into potential like Dream Pull you can't break free of. Now Naga's getting a Shadow Blade. All right.
I assume she just wants the
silver?
No, I assume she just wants to find Disruptor before the fight starts and kill him.
Okay.
Like, you need to start swapping items, so after you pop a BKB, you need something else in your inventory.
Flappy and Alchemist are so quick at cleaning up waves. But they're always seeming to, like, they have to respond to the split push of Gambit. And Gambit can get very elusive. Like, they have a Puck. They're looking towards Roshan. He is up. Maybe they can actually kill him pretty quick as well. TP support's coming over. That's going to be a Abaddon arriving in the mid lane. That one look creep needs to go in. Roshan already dead. They're way too late, and it's a refresher. Cheats. Yep. This looks like they're giving the refresher orb over to Dream. It was picked up by Shashlo at the very beginning. So yeah, it's actually still on him now.
Double coil, double silence, just to control the fight.
A Puck that doesn't actually keep a Groove Bow in inventory. How the meta has changed. Grove Bow. I think it sounds better as a Groove Bow, but it's a Grove Bow. Envy feels like it's on the hunt once again. Jumping forward towards GPK. Shashlo trying to help him out at the moment. A quick little force up. GPK protected by the Lincoln Sphere for the moment. Glimpse. That's a long one all the way back into base.
Man, these Fissures were on point throughout the whole game. You don't necessarily need to stun people, just block them off so they can't approach the team fight from the angle that they want.
Excess Vampire is such a good hit. Oh, Song of the Siren. Young and Ryle being caught. GPK is going to be nearby and turn it off right now. You'll get the quick silence. BKB off from Ryle. Snaking won't be so lucky. He's got borrowed time. It's a great storm from Boomy and
what a static
Shashlo caught in the back lines. They had no way to reply. ES will buy back. He's TPing over towards the Shrine. And they want to bring down somebody. Who have they got? Eternal Envy. FNG's up. All the buybacks coming in from both sides. We're back to a full lineup. Eternal Envy still on the run. Same mistaking the Fisher. Holds them up on the high ground. Parkour flies forward, but they do not want to have this fight. Everyone being up.
Oh, casual double damage for him. He was running with the Rupture on. Everything they have, they just throw on him. The shield, the Solar Crest, Living Armor, and he goes in. So 1-2 buybacks committed. He's actually 3 because Viper bought back, so...
Yep.
He needs to be careful about his positioning.
But you knew it from Gambit, like they needed to have their 2 remaining team fight ultimates, but the fact that Static Storm caught them in the back lines, Moon Meander's positioning couldn't have been better. So they have to wait for high ground. You almost have to let the tier 2 tower drop. And the only thing that would make maybe the PandaS fall back a little bit is if someone TP towards the top lane and added a little bit of pressure up there.
Dire's bottom tower just...
Now the top lane's pushing in, but they have BOTs to deal with.
No, it's a Moonshard consumption now. You know what he should start to do? He should consume the axe himself if he hasn't done so, because that gives him more bonus damage.
I think everyone on his team has axe at this point.
But I feel like it's like for every single person who has axe, like he gets a bonus.
What if you could give axe to enemies? Just to get extra damage?
Damage? I don't think that would be worth it. And she finishes a butterfly. Wait, didn't he already have that?
I think he just bought it.
Yeah, he just
sold Radiance.
Bought it. I thought it was the Naga who has the butterfly as well. Sold the Radiance.
Yeah, I mean, you can afford to sell Radiance in the late game because you have the Cleave talent, so you really don't care about that Radiance burn.
That only comes in handy when you don't want to put your Chemical Rage on, because he's already got the Chemical Rage movement speed talent.
What a mess.
And a thing that increases your farm rate, right? So top lane pushes him, 50-minute mark. It's still a 1-1 outpost split. While PandaS may be on the defense, they've already shown they've got more than enough to fight, especially if they can control that Puck and ES.
Puck just bought a BKB.
Really? Huh. Feels like he needs like some almost better control in this fight.
I mean, if he gets inside a static storm, that's not gonna help him.
FNG smoke broke. He needs a ward on the hillside. That's just a sentry planted down by Moon Meander. Alchemist is TPing in right now. They're gonna get right into the middle of the fight. Ryan the Naga, the storm is perfect once again. But no Dream, she's out. Lets the Song of the Siren go. The TP outs will also begin from everybody. A huge disengage from Gambit. And everyone is away safely. Hey, Naga TPing towards the mid lane, pushing it down again.
I can't believe that didn't caught her inside the static storm.
Yeah, how did she get out of that? I almost want to see a slow motion replay of it all. Just walks to the edge. Over in a barrel.
Tower is under attack.
Still tier 3 towers standing, Toby.
Status quo. 51 minutes. Hang on, we wanted a 70, right? We wanted one. Or maybe we didn't want it, but maybe we're gonna get it anyway. You could feel it when you had an Alchemist versus Naga. Like we're back at like TI3 or TI2, both.
Naga Siren is not gonna get like any stronger. She can get Aghanim Scepter, heal people up, get the Moon Shard, but it's not that big of a difference.
Abaddon just revealed himself in the mid, so they'll feel like maybe they have the numbers to do 5v4 on top. Good Observe Warden Sentry down, Dream's coming in close, Smoke is now going to break on him. They found the best target they could have. Disruptor, he needs Knight, the Storm is out. Naga this time won't be able to get out. The Overgrowth trying to hold him in position. Disruptor will go down finally, but really, at what cost? He got everything he wanted. Actually, no, he's not even dead yet. Now he finally will. FNG Lee go to the Echo Slam, but he died so quickly. The BKB protecting the Viper just flapped his way to victory. And all huge abilities down for Gambit apart from Song.
He died during casting Echo Slam. This Naga has a buyback, like she just disappears. Once again, the itemization from Moon Meander has that Eon Desk, which actually kept him alive so he could use the Static Storm. I'm not sure if they were aware of that item.
My god, they actually took a tier 3 tower on bottom. And the illusions, it's not even the real ones, are killing off the melee ranks. They can't kill them. Oh, okay, the shield pops. That's what will do the job. But Naga Siren very much stranded, and Disruptor moving over. Dream invis, but Moon Meander doesn't have any vision. But Dream keeping that pressure on. So for all that fine, for everything the PandaS got, they still can't push high ground. And we're seeing the power of like the Shadow Blade, the ability to actually split push even more aggressively and then just hide on the side.
If Naga Siren dies, this game is just straight up over.
They needed to buy 27 seconds. Gotta clean up that wave in the back lines. Shashlow's already on it, Song of the Siren. This will buy time for a little bit of backdoor protection to arrive. Sentry Ward's already down. FNG doesn't want anything to do with it. 14 seconds now. Still no creep wave, but yeah, they can just burn through. Puck is continuously creep skipping as far as Shashlow can go. The backdoor protection doesn't stop against this level of damage.
Yeah, the extra attack speed they get from Curse and the AC, it's more than enough to bring it down.
Yes, TPing to the front lines, gonna look for a fissure block up. What's he really got? Snaking. That's not a hero he knows he can get. Eternal Envy beginning his own TP out. Dream, has he got to control Envy? Cancelling that TP, is he baiting them into an engagement? Puck is still creep skipping out. Disruptor is nearby, so watch the vision game. Quick little AWP Moon, looking for the Thunder. Can't get it off in time, so can't keep the vision.
He needs to pop Aerial Scepter to get through that Linken's on Puck. What are they doing? They're just chasing Puck.
Yeah, they ran back for it. I guess you took a mid lane of melee racks. Like that's something. Now you smoke up and look for another fight. Alchemist, the only one not inside of that. MKB, the only fresh item for Gambit in a while, and that's on the Bloodseeker. As everyone's moving towards the outpost. Who's going to be in close? Ex's Vampire, he knows he needs a huge ultimate here. Envy, TPing once again to the front lines. The bounty runes are down, and they're all looking to be gathered. Mass TPs towards the top. Looking for the others, and also to push out the waves.
To my house.
Another Ags. Crystal Maiden has it.
All right. Game really is just pulling forward. 55 minutes now.
Gambit does not want to take a fight right now. They just want Naga to get her buyback online, because if she dies, they know it's over.
830 CS, 718 on the Alchemist, but Naga has the cake for the moment.
36 on the
top lane, Naga. Could be looking for a little bit of a play on the bat. No. Everyone's a little bit too far away, and they don't know the vision game. And it feels like every single time a fight happens, like Envy just BT'd onto the hero being initiated on. And snaking is a guaranteed vessel to the front line.
They have 4 frontliners. So many saves. It's really hard to approach this fight. Like, I can't imagine in Gambit's head what's happening right now. Like, how do we win? Like, there's no chance for good Echo Slam because Abaddon will just mitigate all the damage even if they group up as 5.
This actually has to be terrible. It's like the worst drop now. We don't even want the Aghanims upgrade. Everyone's already got it. That'll be dropped on down.
To the Radiant.
Roshan, Aegis the Immortal claimed. Leaving space for cheese. But Gambit will be really heavily tested now. TP's coming to the bottom lane. That's side lane push. Dangerous thing, GPK just at the right time. TPing away from Moon as well as snaking. It's kind of funny because the dust triggered. The smoke triggered, so they're just wondering where he is.
I think it's go time for PandaS. I've been saying that for last, 40 minutes, that it's go time, but Naga is just giving them too much trouble. They know she doesn't have buyback at this point, and with Aegis and Cheese, they should try to end it.
It's actually kind of funny. I don't know if it's like, you only get gifted the extra damage for the Aghanim Scepters you gift, but by consuming the Roshan Aghanim Scepter, it actually limits how much damage Envy can have. You get the Aghanims for free, obviously, but just thinking. Trial, beaten into the tier 3 tower. Does not care, goes full flappy. And the tier 3 tower is already taken. The racks, both of them will fall to Gambit. They were trying to push the top lane out, but they have to make a choice here.
They can go through that backdoor protection if Envy starts hitting it.
Well, for the moment, there he is. TP forward, over, Park. Quick jump away to safety. When they're coming in, that last mid lane of Rax, ES ready to jump into the back lines. There's never creep wave to work with. Fissure already out. Here's the Echo Slam, one of the 2 in the back lines, but Puck so quickly, you'll zip it up and towards the air. Caught inside the storm, Moon Meander timing so perfect. Echo's Vampire and Shashlo, they're just trying to break free for the moment, getting closer back towards the storm. Shashlo having to BKB himself, and then Illusionary Orb jump himself to safety.
These are mega creeps. There's no doubt about it. Raxes are just gone. Look at this attack speed.
Ridiculously high. Envy gonna BKB. He's TPing all the way home. Glimpse, GPK, get away from him. It may be nice. Shashlo has the Dream Call available. Going to catch out to AUI, hanging in the tree lines. Eternal Envy's already returned back to the fight. He's still Rupture, walking his way forward, snaking his low. But can they kill him off? Shashlo is trying to do the job, but now the overgrowth. Once again, GBK too far away from the rest of his team. Thunder Strike up. Can Shashlo at least get this jaunt away to safety? Yes, he can, but the also for GBK. Another Thunder Strike and another glimpse, pulling it back in range of Bryle. And GG is called. Gambit have realized they've been beaten ahead against a wall.
Don't underestimate Envy. These are games that he loves to play. He gets inside game. That's his specialty. Look at it. Look how calm he is.
Yeah, it's just another day at the office, boys. Like, yep, we all stuck to the plan. That was great.
It happened again. Onage. Onage.
I'll burn your body to ashes.
Killing spree. Hello, this is Gabe Newell. Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Oh, man! Oh, boy, Dire's
A
bottom
dominating
tower.
performance.
What's the matter with you? You just... Dire's bottom tower's destroyed. Oh, jeez, Morty, they're going after Dire's bottom tower. That force field leads me to believe that Dire just fortified their structure. Man, you might as well save that energy, because Radiant just fortified their structures. Oh, great. Dire's bottom tower just got destroyed. Did you see what they did, Rick? Did you see what they did?
Mega kill.
Frankly, Morty, no. I wasn't paying attention.